If you're ready, I'll get started. Good morning. Thank you for joining us for the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund Board of Trustees meeting today, May 20th, 2021. For the record, I'm Board of Trustees President and Interim Executive Director, Jeffrey Blackwell. Before we begin, I want to note that trustees have been asked to log in advance of the meeting to ensure that the meeting starts on time. If a participating trustee has a problem with their technology, please reach out directly to Gail Davis and she will match you with the correct resource. We have IT staff on standby to provide assistance if needed. Continuing on to the business of our meeting, for the health, safety, and well-being of all CTPF members, the fund continues to deliver all member services remotely. CTPF's physical office remains closed to all but essential employees whose duties cannot be performed off-site. In-person services and counseling have been suspended until it's safe to resume these operations. Due to the COVID-19 emergency and in accordance with Public Act 101-0640, enacted June 12, 2020, this meeting is being conducted via audio video conference, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Please note the following. This meeting can be accessed by the public online and an opportunity for public participation will be provided. Call-in instructions have been posted on the fund's website. In order to conduct an efficient meeting, we are using a timed agenda, and I ask that the assistance of all the trustees in staying within the suggested time limits so that we may proceed efficiently through all of our business. Trustees who wish to speak, please use the raise your hand feature and I will do my best to call on you in order. I've asked Trustee Price Ward to monitor the raising of hands so we can track the order. Thanks, Jackie. A trustee should not speak until recognized by the chair. When a trustee is recognized, please announce your name before speaking. When you're finished speaking, please mute. Trustees who leave the call should use the messaging feature to let the administrative team know and send another when they return. As a reminder, the board standing rules of debate provide that the chair will ask for a motion in a second on an agenda item before any discussion on the merits. Please limit discussion from each trustee to 3 minutes unless the body consents to additional time. I would appreciate if a trustee does not raise a hand a second time before all trustees have spoken. I'm going to request that a trustee not raise a hand to speak more than 2 times on any matter except to raise a point previously not raised or to answer a question. Please, let's make sure debate is germane to the motion pending. I will entertain a motion with due respect to the length of the debate to close or limit debate on a period certain. Every trustee received the email with the standing rules of debate previously adopted. I'm going to ask Trustee Caballero to assist me by pointing out if any of the adopting standing rules of debate are not being followed. Let's always be respectful of each other and allow frank and full discussion, but in an efficient manner. Our agenda calls for us to go into executive session. All participants who are not participating in the executive session will be placed in the Zoom waiting room. When the executive session concludes, we will send a message to all participants notifying them that the meeting has been reinitiated. Please monitor your Zoom meeting to determine when we return. We do plan on breaking for lunch and we'll announce details when we reach our break. We will post this information on our website. For all staff and trustees to focus on the business of the meeting, we will not respond to messages from the public sent using the Zoom chat feature. We will ask that you forward your questions to memberservices@ctpf.org and they will be answered promptly. We anticipate this meeting to end no later than 6:15. We will now move on to public participation.
Okay, first on the list is Ms. Patricia Kubastal.
Okay, let me 1 second. Okay, morning, Pat.
Good morning, President Blackwell and trustees. Last month at the trustees meeting, I requested that the information concerning the premiums for the Plan F program be posted on the website or an email sent out. About 2 hours or so afterwards, I received a call from Carrie Burkich, And she asked all the specifics, which I gave her. And I want to commend her and those who enacted. By the end of the day, on the website was the premium F new premiums. And then later on, an email alert was sent out. Mr. Blackwell, I want to thank you and the trustees for asking the staff to respond in such a professional and quick manner. And that we need to recognize how hard your staff works during these times. Thank you. Have a
Thank you.
wonderful meeting.
Thank you, Pat.
Trustee Blackwell, that is it for public participation.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to the staff that worked on that also. Okay, we can move on to roll call.
Trustee Blackwell,
Present.
trustee Cavallaro,
Present.
trustee Clay,
Present.
trustee DeValier,
Present.
trustee
Did-
Nelson.
I'm sorry, did you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Trustee Nelson,
Present.
trustee Padilla,
Here.
trustee Price Ward,
Present.
trustee Riley,
Here.
trustee Rodriguez,
Present.
trustee Travelos,
Here.
trustee Trust,
Here.
trustee White.
Present, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Okay, that takes us to item 3, vote agenda 3A, consideration of amended standing rules of debate and administrative rules and bylaws. Get this up. Okay, who's starting up with this? Is it Dan, Joe?
At your pleasure, Jeff. What is on the screen right now is a memo that summarizes the attached proposed amendments to the standing rules of debate and to the bylaws. Rather than go through the memo, perhaps it would be appropriate to turn instead to the actual proposed changes. For example, the standing rules of debate.
Okay,
President Blackwell, you have a hand up, trustee Riley.
okay, thanks. Go ahead, Mary Sharon.
Sorry, I meant to take it down.
Oh, okay, hold on. I have to change my view because I can't see hands right now. For some reason, I can't see people's hands. Okay, Lois, I see you now.
All right, thank you, Lois Nelson. I'm going back to the beginning of A, the consideration of amended standing rules of debate and administrative rules bylaws. This has not gone through the committee for consideration. So anytime there's an amendment made, it's supposed to go back through committee for a recommendation and then come to the full board. So this is not in order.
Tina?
Yeah, I was surprised to see bylaws, and I was hoping that this could be postponed until we hire a new director who will sit with us and create our bylaws, because he's going to have to follow these bylaws as well. So before we start creating bylaws, I think we should have the feedback.
The outlook for Cersei Dynex remains stable as the company continues to operate.
Did she get cut off or was she done? Were you done, Tina, or did you get cut off?
By the laws.
Okay. Mary Sharon?
I would think this might be a board decision whether we do or do not do something.
Yeah.
We've been seeing these proposed amendments for probably a year now.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a comment. Thank you.
Dwayne?
Yeah, the bylaws, they're pretty much in terms of how we conduct trustee business, correct? During the meetings?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I respectfully disagree about, this is specifically for the trustee board versus, the executive director weighing in, or, any future executive director weighing in on how we conduct the meeting.
And I did this out of order. I should have entertained the motion prior to us having a discussion. My apologies. I saw Maria.
Yeah, okay, I see Tina's hand back up. I don't know if she was disconnected or not.
Yeah, I'll come back to her.
Okay, so my point on this, we say we've gone through this, but there was something else that was added in or amended. And this has just been recently, so it's not something that's been going on for over a year. And, perhaps Joe just outline a few, because some of these amendments pretty much practically censures trustees. As trustees, we're not able to speak up, and, there's been concerns about who gets called, who does not get called. And I don't know if everybody's read it or not. We've received other documents that I don't believe people have really read through thoroughly.
How do you know what?
Gervais?
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, we just had a meeting earlier this month, and one of the questions that came to be was about trustees speaking at committee meetings and having the okay to voice or to vote at that particular meeting that they attended. And then there's a section in here that says that we're going to approve, shall be considered for approval only when the committee reports once they come to the whole board. I just think that we need to discuss this and see how it really looks, because there was some need to be clarity made at that particular meeting. So I would imagine that we need to take the opportunity to look at this and to raise those kind of questions that may come about.
Thank you.
As well, I'm sorry, I just wanted to add on, as well as prior to that meeting, we've had committee reports to come from, like, the personnel meeting. I believe back when we were looking at our first interim executive director, and I noticed that the board overruled the committee's recommendation for that personnel committee. And so I'm just wondering and thinking that we do need to have a conversation, and it shouldn't just be something that we pass, because it's just a massive, I'm kind of like a little bit confused as to what this would detail. Can somebody answer that question for us before we take the opportunity to vote?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
The question was that can somebody explain to me, or take the opportunity to talk to all of us about what this looks like? Because we had a couple of things that I can remember, and probably more than what I can remember, to come out of committees that weren't, that we didn't respect the committee's choice and accept, well, not we, you didn't respect the committee's choice and let that particular motion or recommendation come out. And then the last meeting that we had, at the last committee meeting that we had a meeting that we discovered that who was gonna vote and who wasn't gonna vote. And so there was some chaos and some mishap for that at that particular committee. And so that alone would warrant us having conversations about how this really looks. And where did this document come from? Who's promoting this particular document itself?
Like Mary Sharon said, we've been looking at these bylaws changes for close to a year, if not a year.
Yeah.
I don't recall a meeting in which I didn't respect the committee's decision, but
Yeah, that was the personnel. Yeah, I'm just saying this out.
okay, thank you, Gervais. Is there anyone that hasn't spoken regarding this that would like to speak?
My hand is up, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mary Sharon?
What I was going to do, although it's backwards, is to make the motion that we accept the proposed amendments.
Yeah,
The bylaws
my
and standing
apologies. I
rules.
did it backwards. I didn't make the motion first. Start the debate. Is there a
Right.
second?
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Mary Sharon, seconded by Jim. We've had debate.
Call the question.
Maria has her hand up. Let me
Oh,
get
sorry.
Maria's
I
question. and
can't
then we'll
see
call the
it,
question.
so.
Yeah. You're still muted, Maria.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to mute myself. Yeah, something, because we get to ask 2 questions if it's not been addressed. I mean, one of them on page 2, when we're looking at talking just about agendas, and then we're talking still about administrative rules, correct? Hello?
Who are you asking?
I said, we're talking about the bylaws and administrative rules as well. We're still talking about administrative rules.
We were looking at one particular item that Joe had on the screen.
Joe, what? But it's not, yeah, administrative content. And one of them, we have to look at this, whether this is something new, and this is a draft and it's dated May 13, 2021. So this is more recent, as I stated earlier, not something we've been discussing for a year. And it states in there that the executive director will contact each trustee in advance of a board meeting to go over the agenda, address any questions. I mean, for committee meetings, we're lucky if we have the minimum amount of people on the committee, let alone, people will be voting on this. They might have gone through it, but they're not at all the meetings. And this administrative rule in particular just seems unrealistic that an executive director would be able to call every single trustee. And that is one of the rules on page 2.
Okay. Thank you. Tina?
I'm just saying this did not follow protocol. It did not go into committee. We did not have a discussion in committee. That's all I'm saying.
Is there anyone who hasn't spoken that would like to speak?
My hand is raised for a second if no one's speaking.
Okay, Lois.
Lois Nelson, we are a professional organization and we should follow procedure and protocol. We have talked about this trustee trust, but in committee, which I'm not sure you were there, it was referred back to committee. And since that time, new amendments have been added. Some of us are able to come to the different meetings and some of us are not able. So there's no aspersion on anyone, but we should follow protocol. So since this was not back in committee, it should be eliminated as an item today and referred back to committee to discuss all of the many changes that have gone into it.
Thank you, Lois. Jim?
Yeah, thanks. I kind of, my memory isn't all that great, but I feel like we have been talking about this for a long time. And I thought that we were in agreement that this was going to be drafted for us to discuss. Is there, can somebody like provide the context of it, like how this came about? And it doesn't have to be long, but just to refresh people, because I feel like I remember this was something we wanted to do. And then my second point is it's been called for well, it's been put as a motion. So if people don't agree with it, you can always vote no. But I just feel like there's more to this than we're realizing. I really think that we've talked about this and we knew this was coming.
Joe, did you want to speak to Jim's first point?
I believe
Dan has his hand up. Dan?
Yeah, Joe can certainly chime in, but these changes largely came out of the working group that worked with Ed Bancroft, and but I do believe that not only were they not formed in the working group, but also Mr. Bancroft reached out to trustees to get input about this as well as to staff. So and then Joe did volunteer to put all of that into written form as he has done here. I would necessarily think that it doesn't, that some discussion, I think some discussion is certainly warranted. I guess my other point is I do think that some staff has some concerns with respect to.
I was going to staff next.
Yeah, with respect to parts of it with regard to the delivery of agenda materials, et cetera, that the trustees might take into account. So I don't necessarily, well, anyway, I'm just, that's the history as far as I know it. And also I think there needs to be some discussion before there's a vote taken.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Joe?
I agree with Dan and with Jim's recollection. Every element of the proposed bylaw change reflects an item that has been either discussed by the trustees or was the recommendation of the working group. I am aware that there is some concern from staff about the distribution of meeting materials. My sense of that is that this reflects what you have been doing during the entire pandemic. Obviously, in-person meetings will create some different realities in terms of what documents you may need to have in advance and in hard copy. But my recommendation is that you consider this on the merits as a reflection of what the working group did. I believe the issues of the delivery of the meeting materials was a subject of those discussions. I wasn't personally involved, but my understanding is that the working group reflected the trustees' interest in having hard copies. My understanding is that the trustees who asked for it are doing so because of the substantial burden in some cases of having to generate printed materials if the board docs come only by email, so that individuals who prefer to work from a hard copy are denied that chance unless they're willing to burn a ream of paper every couple of meetings and ink to generate those hard copies. I know trustees have expressed a preference for them to be able to write and annotate on their delivered materials. So my suggestion would be that if the working group thought that was a sound practice to continue, that the board could affirm that practice as the working group recommended. You could always go in later and tweak it if there's something that would be more efficient and more helpful to the board. But under the circumstances of having gotten the feedback from the working group, I believe these recommended changes on the delivery of meeting materials reflects what the working group recommended. As to Gervais's point about the committees. Yes, there were debates or discussions at earlier meetings about the role of trustees who are not members of the committee. And my understanding is that this proposed language addresses those issues. And if any trustee has a particular objection to any redlined item, that debate is appropriate, and one can vote the motion down, as Jim noted, or can move to amend a particular element of the motion, because if that motion to amend passes, then you would then return to the main motion to adopt the bylaws.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Yeah, I remember out of the working groups that we did, we had a lot of discussion about going towards board docs and using that more. And we did still have some concerns about trustees wanting hard copies, but I don't recall any discussion on putting a time limit on it. So I wanted to hear from staff. I know Gail had her hand up for a while, and then maybe hear from some other staff members. Gail?
Yeah, so pertaining to that language, just wanted to just mention that historically we have sent out board meeting materials 1 week in advance, and that was something that we had done procedurally over the course of many years to allow for trustees to be able to review material well in advance, as the Open Meetings Act, I think, may have the and Dan could speak to that, 2 days, but we have always sent out, or at least for many years, to the board members a week in advance to allow them to have the time to review the materials. As for the hard copy materials, that would be more challenging for our team, our leadership team, the administrative team, to have materials out the same day that we have them posted to board docs. Sometimes our teams are working through the evening and getting all of that material out 1 week prior to the meeting. So it would be a challenge to have that material also sent out via hard copy, because we use our printing company who has to actually deliver those materials. So the language reflects that you would receive hard copy materials a week prior to the meeting, and that's not possible, and it's reflected in that, and that is actually not what we do. As you know, you receive those materials that Friday. In most cases, you're receiving that material the following day, so you have it 6 days. So if the language remains that way, that is a challenge. That it's not possible for us to send that material the same day that we post it, because my team and some of the leadership team working very diligently to get the material out on that Thursday or the week prior, and oftentimes it's in the evening. So having the printing company, it's not possible. So that language would need to be changed to accommodate that week prior. We wouldn't be able to do it. We would have to then do now a day earlier, which again is challenging as it is to get the material out a week prior. To do it even a day earlier, just to be able to have the materials arrive at the trustee's doors at a week prior would be a great challenge for us. So I do recommend that the language be changed regarding the paper material.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Is there any other staff member that'd like to speak?
I think Dan.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah, we should be careful about characterizing these rules as having been approved by the working group, because I don't know that, I think the working group might have a different view, or some of the members of it. The working group on the staff side included Angela and Michelle, and I don't believe that these were passed by them for comment before they were sent to the board. So, I think we need to be willing to, to listen to what staff is saying, in particular those in the working group, and be willing to make, some modifications if the board, to sees fit after hearing what they have to say.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Maria, then I guess we've got to move on to decide what we're going to do, if we're going to defer or vote on. Well, the vote was Motion was made and seconded. Maria, then I'll come back to you, Joe. You're muted, Maria.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was trying to find it. The only comment I'll make is that Trustee Clay was on the committee. Maybe we'd like, I don't know if we heard from her specifically what was said during committee. And these recommendations were made by a vendor of the pension fund. Thank you.
Okay, Angela.
I'm not sure what's going on with my camera here. Oh, there we are. I'm looking at the changes, and as I recall, we did not discuss moving the distribution of the items for board meetings to the same day as we put them on board docs or we distribute them electronically. And Michelle and I did go back to the team and discuss what was possible, what fit into our current processes. And as I remember and recall, we were leaning towards actually going to board docs and not and starting to really eliminate the paper and the distribution of the paper. And I think Michelle may have more recollection, but I do believe that Trustee Clay determined that she wanted the materials sent to her. So I would like for them to look in, because I don't believe we discussed this in the working group of having the materials 7 days before the meeting.
Okay, Michelle hasn't spoken. I'll go to Michelle, then go to Gervais. And I didn't forget about you, Joe. You're muted, Michelle.
Thank you, President Blackwell. I just wanted to echo what Angela had said, that the working group did not indicate that we should move the date back or provide additional time, but that it would be the same, like everything would be posted on board docs a week in advance, and that any changes to accommodate printed copies were an accommodation, not a requirement for that same day. But the standard should be the board docs.
Thank you, Michelle. Gervais?
Yes, Gervais Clay. But also on that committee was Trustee Truss. He sat on the committee. Just wanted to make add him to the, as well as Mr. Blackwell sat on the committee. And so between the three of us, we should be able to give the information. But I do want to say this, because I removed myself from that committee prior to it wrapping up, right? But I can offer my thought on the receiving of the packages. So one of the things that I decided to do, and it became just apparently just like to the point where it was a major decision for the staff to have that. And I do recall saying that I'm tired of talking about it. Like I'm tired of, I was frustrated to hear that was the biggest concern. So I opted to help relieve that if they thought that that space that would help them. At no point in time did I ever agree to say that other trustees who receive the document should not receive the document, because I think we talked about the modalities that for the reasons that other people might want the document. It was just like, at that particular time, I just was frustrated enough to say, if that was going to make it okay for you guys to do your job, then, because I was getting the understanding that it takes too much time to complete their work, or it takes away from the work that they could be doing when they're completing the document. So to help alleviate that particular type of stress, I was okay for saying you could keep it. I'll print what I want to print. I'll print what I need to print. But at no time did I agree, or will I ever agree that any other trustees would opt not to have their packages, because they had their reasons for having their packages. And so that was what was discussed in that moment in which I said that I would not receive the package. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe.
If I may suggest a compromise, having heard from both the trustees who prefer to have a hard copy and staff that has a mechanical problem in sending everything out in the same day, is that if Mary Sharon would be kind enough to amend the motion, it would read, and could Cecilia or Sharina pull up the actual bylaw amendment, please?
Joe, let me ask you, the motion on the floor, that's to approve the amended standing rules of debate and administrative rules and bylaws, right?
Mary Sharon said bylaws. It was a little unclear if she was trying to include the other documents, but I think for purposes of clarity, it might be helpful to just have it be this particular bylaw change, and we can come back to the standing rules.
I meant the whole thing, but if that makes it better,
well,
whatever you think, Joe, I will do.
Well, if there are no other comments on the other documents, then it would still be nice to be able to do it in one roll call. But if there are similar observations about the text in each of the documents, then it might be easier to separate them. But let me suggest a compromise that's on page 2, please, Sharina.
I don't even have the right thing.
At the bottom, please. Thank you. If you read the insert at the end, it would begin to ensure agendas are clear, understood, and agreed upon. The agenda and supporting materials shall be sent to each trustee via board docs 1 week before the scheduled meeting. That's the insert. And by messenger.
That's following the procedure that they've already been doing.
Correct. And by messenger, if requested by a trustee, 6 days before the scheduled meeting. And then you resume with the remainder of the text.
What was 6 days is what they were already doing also. So we're just putting in print what Gail said they've already been doing.
Correct, because having something be sent 1 week doesn't mean it's delivered 1 week. So if it was sent to the printer on Thursday and was delivered on Friday, I consider that to be in compliance with this rule. But rather than to have staff be concerned about that, my suggestion is that you make the distinction that board docs will go up 1 week in advance and messengered materials will be 6 days before the scheduled meeting. And if you adopt the motion, I will provide a conforming copy so that the official bylaws will conform with the motion as amended.
Dan?
That's Mary Sharon's call because she made the motion.
Back up. What do you want me to do?
You would agree to amend the motion to adopt the bylaws, and that in section 703, the language 1 week before the scheduled meeting would be inserted after the words board docs, and 6 days before the scheduled meeting would be inserted after, if requested by a trustee.
My question is, if this is something that we didn't discuss in the working group, should we even have this language in there at all? Should we
No,
just
as a legal matter, the board is free at any time to adopt a bylaw. It does not have to go to a policy committee and does not have to be approved by the working group.
No, I get that. I'm just saying because we didn't have it come out. That was one of the concerns of staff. And since we didn't, that wasn't something that came out of the working group. Why do we even need it?
No, it's the affirmation that the trustees who ask for hard copies will get the hard copies. You're codifying what you're already doing with this clarification. So you're just putting in writing what everybody has been doing and what the working group continues to believe was the appropriate practice, because trustees who need to have the hard copies are entitled to them. So it's not too much of a burden on the fund to provide a hard copy when individuals are not able to generate 50 pages of documents for every meeting.
Okay, we've got to move on because everybody that has their hand up has spoken twice already. I just want to hear from Angela and Dan, and we got to decide what we're going to do with this.
Yeah, and I had a point of information when I'm called.
Excuse me, Maria.
Yeah.
Angela?
I was just listening to Joe. I think if you're going to amend the motion, it should also have some room for any changes to documents to go out to the trustees by email, because we don't want to be in violation of any of the bylaws. So if there's a change to a document that's already been sent in the package, we really just upload that to board docs and it sends out an email letting everyone know there's a change. So I want to make sure that we don't, restrict ourselves so much so that we can't alert the trustees to any changes in anything before we get to the meeting. So that's all I wanted to convey.
Angela, to your point, the next sentence says that staff will provide updates and additional materials by email as soon as practicable before the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dan?
Yeah, personally, I think that's a good amendment that that Joe proposes, but before we move too far ahead, I do think it might be prudent, Joe, to clarify what we're doing with regard to voting at committee meetings, because there's some pretty substantial revisions there. And maybe if you could at some point clarify what you proposed doing in that regard.
May I, Jeff?
Yes.
Yes, the proposed language in section 507 respects what I believe is a fundamental notion and premise to committee work. Committees are designed to make the board's work more efficient. It's a matter of delegating to a committee the responsibility for asking questions, reviewing documents, and making recommendations, in most cases, to the full board. It is not necessarily an opportunity to have extensive debate as if it was a full regular board meeting, where 7 or 8 trustees are trying to determine what should happen. To have an effective committee structure, you have to have some discipline inside that committee structure. And the recommendation is to allow a trustee, properly so, to speak at a committee meeting about any matter that is germane to the committee's work. But in determining whether or not there's a quorum and determining what the recommendation of the committee will be, it's our recommendation, given the experiences of the recent past, that we need to clarify that a trustee who is not a member of the committee isn't going to be counted for purposes of a quorum. If a 5-member committee does not have its own quorum, then we shouldn't be able to construct a quorum because a trustee is interested enough to come in, sit in on the meeting. And secondarily, but importantly, you do not want to have the confusion that can sometimes take place when the committee's recommendation is now broadened or affected by the input of another trustee who's asking for a vote to be recorded. The proper place, in our opinion, for a trustee to object to a committee recommendation is at the regular board meeting. And the reasons we suggest that is that for trustees that are not present at the committee meeting, they need to hear that trustee's concerns about what the committee is in fact recommending. And so if trustee wants to speak to the merits, that trustee should be sharing those comments with all 12 of you. And that is the appropriate place to have the further discussion, if you will, on the matter that's before the committee. So our recommendation is to enforce what we believe is solid practice with regard to committees, both Robert's rules and the general efficiency of committee meetings. And the language came from the recognition that the trustees were not certain as to what their rights were, as Gervais mentioned. And the debate about whether or not a trustee had a role was actually filling up the meeting itself. And that's not an efficient use of the committee time. So our proposal for your consideration was to have it be clear that this would be the rule. And if it passes, then a trustee will still be heard, but the trustee will not be able to be counted for purposes of the vote.
Joe, let me ask you, so the issue we were just on before that, as far as changing the language, so are we going through each of them now? Because people have hands up, so I don't know, we passed that subject and people are asking questions about the next part of the bylaw changes, or what are we doing with the first part?
I was just trying to answer Dan's observation that perhaps there was some value in explaining, but I think the language is pretty straightforward for the board's consideration. With the amendment that was suggested for the agenda in section 703, if Mary Sharon is to say that she will accept that clarification, that amendment, then it's up to you to call for the vote when debate has been exhausted.
Okay. Let me ask Gail, because her team is the team that's tasked with basically getting all this information out. Would those amendments be helpful as far as not restricting your team and being able to get the information out as the concerns that Angela brought up?
Yes, that would be helpful. And yeah, and as long as we have the language in there that stipulates that if there's additional materials that we email them. So there's not that expectation that we are in any kind of violation. So as long as everyone understands that, and I think the 6 days, and that's 6 business days. So if there's any holidays or anything in there, we want to just make sure that that's clarified as well. Because again, we can't send it the same day that we post it. So that's what I'm trying to emphasize.
The 6 business days, and if there were any changes, that the changes will be emailed to the trustees.
That is correct. That is to the trustees who request hard copies.
Who request hard copies?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they're always going to be in board docs in real time. Once the changes are made, anyone at any time can go to board docs and review the information. So.
But it's 6 calendar days though. It's not 6 business days.
6 calendar days.
Yeah.
Okay, because we need to get to the motion that's been on the floor. Mary, were you willing to make the amendment to that?
I don't understand what the amendment is. That's why I have my hand up. Joe?
Joe, did you want
The
to repeat
amendment is to amend section 703 to provide that the documents will be sent to each trustee via board docs 1 week before the scheduled meeting, and by messenger if requested by a trustee 6 days before a scheduled meeting.
Okay, I can accept that.
Okay. So can we call the question? With the amendment, though, you repeat that, Joe?
We would add after the word board docs 1 week before the scheduled meeting, and after the words if requested by a trustee 6 days before the scheduled meeting.
If you could put that on a copy to be sent. Eventually.
I will provide a conforming copy for everybody's records, and it of course will be put into the formal bylaws when approved.
Right.
Okay. So with the amended changes, can we call the question?
If you're ready for the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
No.
trustee DeValier,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
No.
trustee Padilla,
No.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No.
trustee Travalos,
Yes.
trustee Truss,
Yes.
trustee Weiss,
Yes.
motion
You have to
passed
count?
8-4.
8-4. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that takes us on to 3B.
Jeff,
Yes,
just to make, yeah, I wanted to make sure that you knew that the motion was to adopt all of the recommended documents, including the standing rules of debate. Is that, are we
Right.
clear on that?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Joe. 3B, approval of today's timed agenda and fixed time for adjournment. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of today's timed agenda and fixed time for adjournment.
So moved.
Motion was made by Jackie. Is there a second?
Second, Phil Weiss.
Second. Okay. I see hands up. Is it? I don't know which one went up first, Tina or Mary Sharon. Tina?
Never mind, I was gonna second.
Oh, okay. I don't know, maybe her hand was up from before.
It was up before, and I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, but
before.
you know what? It was, and I was gonna raise it. Can I ask for the executive session to be moved in the agenda before lunch?
I'm not sure we're gonna be able to do that. We gotta pack the Tina. We gotta get through. We have a lot of stuff we have to get to.
Yeah, but I don't want to, and then we drop the most important part. So I
No,
just wanted to move it ahead.
We gotta stick to the agenda as it is. Sorry today, we got a lot of stuff we gotta get through. Maria?
It's been done before and I'd like to second it.
We haven't made a motion, and this isn't germane to the motion that we have on the floor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's the time, so
Well,
we're
we're talking,
adjusting the
right,
time.
moving the
Yeah, but we're
time.
not changing anything.
Why not? I'm sorry.
We fought to get this agenda. We've been fighting to get this agenda streamlined so we can get the order of the fund,
Right,
business of the
and
fund
which
done.
means we're supposed to do a lot of this discussion in committee, and now that's what Joe taught me. We have these committees so we can make we have full discussion. I was never part of any discussion that was involved creating these new bylaws that have just been passed. So my
Okay, well,
voice
that-
was never heard on any of this. So if you're trying to isolate certain people from being
You're talking
active
about the bylaw agenda,
trustees,
and we're on a different agenda item.
I
Tina.
know, but I'm trying to voice my opinion. My opinion
But you
is
can't
never
voice
heard.
your opinion about this
Okay,
particular issue here.
done,
That's what I'm-
done. Thank you.
that's
Thank
all.
you.
Gervais?
So so I would like to ask, what is the procedure? So we're on B and we're talking about the agenda and the time. So you arbitrarily you get to make the decision by yourself, or do we present it to all of the trustees to see how we feel about it? We vote on everything. Is this one of those times that we would call for a vote, or is it just that it's just your decision and that's just final?
The motion on the floor is to approve the timed agenda and the fixed time for adjournment. It has nothing to do with
Could you hold on
moving
a second? Could you hold on because I couldn't hear you.
Okay. The motion on the floor that was made and seconded is to approve the timed agenda and the fixed time for adjournment. That's all we're talking about right now.
So when do a person, a trustee bring it, such as trustee Padilla, bring up her motion to move something on the agenda?
There was
At
no
what point?
motion
At
made
what
to
point?
move. It was an ask.
Yeah, so I thought trustee Rodriguez made the motion, and you told us she was.
No motion was made.
Okay, so she would just simply need to just make a motion, Ms. Padilla.
There's no discussion on changing the agenda items. All we're voting on is the timed agenda and the fixed time for adjournment.
I understand that part. I
Tina
got that. But
asked.
my question is, and I understand.
Okay, I'm going to say it again. The motion on the floor that we're about to vote.
I know.
On,
I got that,
again,
Mr.
I got that
Blackwell, but I'm
again. So-
asking you a question. I'm just asking a question.
Well,
right now.
Tina's asked, could we move a particular item? I said that we've already worked and tooled the agenda to the best that we could do so we can get through all this business that we have to do. She has to move executive session up. I stated that we wouldn't be able to do that at this moment as the chair. So I don't know why we're still having discussion about this and we have another item to vote on.
Because I was trying to ask you the question, when do a
I
trustee?
just answered your question.
No, but you didn't. You just told me that you stated that you couldn't. I say, when do they get to ask that or make that motion?
We weren't making a motion. She asked me if we could change the order and I said we couldn't. So we're gonna move on and call the question because
so she
we got
could
quite
make
a
a
few
motion.
things to do.
Okay, but she could make a motion though. That's
No,
what I was
she
asking.
asked me as the chair, could we change the order?
Okay, I got you.
And I said we couldn't. Thank you, Gervais. So could we call, oh, Dan, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna remark that under the bylaws that it is either the president or the executive director that has the authority to make rearrange items in the agenda.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
So that diluting the trustees' power.
Excuse me, could you wait to be
constantly-
recognized by the chair to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. Diluting.
I'd like to call the question. And I'll repeat the motion, I believe made by, that was made was for approval of today's timed agenda and fixed time for adjournment. Call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes,
trustee.
Who was the second? There was a second.
It was Phil Weiss was the second.
it was Phil White.
Thank you.
Okay, trustee Blackwell,
Yes,
trustee Cavallero,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
No.
trustee DeValier,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Abstain.
trustee Padilla,
No.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No.
trustee Travlos,
Yes.
trustee Trust,
Yes.
trustee Weiss,
Yes.
carry 8-3,
okay,
With
thank
one
you, Sharina.
abstention.
and one
Yeah,
abstention.
that was one abstention.
Mhm.
Thank you, Sharina.
Mhm.
It takes us to 3C, approval of the minutes of the special board meeting on April 8th, 2021. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of the special board meeting, April 8th.
This trustee
2021.
Trust so moved.
Okay, motion was made by Dwayne. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay.
I heard Jim and Jackie. I don't know which one was first.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion was made by Dwayne and seconded by Jim. I don't see any hands, so I'll call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes,
trustee Cavallero,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
No.
trustee DeValier,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
I had a previous commitment, so I was not there, so I will abstain.
okay, thank you. Trustee Padilla,
No.
no, okay,
No.
okay, thank you. Trustee Price Ward, trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
trustee Travlos,
Yes.
trustee Trust,
Yes.
trustee Weiss,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
okay, thank you. 9-2, one abstention.
Yes.
thank you, Sharina. That takes us to item 3D, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting on April 15th, 2021. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting on April 15th, 2021. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion was made by Mary Sharon. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Field, and Maria has a question.
Yeah, am I, okay, I'm muted. Yes, trustee Nelson and I noticed something on there, a motion that was made to oppose House Bill 3004. There was, part of the problem was a Someone has their mic on and I can hear their background.
Everyone should be muted, actually, except
I
the
know.
speaker.
I know, but it's been going on for a few minutes. Trustee Nelson was going to speak on that also. Only the House bill and not the actual motion, because there was an amendment to that motion, or there was an amendment, I'm sorry, to that bill. One where about reemployment with the pension fund or former board member employment. And the original House bill was written as for a 5-year term by the rep. And then our legislative, our lobbyist, I believe, told us she went back and she negotiated for 1 year. She was saying to approve it, but there was some confusion on that as far as what the approval was on. Trustee Nelson, do you want to elaborate on that? You're muted.
My hand is raised. Do you
Yeah, I was
see
gonna
it
call you
there?
next. I see you.
Oh,
I see
okay,
you.
okay, thank you.
I didn't know whose hand went up first, yours or Dan.
Oh, okay, well then, let me just quickly
Well,
then.
go ahead and then Dan can.
Okay. What it is that our lobbyist Bucola will be in later. And so I'm thinking that if we can hold that one particular item until she comes in and refreshes us quickly during her presentation as to what we actually agreed upon. Would that be okay?
I would.
Let me hear what Dan has to say regarding that.
Okay.
Well, my comment was, or my question is that are you indicating that the minutes may be incorrect? Is that the reason for?
Okay.
Because if it's just discussing the general issue, that's not relevant to actually approving the minutes themselves. But
before we approve it, Dan, we should all be knowledgeable as to, she could do it very brief and just give for those who may not be aware, because trustees should not just blanket a yes or blanket a no. Trustees should have the ability to think about how they wish to vote and whether it's for the good of the fund. So this
Lois, Jill wanted to speak to your point.
May have some impact on the fund, and that's why I asked for that. Thank you.
Joe?
To Lois's point, the feedback from trustees takes place at the committee meeting when you decide that you wish to oppose House Bill 3004 as amended. It is not appropriate in the approval of the minutes to re-engage in the conversation about the merits of that legislation. The minutes reflect only what factually transpired at that time. And if you wish to amend the minutes for a correction, that's always in order. But it is not appropriate to debate the substance when approving the minutes.
Okay. So if there's no further hands, the motion on the floor was to approve the minutes. Wait, I see, wait. Those hands were up before.
I put it up again.
Okay, come on, Marie. Go ahead, Marie.
It's a delay in unmuting myself. It's not unmuting me. Okay, you can hear me now. No, the point on this was I tried to go over the tape to hear that portion of the tape, but I did not receive the tape in its entirety to confirm what was said on the tape. And I wanted to change if the tape did not confirm this, to possibly change that vote if it was inaccurate. And so I don't know if we can table these minutes until the tape is heard. There inadvertently been errors in the past, and I believe this may be a case again. And if we can table these minutes until we receive the tape.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes for April 15th.
What happens to my amendment, Joe?
He didn't make.
The maker of the motion has to accept her amendment, right, Joe? Joe?
No, a trustee can move to table or defer. The motion to defer is actually a little bit more precise. Motion to defer approval of the April 15th 2021 minutes to the June meeting.
What about the motion that's
motion is
already on the
second.
floor to?
No, the motion to defer takes precedence over the main motion. So if the motion to defer is seconded, then it's voted on. And if the motion to defer passes, then the matter is deferred to June. If the motion to defer fails, then you're back to the main motion and you will approve or reject the minutes of the April 15th meeting.
Okay, is there a second to motion to defer?
Second,
second.
second Nelson.
Who made the first motion? Was it trustee Rodriguez?
Maria.
Trustee
Maria made the
Rodriguez.
motion to defer and it was seconded by Lois.
Okay.
Excuse me, President Blackwell,
Yes, Jim.
can I hear the reason again for wanting it to be deferred? I didn't.
Maria?
catch.
I don't believe the minutes were accurate, and I did ask for the tape, but the tape was incomplete, and I did call Ms. Bandana this morning, and they were going to try to get me, the complete tape, and that is the reason.
What makes you think they're not accurate?
Because I was against the House Bill 3004.
And what it says that you weren't? I'm just trying to understand.
If you look at if you look at the minutes we're approving, which I assume you are, if it's something we're going to vote on, then you would be able to see that.
I'm saying though, you're saying that you didn't.
I believe I didn't, but I'm not saying that it was, I'm not blaming an error on administrative staff by no means or anyone, but listening to that tape and right now it kind of confirms when we're saying what was emotional, what are we voting on or whatever. And that's my point. You can either accept it or not, but I'm on record for making that statement.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so you're not sure.
I'm not going to say, I believe I'm not, but again, people make errors all the time. I can make an error.
Right, I hear you.
And Lois noticed the same, Miss Trustee Nelson acknowledged that as well. So it wasn't just me.
Okay, so the motion that we're voting on is to defer the minutes now. Oh, Gail?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that relative to getting the recording of the minutes and just reviewing that again. I do believe that my administrative team had some rebooting issues. So if there's an issue with there being a gap, that is why, because of some rebooting issues that they had and the computer went down. So it's not going to be this recording that was maybe there's a gap in there. That's not going to change anything if we go back to it. Just wanted everyone to know that.
Thank you, Gail. So the motion on the floor is to defer the April 15th meeting minutes. So I should call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
No.
trustee Cavallaro,
Abstain.
trustee Clay,
Yes.
trustee DeValier,
No.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Padilla,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
No.
trustee Riley,
No.
trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
trustee Travalos,
No.
trustee Truss,
No.
trustee Weiss,
No.
Motion to defer fails by a vote of 7-4 with 1 abstention.
So now we're back to the original motion of approving the minutes. So now we're
Correct.
voting on approving the minutes for the April 15th meeting. Call the question.
trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
No.
trustee DeValier,
Yes.
trustee Nelson, Trustee Padilla?
She's muted.
I'm sorry,
No.
I'm sorry, trustee Nelson?
no.
All right, thank you. Trustee Padilla?
No.
Trustee Price Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Riley?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
No.
Trustee Travalos?
Yes.
Trustee Trust?
Yes.
Trustee Weiss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion to approve passed 8-4.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Sharina.
Mhm.
That takes us to 3E, approval of the minutes for the special board meeting on April 22nd, 2021. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the special board meeting minutes on April 22nd, 2021.
So moved.
Motion was made by Mary Sharon. Is there a second?
Second.
I didn't quite hear, was that Phil?
Second. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Phil. I don't see any hands. So we can call the question, Sharina.
Okay. Trustee Blackwell?
Yes.
Trustee Cavallero?
Yes.
Trustee Clay?
Abstention.
Okay. Trustee DeValier?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Yes.
Trustee Padilla?
No.
Trustee Price Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Riley?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Abstain.
Trustee Travalos?
Yes.
Trustee Trust?
Yes.
Trustee Weiss?
Yes.
Thank you. 9-1-2 extension.
Okay, thank you, Sharina.
Mhm.
Okay, that takes us to item, where are we? 3F, approval of executive committee recommendations. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of executive committee recommendations.
So move, trustee Trust.
Motion was made by Dwayne. Is there a second?
Second.
Was this Phil?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I have a hand up for discussion. Maria? You're muted, Maria. You're still muted, Maria.
I know, I'm clicking, but it's a slow delay. Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. The executive committee minutes, which ones are they? Are you talking about all closed sessions or? Because I did not receive any minutes. How can I, minutes I've not received?
Oh, recommendations, I'm sorry. This was for recommendations, not minutes.
Approval, okay, you said F, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It says approval executive committee recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
Which executive committee? Are you talking about the one that does the whistleblower complaints?
That deals with whistleblower complaints and other concerns.
Okay, but how can we approve them if we don't know what the recommendations are?
Yeah.
Jeff, if I may.
Go ahead, Jeff.
As a point of
Yeah.
order, I think this is a placeholder for specific items rather than a motion to approve as a group. So
Okay.
this is just to set aside some time for individual motions that may be made as a result of the executive committee's discussions.
So is a motion in order or not? If it's a placeholder?
I don't think the motion as made is in order because there's no specificity. But I understood that trustees would like to make motions relating to those committee recommendations, and
Okay.
thus they would be taken one at a time.
One at a time. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at that.
If Dwayne could withdraw that motion, it would help clear the record.
Joe,
Okay.
point of information?
Dwayne, would you like to withdraw that motion so individual motions can, go ahead, Dwayne.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw the motion.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Let me
if
come
I
back to
may.
you because Gervais and Mary Sharon had their hand up. I'll come back to you.
Okay,
Maria.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, it's fine.
Thank you. Do you want me to lower my hand? Or
No,
leave it?
I'm gonna come back to you.
Should I leave it up or down?
You can take it down. I put
Okay,
a little check right here.
thank you.
No problem. Go ahead, Gervais.
I'm going to reserve my time for later.
And I
I'm
put my
sorry.
hand down.
I'm confused. She said she's gonna reserve her time for later.
Yeah, because I only get 2 questions, right, on each topic. And so I know we about to have a discussion on this topic, correct?
No, what here, what motion was withdrawn, so there are individual motions that are gonna be made that came from the executive committee. So individual motions will be made and seconded and voted on.
When will that take place? Like, I don't see it on the agenda. I mean, like, I don't see where somebody's gonna make an individual.
Joe just stated that this particular, the particular line item was a placeholder for the motions to be made that came from the executive committee.
I've never witnessed, I've never been a part of understanding how that works. Like, I've never seen us do anything like this. Is this something new, or is this something that was it in this particular set of bylaws? I don't know. Like, where did this come from that we hold the space for people to have or to approve, something that took place in the executive committee? I don't get it. So where would these individuals come from? I guess I'm trying to get some clarity on this is my clarity type situation. What individuals, when you say individuals, what individuals and for what purpose, and none of this information was in board docs, you know, where can I find it? You know, like, just tell me. Oh, wow. I'm gonna wait till Trustee Price Ward. Maybe.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't know my mic was on. I'm highlighting in my book, not in reference to anything you saying.
I appreciate that clarity. But like I was saying, like, what individuals, like, why isn't that those individuals specified on the agenda as somebody who's going to speak on the executive committee or to present to us under executive committee for approval of any documents, and where are these documents, or where can they be located for us, for at least the board members? I guess that's what my clarity is about.
Okay. Dan, did you want to speak to that?
Kind of obliquely anyway. And what this will involve is several censure motions regarding individual trustees. And I think that I would probably defer to Joe and Maricel, but I think it would probably, as we go forward, be good for Maricel to articulate each motion for censure. And I have to defer to Joe and Maricel as to who received the proposed censure documents. But so I hope that adds a little clarity, but I do think that Joe and or Marisol will need to take the lead on going through the motions.
Okay, Marisol?
Yes.
Morning.
Good morning. There is, I believe, there is motions by and I think we should start with, there's a motion, proposed motion by Trustee Weiss.
Yes, this is Trustee Weiss. I wanted to propose a motion to read off the censures.
Okay, and if there is, then it should be done individually.
Yeah.
For each one.
Okay, so he needs to make.
So motion to, should I just go one by one?
Yes.
So motion for censorship. First one would be Trustee Rodriguez.
Okay, is there a second?
Well, I think Trustee Weiss, I think you probably need to read the proposed.
Oh, do you want me to, okay, before we get a
Okay,
second?
so the trustees can know what they're voting on.
Okay, thank you,
Sure.
Marisol.
Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund is committed to an environment at the fund which is collegial, supportive, positive, and respectful of each person. Whereas the Board of Trustees is also committed to an environment at the fund free from aggressive, hostile, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior. Whereas in support of the above commitments, the Board of Trustees created and approved a code of conduct, ethics policy, and a declaration of principles and commitments to support effective fund governance to govern trustee behavior. Whereas the Board of Trustees censured Trustee Maria Rodriguez September 19th, 2019 for conduct towards fund employees and fellow trustee that was aggressive, hostile, unprofessional, and disrespectful in violation of the board's commitment to supportive, effective fund governance. Whereas the September 2019 censure directed Trustee Rodriguez to apologize to all affected employees and to her fellow trustee. And whereas despite the censure of Trustee Rodriguez in September 2019, Trustee Rodriguez has failed to apologize to the employees or to her fellow trustee. Whereby it is hereby resolved, the Board of Trustees reaffirms its commitment to provide every trustee and all fund employees with a respectful and collaborative environment free from aggressive, hostile, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior. The Board of Trustees censures Trustee Rodriguez for her failure since 2019 to apologize to the affected employees and to her fellow trustee. The Board of Trustees directs Trustee Rodriguez to make a public apology in open session at the next Board of Trustees meeting to all affected employees and to her fellow trustee. Trustee Rodriguez shall attend the May 20th and June 17th trustee training sessions on the effects of and risks from aggressive, hostile, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior. Trustee Rodriguez failure to make the public apology, attend the May 20th and June 17th trustee training sessions, or to refrain from engaging in further aggressive, hostile, unprofessional, and disrespectful conduct may result in more serious consequences to Trustee Rodriguez. The censure shall be published in the next CTPF newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jim. I don't know, Tina, your hand, was that hand up from before or?
Yes, the hand was up. It's been up for a while now, so.
Okay, I'm sorry. Tina?
I'll put it down.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, barring there are no hands, and we'll call the question for the first motion.
Okay, 1 second. Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
Trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
Trustee Clay,
No.
Trustee DeValier, Trustee Nelson, Trustee Padilla,
No.
Trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Travalos,
Yes.
Trustee Truss,
Abstain.
Trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes with 6 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 vocalized abstentions, and 2 trustees were absent.
Thank you, Joe. Marisol?
Yes, trustee Weiss, you want to just proceed to your next motion?
Yeah, present the next motion, censure of trustee Tina Padilla. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund, in commitment to an environment at the fund which is collegial, supportive, positive, and respectful of each person. Whereas the Board of Trustees is also committed to an environment at the fund free from unprofessional and disrespectful conduct. Whereas in support of the above commitments, the Board of Trustees created and approved a Code of Conduct Ethics Policy and a declaration of principles and commitments to support effective fund governance to govern trustee behavior. Whereas this Board of Trustees received complaints regarding aggressive, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior towards employees by trustee Padilla in board meetings. Whereas these allegations were investigated by outside counsel and the Board of Trustees finds as follows. The Board of Trustees reaffirms its commitment to provide every trustee and fund employee with a respectful and collaborative environment that is free from such aggressive, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior. Trustee Padilla's behavior violated the fund's Code of Conduct Ethics Policy and Declaration of Principles and Commitments to support effective fund governance. The Board of Trustees censures trustee Padilla for her behavior towards employees at the board meetings. The Board of Trustees directs trustee Padilla to make a public apology in open session at the next Board of Trustees meeting. Trustee Padilla shall attend the May 20th and June 17th trustee training sessions on the effects of and risks from aggressive, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior. Trustee Padilla's failure to make the public apology, attend the trustee training sessions, or to refrain from any further aggressive, unprofessional, and disrespectful conduct may result in more serious consequences to trustee Padilla. The censure shall be published in the next CTPF newsletter. Thank you.
Hello?
Is there a second?
Can I speak on this
Second.
motion?
Excuse me, Tina. The motion was made by Phil, seconded by Jackie. Maria, you have your hand up?
No,
You're just
I have
speaking
to-
without raising your hand. Maria has her hand up.
Trying to clarificate. I know I have difficulty. It keeps sticking. Did trustee Weiss say newsletter, or are these going to be in the minutes?
Newsletter.
Why the newsletter and not the minutes? That's never been stated before. And well, let me finish. I'm sorry. And because this is something that was brought up on these allegations against me. Somebody has their mic on. Could they please mute themselves? 2 years ago, and I had an attorney for that. 2 years ago, right before my election, Mr. Weiss, where you were not here, but you were given all this.
Maria, let me see if it's in order for you to be talking. No,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go
It's a different censure. So you're talking about yourself and it was already voted on and passed. Let me see if it's in order for council for you to be speaking about that at this particular time.
It should be
Joe or
germane.
Marisol?
Debate should be germane to the pending motion.
Okay, thank you.
So my question was, so he did say newsletter, so
Yes. Yes.
Joe, you're nodding yes?
Yes.
Why newsletter? So that it'll go out to 29,000 members? Is this what you're trying to say?
Thank you, Maria.
No, I asked Joe a question. I'm sorry.
I defer to the movement,
To the what?
to the person, to the trustee who made the motion.
It was
Okay,
out of
oh, to the person. Okay, Mr. Weiss, trustee Weiss.
I think at this point, we're trying to deter any behavior that is considered unacceptable. And so we're making an example of behaviors that are no longer going to be tolerable at the board. So that is why it's going out in the newsletter.
Okay, and you are campaigning. You are campaigning for people present here for the trustees.
It's not germane to the motion.
It is, okay,
Maria.
it's political. Okay, it is
It's not.
political. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina,
I can respond to that. I'm not
you don't have to,
campaigning.
Phil.
No need to
Tina's had
respond.
a-
No.
I mean, unless you want to, you don't have to.
He has
Yeah.
This is a point of privilege.
Point of order. He has a right to personal privilege.
He does. He does. Go ahead, Phil.
I deny that. I'm not campaigning in anyone's behalf. This is a change of behavior moving forward, and it is not meant other than to deter the behavior.
Thank you. And thanks, Jim. Tina?
Yes, hello. I have a severe problem. And you know what? I'm trying to relax because you all know that I'm suffering from a condition right now. But I spoke to an attorney who investigated, and she said that I was clear from all allegations. That's all I'm saying. All of a sudden I'm being censured when this was a outside attorney that did the investigation and found no evidence to support these allegations. And now all of a sudden a censure without me being consulted about it by our attorneys. I think this is, again, misrepresentation. No, better yet, this is fraudulent misrepresentation. That's what I want to say. Enough.
Okay. Thank you, Tina. I see no other hands, so call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
No.
trustee DeValier,
Stay.
trustee Nelson, trustee Padilla,
No.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No.
trustee Travalos,
Yes.
trustee Truss,
Abstain.
trustee
No,
White,
you know what? I'd like a moment when I have a
Excuse me.
chance. Could you
Excuse me,
please
Tina,
come
we're in the
back
middle
to
of a
me?
vote.
Thank you.
We're in the
Thank
middle
you.
of a
Come
vote,
back
Tina.
to me.
trustee
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you.
My apologies.
I'm not sure I got all that vote.
I have,
You have 6 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstention, and 2 trustees that did not vote.
I have 6-3, 2 abstentions.
2, I'm sorry, 2 abstentions. Thank you. And 1 trustee that did not vote.
Correct.
Thank you.
Who did not vote?
Lois. If I heard her, if I didn't hear her.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Joe, would you like me to resign right now? If that's
Excuse me.
what you need from me.
Excuse me, Tina.
That's
Excuse me,
what I'll
Tina.
do.
You're out of order, Tina.
Oh, you know what? This whole committee, this whole thing, this whole board is out of order.
Excuse me, Tina. Excuse me, Tina. Thank you.
I have 2 more motions to read off here.
Go ahead, Phil. Apologies.
All right, the next one is a censure of trustee Gervais Clay. That's the motion. Should I just start reading?
You have to read it, yeah.
Okay, whereas the Board of Trustees of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund is committed to an environment at the fund which is collegial, supportive, positive, and respectful of each person. Whereas the Board of Trustees is also committed to an environment at the fund free from unprofessional and disrespectful conduct. Whereas in support of the above commitments, the Board of Trustees created and approved the Code of Conduct Ethics Policy and Declaration of Principles and Commitments to support effective fund governance to govern trustee behavior. Whereas this Board of Trustees received complaints regarding unprofessional behavior by Trustee Clay towards employees during the board meeting. And whereas these allegations were investigated by outside counsel and the Board of Trustees find as follows. The Board of Trustees reaffirms its commitment to provide every trustee and fund employee with a respectful and collaborative environment that is free from aggressive, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior. The Board of Trustees censures Trustee Clay for her behavior towards employees at the board meeting. Trustees Clay behavior violated the fund's Code of Conduct Ethics Policy and Declaration of Principles and Commitments to support effective fund governance. The Board of Trustees directs Trustee Clay to make a public apology in an open session at the next board meeting of Board of Trustees meeting. Trustee Clay shall attend the May 20th and June 17th trustee training sessions on the effects of and risks from aggressive, unprofessional, and disrespectful behavior. Trustee Clay's failure to make the public apology, attend the trustee training sessions, or to reaffirm from any further aggressive, unprofessional, and disrespectful conduct may result in more serious consequences to Trustee Clay. This censure shall be published in the next CTPF newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Was it, I think it was Mary Sharon.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me see. Okay, I see no hands, so we can call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
Trustee Cavallero,
Yes.
Trustee Clay,
No.
thank you. Trustee DeValier,
Stay.
Trustee Nelson, Trustee Padilla,
No.
Trustee Price Ward, Trustee Riley, Trustee
Are they
Riley.
I'm sorry, are
Yes,
they all
I'm sorry,
muted?
I was muted.
I'm sorry. Did you get my vote? I'm
No, I
sorry.
didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes,
Yes, okay, thank you.
yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
No,
Trustee Travalos,
Yes.
Trustee Trust,
Abstention.
Trustee Weiss.
Yes.
I'm sorry, did I get Trustee DeValier? Yeah.
Yeah, it was an
They're
abstention.
recorded as an abstention.
Okay, yeah.
So there are 6 ayes, 3 nays, 2 abstention, and 1 trustee not voting.
Thank you.
I have one more to read here.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is actually a reprimand of Trustee Mary Sharon Riley. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund is committed to an environment at the fund which is collegial, supportive, positive, and respectful of each person. Whereas the Board of Trustees is also committed to an environment at the fund free from harassment, discrimination, and bullying. Whereas in support of the above commitments, the Board of Trustees created and approved the Code of Ethics, Policy, and Commitments to supportive, effective fund governance to govern trustee behavior. Whereas this Board of Trustees received complaints regarding an unprofessional and racially offensive statement by Trustee Riley that was directed at another trustee at a Board of Trustees meeting. Whereas these allegations were investigated and the Board of Trustees finds as follow. The Board of Trustees reaffirms its commitment to provide every trustee, fund employee, and the public with a respectful and collaborative environment free from race-based speech. The Board of Trustees reprimands Trustee Riley for her unprofessional and race-based comments to another trustee during the board meeting. Trustee Riley's behavior violated the fund's Code of Conduct Ethics Policy and Declaration of Principles and Commitments to support effective fund governance. The Board of Trustees directs Trustee Riley to make a public apology in open session at the next Board of Trustees meeting. Trustee Riley shall attend the May 20th and June 17th trustee training sessions on the effects of and risks from unprofessional, racially insensitive, and disrespectful behavior. Trustee Riley's failure to make this public apology, attend the training sessions, or to refrain from any further unprofessional conduct or racially insensitive comments may result in more serious consequences to trustee Riley. This reprimand shall be published in the next CTPF newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay.
I don't know who was first, Jim or Jackie.
Jim was first. I'm just having a
Okay.
problem unmuting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any hands, so call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
Abstention.
trustee DeValier,
Abstain.
trustee Nelson, trustee Padilla,
Abstain.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
No.
trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
trustee Travalos,
Yes.
trustee Truss,
Abstention.
trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes with 6 aye votes, 1 nay vote, 4 abstentions, and 1 trustee not voting.
Okay,
I have my hand raised.
I see you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gervais.
So my question would be, can I have this in writing? The documents that was just read about me? Can someone forward that to me today? And Joe, this question is for you. Can you direct me to where am I supposed to go to look for the policies and bylaws? Because I'm just thinking that we just had a reprimand for racial statements, and that was a reprimand for a racial statement. But for something that was read off to say harassment or being unprofessional, that warrants a censure. So I just need to see the bylaws and the policies. That's to Joe. I'm not trying to have a whole lot of discussion. I don't want to have a discussion about it, Joe. I just want to know, where can I find that? And also, what was the purpose of the board paying Lori Eckert, the attorney, to come in and give her piece, and then you guys supersede what she gave her recommendation? So that would be to you. But can I get a copy of the all of this today?
Don't
Go ahead,
know if
Joe.
Trustee Weiss has a copy he can provide, but we certainly can do a transcription and provide it.
Only for me. Only the part that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to send. I'd be happy to send it. I can send it.
Yes.
Can I just a point of privilege, since you pointed out the difference between the censure versus the reprimand? I wanted to explain.
For the policy, but I just asked Joe for a policy.
Okay. Well, you asked why they were different. I can explain.
No, but I was asking Joe for that. I would like to have the policy. I would like to have it in writing, because you guys obviously use something in writing to determine where this is going, right? Or where you got a basis for looking at something. You didn't just sit around and have a conversation to weigh it out. It's somewhere written that one was outweighed the other. So I would like for that document as well. That's all.
Okay. Go ahead, Phil.
Regarding the Riley reprimand, there was an immediate apology, and that did have an effect on the decision to make it a reprimand versus censorship, as she immediately recognized her behavior was not acceptable. And
yes,
Mary Sharon has, excuse me, Gervais.
Yeah, but
There's other hands up. No, he was
making a
point. Mary Sharon, and then I have Gervais, I have Mary Sharon, then I have Maria. The hands were up.
So I don't get to have a point of privilege at this point? But okay, I can wait there.
I can come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, this reprimand sounds like I directed something towards someone. And actually what it was, I said something and I was unmuted. It wasn't directed toward anyone. So it's a little, what's included in the reprimand is a little bit incorrect. And yes, I did send letters of apology to everyone on the board. And it's over a year ago. Bettina saw fit to report it as a whistleblower because she knows I'm running for election and she wants to screw me.
Sharon, that wasn't the case. I
Maria,
am not
I'm
going
sorry,
to
Tina,
accept that.
Maria's
She
next,
used
Tina.
my name. I
Okay.
should have a chance to rebut.
Okay, but let me get, I have Maria, then I have Gervais, then I'll come to you.
Am I unmuted? Okay, thank you. Well, number one, we all know that, and that they're trying to silence us because we won't accept a status quo. We don't rubber stamp everything, and we're strong women. The racist remark was made to a room full of people. There's no due process. They did not allow us to bring any attorneys. Tina was discouraged to bring an attorney. And I believe Trustee Clay, she wasn't even interviewed. We don't know what not everyone knows what the allegations are. So how can you be, I don't understand how Trustee Weiss can feel this is correct. We don't know what the charges are. We don't know who said what. I mean, it's unbelievable. And like I said, this comes up every 2 years when I am being reelected. And recently, the same people who are voting for us to be censured, to be publicized, I was told to shut up by Trustee Riley 4
Yes,
weeks ago at a meeting, and President Blackwell called Trustee Clay a liar to me 2 weeks ago, and it's all on tape, but they judge us. It's shameful because the real issues are the real problems at the board. The external attorney was hired by Joe Burns. Her payment comes through his online administrative expenses. It is really sad. This is how money from the fund is being wasted when other people had made comments. And what I'm saying, the statements Ms. Riley made to tell me to shut up, it's not the first time. Twice she has told Hispanics to shut up. She's done it to Tina in 2018, and all this was done in open session. So it's not a secret. Mr. Blackwell's statements were in open session as well. Anybody who was on there heard what happened. I'm sorry that you all feel so much hate and resentment. Even Mr. Weiss, Trustee Weiss, who said when he first came on, Joe Burns sent him all history, but he did not send him everything. He said he received every whistleblower complaint. And it's sad. I wish we'd get down to business. Thank you.
Thank you. Gervais, then Tina.
Yes, this is point of clarity for Trustee Weiss. You made the point to point out the difference that Trustee Riley apologized. Well, first and foremost, the only reason that she was able to apologize is because someone shared with her who the other trustee was that was offended and who she directed that statement at, right? So she was able to apologize. This has been going on for like 2 years. I guess we're going up 2 years. But the one thing that I said at the beginning when this first happened was, who was the staff member, or who were the staff members, if there was a staff members, because the right for me to apologize for anybody who I offended was taken away from me. And so now you want me to apologize to someone who may or may not, because we've had several people to leave who may or may not be present. And so I always believe that it's okay to apologize. I have no problem ever apologizing. But for you to ask me as a trustee or as a human being to do an open apology, to whom am I apologizing to? That was my question 2 years ago, or when it's all started. Like, who would I need to apologize? Who have I offended in what manner? That was taken away from me. Yet you are telling me that because one trustee was allowed to apologize, and the only reason she can apologize is because someone on this board told her who the whistleblower, who the person she offended was. Somebody did that. And so I'm not saying that, I don't even want to get into if that was wrong or if that was right, but I'm getting into the point that she was able to be guided to apologize. But you removed that from me and never gave me the opportunity. So I always will won't have an understanding about how we operating, and especially if you thinking or you believing that just because I'm going to stand before whomever I'm standing before to give an apology, that won't mean anything to them if the person whom I need to apologize is not present in the audience. And you took away her or my ability to sit down and to have a conversation when this first happened. I don't appreciate that part, nor do I appreciate the fact that you guys just read off a bunch of information about me and my character and who I am. And that's fine, that's good. But you still deny me the right to even address this issue. Who am I addressing this with? What did you use? What metrics did you use to do this? Everybody has a metric. Where's the metric?
Gervais, that's your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tina, then we got to move on.
I have nothing to say. I'll bring an attorney in the next time I talk.
Jeff, my hand is up.
Okay, go ahead, Mary Sharon.
To Gervais about me apologizing. My apology came before the whistleblower, long before. So I had already apologized when the whistleblower was filed. So it had nothing to do with, depriving you. I already did it. It was way before that I apologized. And as far as, excuse me, and as far as saying shut up to somebody, yes, I was wrong, but that person was interrupting me in the middle of making a motion when I had asked Joe to clarify how I was supposed to word it.
Since, excuse me, Mr.
We've got to move on.
Since you mentioned my name.
Excuse me, my name was mentioned and I want to speak also.
I'm just asking.
Actually,
ask you a
I think
question
at this point in time, we've made the motions and now we're having the discussions after the motions were voted on, and we have to move on with the business of the fund. So at this point in time, I haven't spoken. My name was mentioned. I think we're kind of beating a dead horse now. I appreciate everybody's testimony. I don't want anyone to feel like their voice isn't, it's not being heard. I'm sorry, I was just stopping for a minute because I still see hands up and I wanted to move on. If that's okay with everyone. Okay, Gervais is stepping away. Since my name was brought up, so for a point of information, this is items that this is directly related to my statement on August 20th regarding some of the issues that we've been having with the fund. People are speaking as though individual trustees had some type of agenda and were bringing these things up. These were complaints that were brought up by various individuals within the fund, and they were investigated, and these were the results of the investigation. So there's no particular agenda from anyone that is doing anything, I think, politically. I think this is with us, as Phil stated earlier, with us identifying behaviors that have been persistent on this board and us trying to do things that we need to do to correct these behaviors and stop them. So, since my name was mentioned, there was no incident in which I called another trustee a liar, and you can go back to the tape. And the issue that occurred with a racial epithet being made towards me by Trustee Rodriguez over a year ago, and she was censured and she never apologized. That's thus the second censure. So I just want to clear that up and go on record stating that. And as Phil stated, there's behaviors that have been persistent on this board that we're trying to stop. And that's what this effort is. Thank you. So that would take us on to item 3G. Approval of the Callan 2021 Real Estate Pacing Plan and Overview.
I'm gonna pass the motion. Read the motion, okay?
Okay.
This is Trustee Weiss.
Okay, I'm gonna step away real quick. I hear something going off downstairs.
All right, so the motion is to accept Callan and staff's recommendation to approve the 2021 real estate pacing study, which includes the total investment of $70 million allocated over fiscal year 2022, 2023 to non-core real estate. Now, I know Jeff stepped away for a moment, so I can just kind of read off the recommendations if people don't have it in front of them. Callan and staff recommend approval. Yeah.
Phil, Sharina could pull it up for you. It's the first item in the administrative, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Do you want me to read it, Joe, or just let them review it?
It's not necessary to read it.
Okay.
The vice president can allow debate in the absence of the president.
Can we
Do we
start?
need a second? Do we need a second, Joe?
We need a second.
Okay, I'll second.
And I can't see any hands, so
It's open for debate, and the motion was made by Phil, and he would have the right to speak first to the motion.
okay,
There are no hands up at this time.
okay, thank you.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. In an effort to bring the real estate portfolio to and maintain its target allocation of 9%, Callan completes an annual pacing study that guides CTPF with the amount of annual investments. In the interest of time, I'm going to turn it over to Lauren Surdich to review the real estate pacing and performance.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And can we bring up the Callan presentation? That would be great. So I do just want to spend a quick minute just to give you an update on the performance of your portfolio before we get into pacing. At the beginning of this presentation, we go through a detailed market overview, but I just in summary, so if you can refer to page 4 of this presentation. The real estate market is starting to return to normal. We're seeing the transaction market pick up a little bit. So what's really helpful with that is as transactions have been picking up, that means that the appraisers have a better idea of what real estate is worth because people are buying and selling it. So they have a market they can observe. So if you look broadly across the real estate market, we still see retail and hotels being challenged, and we still see industrial performing very well, which is great because industrial makes up a good chunk of your real estate portfolio. But there's been a bit of a return to normal. So I will also kind of skip ahead and speak specifically to your portfolio. So if we go forward to slide 10.
Lauren, excuse me for 1 second.
Sure.
Phil, would you prefer that they
You're on mute, Jeff. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Phil, Angela, would you prefer that the presenter go through the presentation and hold questions at the end?
That would be great if we could do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll.
I know
hold
Trustee
questions until the
Rodriguez
end of
has
the
a question
presentation.
here.
Yeah, that's what I was asking because I know sometimes when we're taking notes and we kind of stop, it kind of throws people off. So if we like to go through the presentation and hold our questions. Thank you.
Please, and thank you.
So I just want to touch quickly on slide 10. This just shows an overview of your total real estate allocation. If you look right now based on the plan's market value, and again, this data is as of December 31st of 2020, so year-end data. Your target allocation is 9% based on your market value. You're just under allocated at 8%, but you've got a healthy amount of unfunded commitments from all of the funds that you've committed to over the last couple of years as they make acquisitions. And of course, that was paused a little bit over the course of the pandemic, but now we're seeing them get active again. And then also right now, your portfolio is split 82% in core real estate and 18% in non-core real estate. And then if actually we could skip ahead to slide 12, I just want to touch quickly on the overall performance of your real estate portfolio. You had a strong quarter beating the benchmark. You only had one core fund that underperformed the Odyssey benchmark. That was your UBS Trumbull Property Fund. They've had some challenges. We've spoken about them over the last year. We continue to monitor them. They've had some challenges with retail and hotel and some of their office assets. But other than that, you had all of your core and core plus managers beating the benchmark. And then your non-core fund performance, again, kind of a similar theme in some of your challenge funds. It was due to exposure to hotel properties and low vacancy in New York City apartment asset. But you've got some great non-core fund exposure to the industrial markets that really helped with performance for the quarter. And then I'm gonna skip forward. I'm gonna touch quickly on infrastructure and then go back to pacing, since that's where the recommendation is, and if that is okay with everyone. We'll just spend just one. So if you scroll ahead, starting on slide 18, this is an overview of your infrastructure portfolio. You are just slightly under your 10%, your 2%, target allocation to infrastructure. You've got some unfunded commitments in the pipeline, so you're really well positioned there. Right now, you're split 59% core and 41% non-core. If we go ahead to slide 20, I just want to give the reminder that your benchmark is a public markets-based benchmark, and your infrastructure investments are private investments. So you're going to see a lot of volatility in your benchmark index. And you can kind of see that if you look at the last quarter return, but then the 1-year return, and you're going to see much less volatility in your own portfolio of private infrastructure investments. So you did underperform for the quarter, but all but one of your funds delivered positive returns. And the one fund that didn't, it's very, very early on in its closed-end fund life. So as it makes acquisitions, we expect that return to pick up. And I do just want to spend a quick minute here in case you had any questions, because while it's not captured in the fourth quarter data, your core fund IFM infrastructure, one of your core funds, is a partial owner of the Colonial Pipeline asset. So I just wanted to spend a quick second just giving you an overview of what your exposure is there. So that total fund is a $33 billion infrastructure fund, and the Colonial Pipeline asset, of which they are a minority owner, they own under 16% of it, which represents only $700 million of that $33 billion fund. And IFM did notify us as soon as they were made aware of the attack, and also kept investors in the loop as things progressed. I mean, of course, it probably was side by side the news reports, the broad news reports on the asset, but did confirm when everything was back up online. So again, the fund only owns 15.8% of the Colonial Pipeline, and it makes up only 2.1% of the overall fund. So while you have exposure there, it's not very big. So I'm just going to go back and go back to pacing and kind of the meat of the agenda item for today. So if we can go back to slide 14. And this is just a recap of all that has been done within the portfolio since 2016, when we became your real estate consultant. So you've committed $400 million to 9 different managers and 13 funds. You've restructured your core plus portfolio and put additional capital into some of the higher performing managers in that space. So you've been very active. And I just want to, if you just kind of what I think you can notice just glimpsing at this slide is how active you've been every year, which is so important for vintage year diversification in a non-core portfolio. So that's been really positive. And then on slide 15, this shows our annual pacing model. And I think the experience over the last 18 months really underscores the importance of doing this annually. because last year we conducted this pacing model in an environment where equities were declining and real estate was holding its value. So it's very important to assess it again this year in an environment where equity has seen tremendous gains. So that, obviously can have an effect on how much capital is available to put into real estate and how much you need to put in to reach your 9% target. So there are two main metrics that sort of underscore the pacing model. That's the 9% target allocation to real estate, as well as our target split of 75% core, because we want your portfolio to continue to be anchored by strong core real estate, and 25% non-core. For this year, you guys have already been really active in committing to non-core funds. A couple months ago, you approved a $40 million commitment to Basis, which is a diverse owned real estate debt fund. And then back in 2018, you also had approved an additional allocation to PRESA 2, which over the last 3 years, we've been incrementally giving them more capital. So the final slug of that capital, that $55 million, will be going into PRESA 2, which is a core plus fund this year. And going forward, what we're recommending is a $70 million allocation to non-core funds pretty consistently over the next few years, but specifically for next year. And that really ties well with the size commitments that you tend to make to the non-core fund space. They come in around 30 to 35 million. So that allows you to make 2 a year, which should give you room to both re-up with the managers that you're investing with now that have really strong programs, but also allow you to look to the MWDBE space and make sure that you continue to gain exposure to strong managers in that market, and hopefully introduce new ones to your portfolio. And so on slide 16, these are kind of the recommendations that we're suggesting. And in addition to that $70 million allocation to non-core, we're also recommending that there's a great tool that you guys have used to help you stay within that 25% non-core, 75% core band, as well as help you reach your 9% allocation. And that is either electing to reinvest your dividends from your core and core plus open-end funds, or receiving them in cash. Currently, with the exception of the UBS Trumbull Property Fund, you automatically reinvest those dividends into all of your core and core plus funds. And what we're recommending is for the 3 core funds, JP Morgan Strategic Property Fund, LaSalle Property Fund, and PRISA, that you elect to receive your dividends in cash, but continue to reinvest dividends in your core plus funds, which include PRISA 2 and then Lion Industrial Trust. And I know that was a lot, so please fire away with the questions.
Maria had her hand up for a question a while ago.
No, that was a mistake, she said.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for questions here. I don't see any questions. Maybe it would be helpful, just because the trustees weren't in the meeting, to provide some clarity on core versus non-core, so they know what that means a little bit further.
Sure. So your core portfolio is made up of a number of open-end funds, and those funds invest in income-generating assets in large primary markets. So you're getting a lot of gateway market exposure. So gateway markets like Boston, New York, San Francisco, they're investing in sort of the best of the best assets and the best of the best markets. And then you've got your non-core, and in your non-core portfolio, it's all closed-end funds. So you commit a certain amount of capital, the manager is going to invest over a certain amount of time, and then that fund has an end date where it's going to sell all its assets and distribute all of the capital to its investors. So those funds are generally have a little more appreciation and a little less current income. And that split kind of changes as you go up the risk spectrum in the non-core fund space. What you're also getting in your non-core portfolio is some exposure to some property types and markets that might not be, they might be smaller assets. There's some different types, whereas you get a lot of multifamily and industrial and also office and retail in your core portfolio. You've got some student housing and medical office and self-storage. That is, while you might have some exposure in your core portfolio, and that's sort of an ever-changing, property types are in ever-changing space, but you get a little more of that in your non-core portfolio. And then again, you have exposure to more markets within your non-core portfolio. And so non-core tends to be higher returning, and core portfolios are, and you have core and core plus, so it should be delivering slightly lower returns in your non-core portfolio.
In non-core, typically there's something more that needs to be done to a property, right? Leasing, renovation, or it may be out of favor property types where you're taking advantage of a market dislocation, as opposed to core, which is well-leased properties like Lawrence and in major markets that produce a lot more income.
Thank you, Sally. That's what I was looking for, actually. I wanted that clarification so that they knew. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeff, I don't see any questions.
Was the motion made in second?
Yes. It was seconded, wasn't it? I can't remember now.
Yeah, I thought I heard a second.
Jacqueline.
Jackie, yeah.
Jackie second, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm delayed on muting. Yes, I did second.
Ready to call the question, Phil?
Yeah, call the question, I'm sorry.
Okay, trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
trustee Clay, trustee DeValier,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Padilla,
Abstain.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez, trustee Carlos,
Yes.
trustee Trust,
Yes.
trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
What was the count, Sharina? Did you have?
We have 9 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention, and I think there are 3 not voting.
2.
Yeah, I thought I.
Is that-
I have.
So the
2.
motion passes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Sharina. Thanks, Jeff. Where does that takes us to?
I'm going to read the next motion for a BMO fixed income strategy. That's okay?
Okay, yeah, let me mute. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the next
Excuse me.
motion.
Can I check something? Did Sharina hear me say yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to check because I thought the numbers were off. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna read off the next motion. The next motion is, excuse me, to terminate BMO fixed income strategy and graduate Ramirez Asset Management from ATKIS Manager of Managers program with an allocation of $150 million. That's the motion. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nelson. Okay, thanks, Jackie.
You're welcome.
Again, in the interest of time, I will turn it over to Brianne Weymouth.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Angela. Good morning. If we can pull up the recommendation here, we have a two-part presentation, but what we're trying to achieve here is we'd like to terminate the BMO fixed income strategy and in its place, graduate the Ramirez core fixed income strategy and then reallocate the remaining assets from BMO to your other core managers. So as I go through the presentation, we've divided it into kind of two actions, but ultimately the two would go hand in hand. So if we can start on the presentation on the next page. So just to give you a brief history of the BMO core fixed income strategy, this team.
Yeah,
and
let me ask a quick question, or just so
Sure.
they're aware. Can you explain to the trustees what fixed income means? Essentially, you know, lower risk, diversified, anchor against riskier assets, so that they're aware. I just don't know what people know because they weren't in the meeting.
Sure. So fixed income is essentially a portfolio of loans. You're loaning money to the government, to corporations, to people with mortgages, and it is a more stable asset than your equities. You expect a lower return, but you also expect lower risk. So the portfolio currently has a 23% allocation to fixed income. This is your anchor to windward. So when equities are down, fixed income's down less. But when equities are up, fixed income's also not up as much. So think of it as a stabilizing asset, lower risk asset in the fund. So BMO Global Asset Management formerly was called Taplin, Canada and Habach, TCH, as they were known. And they've been in the portfolio for a little over 16 years. So this is a fund that was originally a minority-owned firm that was hired into the portfolio. We view it as a success story because the founders were able to have a strong succession plan, and then they sold the company to BMO ultimately and were able to retire. And those retirements occurred in 2016. After that, we had confidence in the team, but over the years, starting in 2019, there were some changes. So first, portfolio manager left, Daniela left in February of 2019, but still we had 3 remaining portfolio managers on the team. So we were comfortable with that, although we did put them on watch. Last year in September, Janelle Woodward, who is the president of the firm and a senior portfolio manager, left. And so at that time, we started to feel like maybe this was a good time for us to think about finding a manager to graduate and substitute BMO into the portfolio. And then that kind of concept was solidified last month when BMO announced that they're selling their asset management company to Columbia Threadneedle. So the changes in the team, the changes in the firm ownership just became too much for us to continue to have conviction in this strategy. And so we've determined that we'd like to recommend termination at this point. The next slide just reviews the watch list history. They've been on and off the watch list over the years for personnel turnover. So each one of the bullet points that I just went through caused a watch list. And then they also had some performance challenges at times. But right now, it's less about performance and just more about the firm and the team. So I'll stop there. I don't know if we want to.
I'm looking for questions here.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions? All right, Jeff, I don't see any questions.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, so
call questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask if you want me to continue or if you're going to vote on this.
It's
No.
Phil or Angela.
Was there more? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did I cut you off, Brian, or was there more that you wanted to share?
No more to share on TCH. Just the graduation process would be next.
I think we could call the question.
Okay.
So can we call the question? Do we have a second? Or how does that work? I'm sorry.
I thought the motion was already made in second.
It was. Okay.
Okay,
So
yeah,
it's
so
the
you just
vote
called a
now.
question.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the vote.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
trustee Clay, trustee DeValle,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Padilla,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez, trustee Travalos,
Yes.
trustee Truss,
Yes.
trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes with 10 ayes and 2 trustees not voting.
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. So we can move on then to the graduation process. So if you could continue to scroll down in the slides. So manager graduations are something that we do. The last one we did was about 5 years ago. We graduated Focus and SGA. So when we do this, we look to your manager program. So you have 2 managers that invest in emerging minority women-owned managers for the fund. Addicts invests in a best-in-breed portfolio, so they're investing in domestic equity, international equity, and fixed income. And then Leading Edge is just investing in international equity. So because we were looking for a fixed income manager, and we do this anytime that we're going to do a search or add a manager to the portfolio, is we go to Addicts and say, hey, is there anyone that you'd like to graduate? In this case, we've been following Ramirez for a few years now. They presented at your First Fridays, and they've been in the Addicts portfolio for quite some time. The Addicts currently allocates $19 million to them, so they're already a manager in the portfolio. So when we have the opportunity to graduate a manager, we go through this process where Callan does due diligence, we get Addicts' perspective and staff, and all of us have agreed that Ramirez is appropriate for graduation. We're recommending $150 million to be allocated to Ramirez. This was a size that we determined to be appropriate. It gives them a good starting amount. And then the rest of the assets from BMO would be allocated to the other 3 core managers. So they would all be sized about 300 million, and then Ramirez would have half that allocation. We really like Ramirez for the fit that they provide in your portfolio. They invest in some non-benchmark sectors that you're not getting as much exposure to now. So when we put all 4 of the managers together, we find that you get a more diversified portfolio. If you want to flip through, I can just talk real briefly about some of the other things that we consider when we do this, go through this graduation process. So if we can go to the next, I think it's 2 slides. This is just your investment policy information where we talk about your minority, women, diverse, disabled owned managers. The one thing I will point out is when we graduate from Addicts, that means that Addicts can no longer hold that manager in their portfolio. So it's good for the fund to graduate a manager, but it also gives Addicts an opportunity to add a new manager to their portfolio. So it's kind of a win-win for the fund. And the next slide, we have a list of things that we consider and that the board should consider. You know, I've talked about the strategy fit. This will be a fee neutral change. We've done the due diligence. The transition costs aren't a concern here because you're already terminating a fixed income manager, so you have to move the assets anyways. And that makes this perfect timing to do something like this. So I'll just ask to go to the last slide and then I'll pause for questions. This gives you the current asset allocation and how you're allocated, and then the target. So really the target allocation is just taking, as I mentioned, those Ramirez assets, sizing them to be about half the size of the other core managers in the red section. And then we're not making any other changes to the portfolio. So this would increase your MWDBE exposure from 34.2% to 42.1%, because not only are you adding Ramirez, but you're also giving more assets to Pugh and Garcia Hamilton. So with that, I'll see if there's any questions.
I don't see any questions. I don't see any hands.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thanks, Brianne.
Yeah.
All right, do you want me? Yeah.
I want you to pause for a minute while we exit Callan from the call, if Sharina and Celia can put them in the waiting room. And then you can read the motion as soon as they confirm that they are in the waiting room.
Will there be a motion on the Ramirez funding?
Well, we already voted for it.
Well, was the text of the motion to do both in the same step?
The motion that was read and seconded said to terminate BMO and to graduate Ramirez.
Thank you for clarifying.
Trustee Rodriguez has a question.
Okay. Go ahead, Maria.
I was trying to unmute myself. I'm sorry, again, Angela, what'd you say the motion was, please?
The motion that was read was to, let me pull it up.
Want me to read it here? To terminate BMO fixed income strategy, and then to graduate Ramirez Asset Management from the ATCA's Manager of Managers program, and we're allocating 150 million.
Okay, thank you.
That's the motion.
The explanation came after the motion, but that's okay.
Yeah, I just wanted.
Excuse me.
Was the motion seconded?
It was seconded and we voted on it.
Okay, just make sure.
Excuse me, Angela, you said to put who in the waiting room? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Brianne Weymouth, Yosanjo, Lauren, Sally, Jan.
Okay. I believe everyone, because there were a lot. I believe everyone is there now.
Okay, I don't see anyone.
Oh, all right.
I'm gonna see it real quick. Okay, if you could, can you pull up the investment consultant RFP presentation?
The one that says investment consultant search process.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one?
No. Oh, is that it?
The investment consultant search process.
It's down further, Cecilia. Yeah.
Really outside today. And then Trustee Weiss, you can go ahead with the motion.
Okay, I wanted to read the motion, but a quick question, because I know we want to ask if they're negotiable on fees. Is that something we should ask before?
You should ask during their presentations or when it's time for questions to the finalists.
Okay. I'm going to read off the motion then. The motion is to approve staff's recommendations to retain Callan LLC as CTPF, Chicago Teacher Pension Fund investment consultant, with the option to review the contract year-end 2024 and the option to retain the other finalists on a project basis as needed. Thank you.
There's a second?
Second by Trustee.
Seconded by Dwayne.
Yes.
Thank you. Any hands for discussion? I don't see any hands. You want to call the question, Phil?
So I have my hand up.
Oh, I didn't.
Sorry, it
Just went
didn't
through
click
twice.
right. I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay.
It's
I'm
all
having a
right.
lot of pauses. Okay, no, just my question. I know this is a finalist book. So who was on the team? I'm sorry, Angela, who was on the team to do the RFP? Who was on about? Was it just investment team or who was it all? I mean, if you can refresh my memory, please.
It was the investment team, a subset of the investment department.
Okay. All right. Okay,
So
thank you.
there
Oh,
were
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. There were 7 of us.
7. Any attorneys or the internal audit director?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And just in full disclosure, I also sat through a number of the interviews, just so you're aware. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina, oh, she took her hand. I don't know if I thought I saw Tina's hand up. Did she take it down?
No, it's up.
It's up.
President
Thank you.
Blackwell.
Okay.
Well, my
Thank you, Jeff.
question was going to be where any trustees, since the consultants, one of their, we're hiring them is to consult the trustees. So none of the trustees, and I don't think it'll be I think it's kind of a bias when just trustee, the chair of the investment committee was there and not some other trustee who is not as well versed as the chair. So that's all I had to say.
I sat in.
What role and which role? You know, that's the part.
All 3 roles.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Can I begin to go through the presentation and then start to bring the finalists in?
Please, and thank you.
So Sharina or Cecilia, can you scroll through to page 3? And I'll do this really quickly because we're really behind in time. We do a consultant RFP every 5 years per the Illinois Pension Code that states that we cannot have a consultant contract over 5 years. In this consultant RFP, 7 investment consultants responded to the request for proposal. We publicized it on the CTPF website, as well as Pensions and Investments, Mandate Wire, FinDaily, PI Media, Pageant Media, and Funfire. Normally for any other manager RFPs, we would have also publicized it on our consultant website, but for this particular one, it is just the outside publications that we publicize on. Next slide. This goes through our process. We issued the RFP in January of 2021. The deadline was February 19th. We received, read, reviewed, evaluated from February 22nd to March 29th. I'm sorry, I can't hear. Then we held interviews for the finalists the first week of April. Those interviews, as Trustee Weiss and Trustee Blackwell said, they sat in on from May 3rd to May 7th. Post the interviews, we evaluated the consultants again. We called references, both references of ex-clients as well as current clients for the finalists. We took notes on those reference calls as well. And then May 10th through May 11th, the team met several times to really discuss the quantitative measures as well as the qualitative characteristics of each consultant. And that brings us to today. Next slide. So the RFP generated quite a lot of quality submissions. The staff had previously met with the consultants over the years through industry conferences, through just meeting with them when they requested a meeting. Even though they were not our consultants, we were familiar with the consultants. 7 firms submitted formal responses: Aon Townsend, Callan, Makita, NEPC, Veris, Wilshire, and RCLCO. Next slide. Out of the 7 candidates, 2 firms replied for only the real estate services, 1 firm replied for only the general consulting services, and 4 firms replied for all services. It is staff's preference to have 1 consultant for consistency and to have a general stable portfolio construction and collaboration across the portfolio. The staff conducted quantitative and qualitative reviews, as I stated. All 7 respondents agreed to CTPF, the Illinois Pension Code certification requirements regarding ethics and fiduciary requirements. 3 firms rose to the top of strategic planning for portfolio construction, asset allocation, investment philosophy, due diligence, and so on. The following 3 firms were selected to present to the CTPF board today: Callan, Makita, and Wilshire. And if you could just fast forward to slide 13, I believe. There is, write-ups for each consultant, but there we go. This kind of gives a summary of some of the things that we looked at: their experience, their research, their asset allocation, diversity initiatives, and manager selection and fees. And really, these were 3 great finalists, candidates. The scoring was close. There's very little distinction between the 3. So I think we can hear from them now. And you already have the recommendation. If you go to slide 14, I think we also have a summary here of the fees and the fee schedules, and some of the characteristics for each finalist. So the fees are pretty average across the 3, with just slight differences. And normally the question is, are fees negotiable from the trustees to our RFP finalists? And I would expect those questions today. So if there are no questions, we can bring in the first finalist. And I can't see the hand, so I don't.
You have Ms. Trustee Nelson's hand, and my hand.
Okay, Trustee Nelson was first there.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
That's what.
Lois Nelson, I have a concern, and I want to mention this concern, and everyone has read through what was sent to us so they can have their own concerns. But I was at the Springfield hearing that's held periodically for the different funds, and Callan was asked by Chair Napoleon Harris regarding their diversity. And this was not the first time. The previous hearing was asked of the same question of Callan. So I just want to mention that because that is a concern of mine. I don't know about the others because we were only there from our pension fund doing several sessions. So our session included our Callan. So I'm just mentioning that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie?
Yes, I had wanted to know if, and I guess this question is directed to Angela as Chief Investment Officer. Are there any concerns concerning the performance of Callan? And what Trustee Nelson just raised about diversity, and I assumed that she was speaking on diversity in their organization, staff diversity. But are there any other objective concerns or something that you, since you work so closely with them and your team, concerns about anything else where Callan is concerned?
Can I add something, Trustee Ward? It was not only staff, but how they work. So I'll just leave it there because, you know, I was not in on the meetings that were had other than the Springfield meeting.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Nelson, for clarifying that. I just wanted to know if there was anything that that not necessarily a concern or wondering or whatever, but concerns as well. Thank you.
If I can answer, we have no concerns of the relationship. Performance for the fund is good. Our portfolio construction is good. The research that we receive, when we have the time to sit in on the webinars and to attend Callan College, we've had that our analysts attend Callan College for private equity and real assets. The asset allocation is reasonable for the liabilities that we have. The diversity efforts are comparable to the other finalists, but across the board, I think there is work that all three finalists can do. And I think that Trustee Nelson is referring to the Senate hearing and not necessarily Springfield. We do listen in and we're there for Callan's presentation. And I also listen in to the other funds, and Makita is also challenged as well with being, you know, ISB's consultant, current consultant, and Wilshire as being IMRF's consultant. So all finalists, all consultants really kind of receive the same push and challenge from the senators. But as we work with Callan, and as we look through the database of minority managers that they have, Callan, very slim, you know, has a little bit more than the others, but we know that from working with them that they're very open to our diversity goals. And it is a fund by fund basis. They're all customizable to the clients that they have. So coming from Illinois, they know that they have to present diverse managers to us, but they also have a lot of clients where this is not a goal, and a lot of California pension funds that have, you know, laws that are not comparable to Illinois laws. So they are challenged with spreading this across their organization to really present diverse managers to those clients. But we, as the investment staff for Chicago teachers, consistently push Callan, and we believe that we would have to push any consultant that we have to have more diversity. So hopefully that answers. The relationship is good, the education has been good. And I think we all can do a better job at really just improving the portfolio itself. And I think we work well to do that on a consistent basis for Chicago teachers. So I'm not sure.
Thank you, Angela. That was inclusive. I really wanted exactly what you gave me.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'll say thank you also.
Okay, I just want to make sure I answered. So unless Trustee Weiss has,
I just wanted to add, when they do come in, you are certainly welcome to ask that question, because
Yes.
I do want you to feel comfortable, if they are chosen, that they're meeting our criteria in a way that you find acceptable. So please do. Thank you.
You're speaking to me, trustee Rice, correct?
Nelson, yeah, trustee Nelson and trustee Pressword. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Phil, do you want them to go straight through with the presentations and hold questions at the end?
That would be great. Can we do
Okay.
that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think
Sharina,
Joe just said step away.
Sharina and Cecilia, if you can bring Callan in. And then if you can bring, oh, you already have their presentation up. Thank you. Brianne, Angel, can we have a little roll call? Brianne?
Here.
Angel?
Here.
Sally? Lauren?
Here.
Jan?
Good morning.
Sally? Millie? Will Millie and Sally be joining us, Brianne?
Yes, I believe Millie's in the waiting room. So our presenters are, it'll be me, Angel, Sally, and Millie.
Okay.
I'm here. Sorry, I heard you call my name.
Okay. So we're just waiting on Millie?
Morning.
Yes.
Is that Millie?
Yes, it is. Hi. Hi, Angela. How are you?
I'm good. Okay, you have about 15 minutes with 5 to 10 minutes of questions. Is that correct, Trustee Weiss, Trustee Blackwell?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So you can begin.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So if we can flip to the first slide with the presenters, I just want to start out by thanking the board for your partnership with Callan over the years. You've been a very important client to us, and we're very thankful to be able to participate in this process. Most of you know Angel and I hope by now, and Sally's our co-head of real estate. But you may not have met Millie Viqueda. She is an executive vice president at Callan, and she's the head of our fund sponsor consulting group. So I'll just turn it over to Millie to talk about the organization.
Hi, everyone. And again, as Brianne said, I want to thank you all for being such a valuable client to us for so many years now. We really do value the relationship and value the opportunity to be here. I am going to try and be really, really brief because I know we don't have a lot of time. I want to make sure that Brianne and Angel and Sally have an opportunity to speak to you about what happens next. So if you could go to slide 9, please. I'm not really going to talk to all of the detail on that page, but just maybe use it as a reference point. And so we recognize, I think I want to start by saying that we recognize how difficult it is to, for us and for you to assess us when we are the incumbent, because there are often questions that you're wrestling with, like, are we really committed and excited to work with you? Are we going to dedicate the same level of resources and attention that we have in the past, or that you might see from another organization if you were working with them and they were brand new? And are we honestly going to be able to look at the portfolio with a fresh set of eyes and perspective as we move forward? And so I think my main message today is not only do you have a great team that you've been working with, but the answer to those 3 questions is really absolutely yes. I think that we know that you've put in an enormous amount of time and energy to build this portfolio. It's been very successful. And our goal is to continue to allocate whatever resources are necessary to build on that success and to build on that partnership. We recognize also that our job as fiduciaries is to help you in your responsibility as fiduciaries, to make your life easier, to lighten your load, and to provide the research and the resources that you need to make good decisions as you try to advance the retirement security of the plan's participants. And so as the slide on this slide 9, again, it has a lot of detail, but I think the couple things that it highlights is that we have the right infrastructure to be able to continue to support you going forward. We have always been, and our intention is to remain an independent organization with a broad employee base and a broad partnership base so that our interests are aligned with the interests of our clients. We have a lot of experience, not just working with you, understanding where you are coming from and your needs, but the needs of public funds generally. And so when you look at our assets under advisement, public funds here in the US are about 2/3 of those assets. So it's a really important space for us, in a space that we know very, very well. But we also, when we talk about experience, it's really important for a fund of this size and complexity to make sure that you have people with a lot of experience. And so you've worked over the years with Brian and Angel and Sally and a whole host of other people at Callan. And so you know that when we put people in front of you, we're putting experts in front of you. We recognize that this is a really serious endeavor and it requires a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise. And so with that, again, I just want to highlight my main message today, again, is to thank you so much for your business, to let you know that we are eager to continue our partnership with you, that we want to continue to work with you, that we have the experience and that we have the resources available to be able to support you as you continue to grow and build on the success that you've been able to build over the last several years. So thank you again for your time. I wish we had more, but I appreciate the time with you today. Brian?
Great, thanks, Millie. If we can move to slide 13, I just want to reiterate that we have been your consultant and we've done a lot of work for you, but our plan is to continue doing the work that we've been doing. So we have outlined here, the work that we did just the last 5 years has been pretty significant, even though we had already been your consultant. And as we go forward, we already have a plan that we've talked through with staff on the initiatives that we want to address going forward. So just because we've been here, we've been doing work for the last 5 years doesn't mean that that work will not continue. When we started working with you, we identified some goals and objectives, maximizing the return while taking appropriate level of risk, managing liquidity and education. And we've worked to continue to educate you, whether it's sessions at investment committee meetings, through our national conference, through our Callan College. So, it's all of those objectives and goals that have been consistent through time, continuing to be implemented. But just because the goals have remained the same, that doesn't mean that the investments will as well. We continue to evolve as the capital markets evolve with us. So, the last slide that I want to speak to is on the next page. And, this really speaks of the partnership that we've had with you as a board, with staff. The next page, Cecilia, please. Just going through, if you look at the performance of the fund, we set an asset allocation. It's been successful in helping to achieve the return objectives of the plan. You've outperformed your peers and you've outperformed, your total fund benchmark. So that's a combination of appropriate asset allocation and a combination of manager selection. And that is all part of our partnership in implementing our fiduciary process. So I'll turn it over to Angel to continue on that topic.
Sounds great, but thanks, Brianne, and good afternoon, everyone. Before I get started with my prepared remarks, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone for the opportunity to be part of this process. It's been an honor to work with this group over the years, and we certainly look forward to the opportunity to continue to work with you going forward. I think we've accomplished a lot in the past, and I think we have a lot more to do, and we're excited and equipped to support your needs as we move forward. Cecilia, if you could please go to page 17, I'll get started on the consulting model that we use at Callen, which has been designed to follow an effective fiduciary process from the strategic planning process, when you look at the left quadrant of this exhibit, all the way to education and research on the right. Education and research has been an important component of this relationship. We've provided targeted education on a number of topics. Historically, most recently, we covered education on private equity investing, fixed income. Last year, we provided education on strategic asset allocation before we completed our latest asset liability study. Callen is fully committed to education and research. In fact, we consider our firm to be a research organization. We introduced the Callen Institute 41 years ago in 1980, and we provide research and education to the industry, as well as targeted research to institutional investors, including fund fiduciaries like yourselves, through the Callen College, where we cover basic fundamentals of investments, as well as intermediate level education. And about 3,700 individuals have joined those educational sessions since 1994, when the Callen College was introduced. In each of the pillars of our consulting model here, you notice we have dedicated resources. And I just wanted to let you know that we continue to invest in those resources. We think it's important to continue to expand on not only our human capital and the level of expertise that we need to support your needs, but also on various tools that we use for qualitative and quantitative analysis. Most recently, we developed a platform called the Callen DNA that helps us sort manager research a lot more efficiently, and we'll be able to share that with clients in the future. In terms of our human capital, we've expanded on our capital markets research group. That team has grown from what you experienced 5 years ago, as well as the team within the global manager research group, particularly within alternatives, where we've devoted significant resources in that space, as we think alternatives will continue to play a very important role in client portfolios going forward. Cecilia, if we could please go to page 20. I just want to touch on our manager research process very, very briefly. I know that we have limited time here, but as everyone knows, we do not use a buy list or a pre-approved list of managers when we engage in a manager search process. Every search is started from scratch, and that allows us to initiate due diligence process and capture the most recent qualitative and quantitative information to put the most viable candidates in front of you. And importantly, in that process, we include MWDBE managers by default. As CTPF has experienced in the past, being the leader you are in terms of giving the MWDBE segment of the market the opportunity to bring value to the fund, we think it's very important to include that segment of the investment management community in these processes for the potential of value creation for clients. As of course, there are many, many firms out there that are highly qualified. And again, you've experienced their ability to add value historically. Our database does have a great representation of NWDBE managers, including about 364 firms, representing more than 1,000 different strategies. About 51 of our clients have exposure to MWDBE managers, representing about $35 billion in assets. And again, you've set an example in the industry, and we would love to continue to support this effort with you going forward. With that brief description, I'll turn it over to Sally Haskins. Thank you.
Thanks, Angel, and hello, everybody. If we could go to the next slide, 21, please. I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about our real assets team, that you don't get to see the whole team every time we're here. So it's great to do kind of a reintroduction with you to the team. And I want to touch on how our team and what we're doing matches up with your goals and objectives. And to also tell you that our entire real assets team is also very excited about the prospect of continuing to work with you. So thank you. Anyway, this is an amazing team that I co-lead with Avery Robinson, who is second from the right on this page. And I want to impress upon you that this team has a lot of experience. On average, we have 17 years. We've been through multiple cycles, And I think it's important to remember when you're looking at our firm and even other firms, if someone tells you that they have 10 years of experience in real estate, remember, or real assets, that's not even one cycle. But our team has the long-term institutional knowledge and expertise built over multiple cycles to help you achieve your objectives. Second of all, Avery and I have purposely built out a very diverse team, which is important to us and to you for better decision-making. What you can't see on this page is that we have educational diversity. Not one of us went to the same university. We come to Callan with different work experiences and life experiences. And we also have a nice gender and racial diversity on our team. Everyone on our team is a shareholder of Callan or elected to be a shareholder, except for Aaron and Bernie, who are the newest team members and aren't eligible to be shareholders yet. As Avery and I look at this team, we really look forward to making more progress as the team grows. Thirdly, like I said, you mostly see Jan Lauren and me at meetings, but this whole team works on your account, so you have the benefit of the entire team's perspective and knowledge. Barb and Johnny work on debt, Munir, Aaron, and Avery on your core and core plus open-end funds that Lauren talked about earlier today and are the biggest part of your portfolio. Aaron is our ESG specialist, and Bernie works on underwriting value add funds, and she's also working on a paper on technology's impact on property, which would be a super cool educational topic for us to delve into maybe later in the year if we're selected as your consultant. Anyway, going to page 22, you have seen us in action. Next slide, please, Cecilia. Since 2006, we've done a lot of work. We implemented regular pacing and eliminated the stop-start investing pattern that had existed sometimes in your history. This was really important to do in infrastructure, and we also helped you do it in real estate. We recommended that you shift the risk down in real estate and infrastructure, which you agreed and did. And this also resulted in better fees and better fee structures. Lauren noted, and I will underscore, that we helped you select 9 new real estate managers and 5 new infrastructure managers since we've been working with you. So going forward, we will continue to do the work of strategic planning and pacing, married with really good manager selection and the introduction of new managers, ideas, and education. I mentioned property technology, which we could delve into, but there's other things we can talk about, like alternative property types, cold storage, data centers, affordable housing, and other types of housing would all be interesting topics. The last thing I want to cover, and please go to page 25. This is a tool that we use to track the MWDBE universe, and it goes on for a few pages because the universe is reasonably large. It's a pipeline that shows for each year what MWDBE real estate managers are raising money. We use this to discuss the managers in the pipeline with your staff so they can have meetings. And we also suggest that these managers come to First Fridays so you can meet them. And finally, we use this tool to plan searches so we can get the widest pool of managers in a search for you and continue to help you achieve your objectives in the MWDBE space. So thank you for your attention and your business to date, and I'll turn it back to Brianne.
Great, thanks, Sally. So that's our time, I believe. So if there's any questions, please let us know.
This is Trustee Weiss. I'm looking down for questions. Trustee Nelson, did you want to go first, please?
Thank you. This is Lois Nelson, and I'm asking for just if you can briefly give me some information. Now, I've been to the Senate hearings, and the last one I went to, the chair was Napoleon Harris, and he and the previous one that I had gone to had mentioned your diversity and that you're challenged to work on that. So if you can tell me, just briefly, what you've done since the Senate hearings and what you plan to do in that area.
Great. So I'll ask Millie to address that question on firm diversity. Oh,
Happy to, happy to. Yeah, so we do have a slide in the back. It's slide 57. Is it 57? I'm sorry. So yeah, 41, I'm sorry. And it says Callan's commitment to diversity. I mean, so I think that the first thing we want to emphasize is that while we feel that we have done an enormous amount of work over the years, I think one of the things that we didn't say is I've been with Callan for 30 years. So the firm has most definitely evolved since I joined 30 years ago, where it was mostly white and it was mostly male. And so we have made huge strides over the 30 years. So on this slide, you'll see that whether we're talking about our entire employee base, whether we're talking about our investment professionals, shareholders, and our management committee, any of those, under any of those labels, we have about 50% represented by women and or minorities. But again, with the theme of, we know we have to do more, whether we're talking about your portfolio and building on success. We also know that as we look at Callan, we need to do more and build on what we think is a success within the financial industry. So we've partnered with an outside consultant earlier this year to work with us to help us identify our blind spots internally, whether that gets to how we recruit, how we speak, how we engage with our employees to make sure that we have the right employee resource groups, the right policies and procedures in place to help not just break down barriers, but to make sure that everyone understands that there are actually barriers to break down. And so more to come on that, and we'll be happy to update you on that as the year goes on. And one other thing that I would just highlight that Angel sort of alluded to is as we look at our manager, at our manager database, we are doing more, as is the industry, to push on this topic. It's a really important topic. Your fund and the state of Illinois has been a leader in this area for many years. But the industry gets it. And so we are pushing for more information, and we do believe that will help, again, break down barriers as we do more search work, as we speak not only to minority-owned firms, but also to majority-owned firms, where I know that we can all do a lot of work to push the envelope there as well.
Thank you for addressing this. But just quickly, you said you're using outside sources. Are these outside brokerage, or what is your source?
So just to clarify, we actually engaged with an outside consultant to work with us on internal initiatives. So not with respect to investment initiatives, but really just kind of looking at our own organization to say, we've done great work, but we know we can do more internally, and we can also do more externally. So the external work with respect to manager engagement, manager questionnaire, that's a Callan initiative, not an external consultant initiative.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Trustee Price Ward, would you like to go, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess it is afternoon. My question is this, and it's kind of a overall, and I don't know who I would address it to. What have been challenges with working with the CTPF fund, and with those challenges, if any, what is the plan for overcoming them and excelling on these challenges areas?
Sure, I'll take that, Trustee Price Ward. I think for us, certainly in the past year, one of the challenges has been finding time on the agenda to present some of our work to continue to move our agenda forward as far as the investment changes and updates that we like to make to the portfolio. Now that the investment committee meetings have been reinstated in this coming year, that will give us an opportunity to continue to provide more education to the board. It gives time for you to get to know your managers, especially as you have new trustees coming onto the board. So having those additional meetings and just that additional time to offer that education and to talk about, future initiatives will be helpful, with overcoming that challenge.
Okay, and that was the only challenge, the time constraints for meeting, and I did notice that the investment meetings were reinstated, which is great because I've come to each and every one that they have had, that we have had. So that was it, the time, and that's a big one.
Yeah, and that's a big one for us. But you know what I will say is we have a really strong partnership with staff, and we're in pretty consistent communication with staff. So there's a lot of calls and meetings that we have behind the scenes that the board doesn't see to prepare for the meetings. So, you know, when we work with staff on an initiative, and if we bring it to the meeting and it gets pushed to the next meeting, you know, then we just kind of have a backlog of the items that we've been discussing that we want to do. So I would say that, you know, one of the positives of our relationship is that communication we have with staff and the working relationship that we've built with them.
Well, thank you, Rhiannon. I appreciate your answer.
This is Trustee Weiss. I have essentially two questions. And I know in the past you have been negotiable and you've been very fair. But I'm wondering, are the fees negotiable at this time?
Yes, we're open to fee negotiations. Okay.
And my other question, because I was sharing with Angela and the other trustees didn't get an opportunity to hear this. After we had the recent presentation about real estate, I was doing some reflecting upon an asset allocation study. I'm not sure if that's just internal, but is that something that you could help the team out with?
Certainly. So we do both asset liability studies, which we just recently completed, which is getting modeling the actuarial data alongside the asset allocation. And then we also do asset allocation studies as more of an update to that liability study. You know, we certainly have been speaking with staff about areas where they might want to make changes to the asset allocation. And so that is part of the plan going forward, is to continually review the asset allocation on an annual basis to make sure that it still suits, you know, our investment strategy. So we're certainly open to continuing to do those studies.
And just to add to that, Trustee Weiss, in addition to the asset allocation, we also look for opportunities for enhancements from a portfolio structure perspective. So within a certain asset class, if we find an opportunity to introduce efficiencies in terms of creating more of an optimal opportunity set within each of the segments of the fund, we certainly evaluate those opportunities as well.
That's very good to hear, because I know we're very careful about how we're investing. So those suggestions are helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any other questions here.
I don't see any more.
All right. Well, thank you, Callan. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Great. And thank you for your partnership. We really look forward to the opportunity to continue working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Sharina, Cecilia, when the room is clear, you can bring in Makita.
I'm wondering, Angela, if we could take maybe a 5-minute break, since we've been sitting here for several hours, and give people a chance to, you know, do some personal things.
That would be a president question.
Ah, Trustee Blackwell, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
We
Nice
did talk about a
audible.
working lunch.
That is an audible. Now catch.
Yeah, that's an audible. An audible when you change the play. We're at I, right? Yeah, approval of investment consultant presentation. So we have J, K, L. All of that should move fast after we get out of this.
I would say if we stick to schedule with the next two finalists, vote, and then we got to get the auditor in and out, I believe by 2, then we could do like a 5-minute break right now, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think we've been sitting for a while. Everybody needs a break. So come back. It's 12:45. If we're back at 12:50.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need to vote on that or no?
I think everybody's gone now.
Yeah, I think they left quick.
We stand in an informal recess for 4.5 more minutes.
Thank you, Joe.
I already took my break.
You could invite the next team in and take care of a couple of seconds of technology and
Okay, Sharina, Cecilia, we'll do that as soon as I come back from my quick break. Sharina? Cecilia?
Yes.
Is Sharina back?
Yes.
Okay, because you weren't going to get any more breaks if you weren't back.
Okay. You want us to let Makita in?
Yeah, please. I think we can, Angela. Let them get situated.
Yep.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Hi. We were on a short break, so give us just a quick second, Allie.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ally, can you do a roll call of all of your speakers to make sure they're all in?
Sure. I can see Gianni's there. Keith, are you on? Not yet. Steve, are you on?
Is it Stephen McCourt?
Yes.
Okay.
I see Keith, he's here.
Great. Judy Chambers,
Yep, I'm here.
and I can see Christy. So I think as soon as Steve's in, and Lisa Rubin was also, she's there too. So I think Steve McCourt's just coming in right now. And that should be everybody, Angela. Thank you.
Okay. So when the president and the investment chair give us the go ahead, then you have about 15 minutes and about 5 to 10 minutes of questions.
Is Phil back?
I'm here. Please get
Okay,
started.
you ready,
Thank you
Phil?
so much. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
All right, the floor is yours, Ally.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you today. We're very excited about the prospect of working with you. My name is Ally Wallace-Stone, and I'm joined by my partners, Gianni Jones, Keith Bedoin, Judy Chambers, and Christy Fields. Keith, Gianni, and I are part of your proposed general consulting team. Christy is the head of our real estate team and would act as your real estate advisor, and Judy is a senior member of our private markets group. If we were fortunate enough to be hired today, we would be your dedicated team. In addition, we're also joined by our co-CEO, Steve McCourt, and our director of marketing, Lisa Rubin. For further information, all of our bios are listed on page 52. The next 7 pages include the questions requested by staff in the EEOC tables. I'll just highlight a few important things beginning on page 4. We're employee owned and located at 1 East Wacker in Chicago. We have a staff of over 200 people, 52 of whom are research professionals. We're proposing 5 dedicated consultants for this relationship who collectively have over 100 years of experience. And on average, we've worked together for over 8 years. We recognize your plan is large and complex. So we've emulated the team structure we use for other large clients like CalSTRS and CalPERS by assigning a dedicated group of experienced consultants who are accessible and understand the specifics of your plan and who will work closely with you and the staff to meet all of your needs. The next page highlights our research database, which includes over 300 MWDBE firms, and that number is continually expanding. As we've reported annually at the Illinois Senate hearings, on average, our clients have approximately 5 times more assets invested with diverse owned asset managers than our consulting peers. In addition, our consultants on average only manage 3 to 8 relationships, which allows them to give CTPF the time and attention that you deserve. Now let's briefly turn to page 7. Expanding our internal and external diversity efforts is important to us. We've included our EEOC table on page 7, but to highlight, 61% of the firm is women and minorities, and 46% of our shareholders. On page 10, we highlight the presentation agenda as provided by your staff. Our goal is to focus today on some of the things we are passionate about, including client service, diversity and inclusion, being conflict-free, and acting as thought leaders in the industry. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Gianni to discuss Makita in more detail.
Thank you, Ally. Good afternoon. Well, I'm sure you're asking yourselves today, why should we work with Makita? So we wanted to highlight why we're the best partner for the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund. Makita has the experience and the analytical resources to support you. We've worked with institutional investors like the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund for over 42 years. We're public fund experts advising on over 1.4 trillion in assets for public funds in Illinois and around the country. So we know what it takes to manage a world-class pension fund, and we can share best practices with you. 100% of our revenue comes from consulting services. We don't sell any products and we don't accept payments from asset managers. So you can rest assured that our recommendations are unbiased and trustworthy. We maintain a low client to consultant ratio, as Ally mentioned. So we have the capacity to provide you with high quality service and custom advice that's tailored specifically to your needs. This is also reflected in our 99% client retention rate. We have state-of-the-art analytical tools to help us deliver the best asset allocation advice and manager selection services that you deserve. We have a proven track record of helping Illinois public funds achieve strong investment performance. And if we're hired, we're in Chicago, ready to hit the ground running and bring the full resources of our firm to help you manage this fund. Now I'll hand it over to Steve.
So I know Steve was having trouble logging in. So Allie, do you want to just go ahead and briefly touch on Steve's slide here?
Yes, I can do that. So
13, I believe.
yeah, thank you. So Steve should be in momentarily, I think, but he's having a little trouble connecting. So just to highlight, as I mentioned before, we have approximately 200 clients. We currently advise on 82 public fund clients, including 25 clients over 10 billion in assets. In addition, we have over 200 employees, 142 of whom are investment professionals. Sounds like Steve may have just joined. Steve, are you there? All right, if not, I'll keep going. So notably, we are 100% independently owned by the senior professionals of the firm, including the team that you are meeting with today. All of us are shareholders of the organization and ultimately have responsibility for our own destiny as it pertains to reinvesting in the organization and committing the resources necessary to maintain our client satisfaction. We're strong believers that the low client to consultant ratio that we've maintained historically has allowed our strong client retention that's remained approximately 100% or 99% over time. So with that, I will turn it over to Keith and he'll highlight our Illinois focus.
Great, thanks, Allie. So the information Allie covered was on page 13. And in the interest of time, I'm going to cover several pages, 14 to 17. So if we could turn to page 14, I'll just highlight some of the information, really starting on page 14, and I'll call out a couple pages in between as well. So here on 14, we highlight our commitment to Illinois, and that's really started with the strategic growth plan to open the Chicago office in 2015. We're located currently on 1 East Wacker Drive. And since we opened the office, we've more than doubled the assets under advisement. We currently advise for 17 clients in the state of Illinois and over $43 billion of assets. Equally as important, we've continued to grow and draw new investment talent to Makita based in our Chicago office. We've added investment manager research professionals, consultants, investment analysts, as well as 2 actuaries that are located here in Chicago. On 15 and 16, we highlight the work we do with some of the largest public funds, not only in Illinois, but across the nation. We'll help bring these ideas, collaborate with you, the detailed analysis and work and the learning that we've done on these funds and apply it to your fund. Importantly, 100% of our revenue is derived from investment advisory services. That's the only business we do. We are paid directly from our clients, so there are no other sources of revenue. So you can trust that our recommendations are unbiased and objective. On page 17, I quickly wrap up with our commitment to research and client education. Really, we provide these analyses proactively to our clients through a variety of media, be it webinars, white paper, client retreats, and at regular board meetings. Really, this is to ensure that you have the information you need to make prudent and informed investment decisions. If there are no questions concerning the pages I just covered, happy to turn back over to Gianni to talk a little more about our consulting and investment philosophies.
Thanks, Keith. If you flip to page 19, you'll see our philosophies. In terms of our investment philosophy, we take a very long-term approach. We focus our time on long-term strategic advice because asset allocation is the largest determinant of returns. We take a multi-dimensional approach to evaluating portfolio risk, looking at it more holistically, And we customize our asset allocation analyses to incorporate your funded status, cash flows, and contributions so that we can build a better portfolio that optimizes your assets and liabilities. One of the areas where we differ from other consulting firms is in our research. Our research team is proactive about getting in front of some of the most pressing issues facing institutional investors today. For example, over a year ago, our team assembled a working group to discuss the challenges around investing in a low-rate environment. The working group consisted of former members of the Fed and the World Bank, along with asset managers and CIOs from pension funds around the country. As a result, we published multiple research pieces last year with ideas to help clients build better portfolios in this low interest rate environment. And we introduced a new portfolio framework called the barbell approach. Most recently, our research team set up an inflation working group to discuss best practices about how investors can navigate a potential inflationary environment. Finally, when building and monitoring portfolios, we want to minimize fees for our clients. This means frequently negotiating fees with managers. We leverage all of our 1.6 trillion in client assets to negotiate firm-wide pricing schedules that benefit all of our clients. There are several examples where we were able to recoup our annual consulting fee simply by renegotiating fees with existing managers on the roster. Other consultants don't often do it because it can take a lot of time, but we think it's critically important. From a consulting philosophy perspective, as consultants, we always act as strategic partners with our clients, and we're proactive in bringing you our best ideas. We continuously provide you with education because we believe that boards should only invest in asset classes that they understand. And we believe in open lines of communication. We want to hear your feedback, and we want to collaborate with the trustees and staff to build and manage portfolios that are optimal and best in class. All in all, our goal is to do what's necessary to help you manage a top performing pension fund for your beneficiaries. Now I'll hand it over to Keith to discuss what it's like working with Makita.
Yeah, so if we just stick on this page, so Gianni just highlighted and summarized our consulting and investment philosophies. Question is, how do these concepts translate into analyzing your portfolio and making recommendations? So just to give you an understanding about how we work, the team at Makita, again, the team that Ali highlighted earlier is responsible for leveraging the full resources of the firm and bringing them to your account. Your consulting team will meet internally frequently on a weekly basis to discuss portfolio positioning, opportunities for your fund, and what needs to be addressed both on the short and the long term. We're going to work with you and your staff to understand and construct a communication plan to ensure we impart our ideas effectively and efficiently. We're going to help you think strategically about how to best position your portfolio to succeed in the environments ahead, whether that's an inflationary environment with rising rates or one of lower expected returns for U.S. equities and higher volatility. We have the intellectual capital and experience to help you navigate these difficult times ahead. So we recently ran your current portfolio through our proprietary optimizer, and we found that it's currently likely positioned to fall a bit short of your target return. We're going to help you think through changes that can improve the risk and return profile of your fund. Broadly speaking, we're going to diversify against a wide variety of risks, and we tend to be skeptical of new investment strategies or fads. That said, we won't hesitate to recommend a portfolio position that might look different than you're used to because of the changing market environment we find ourselves in. But rest assured, all of our recommendations are based on sound fundamentals and extensively researched. We have a deep and knowledgeable team of manager research professionals to help us find those best managers for your portfolio. We'll employ active management when the risk rewards and the value add proposition are in your favor, and we'll utilize passive strategies to help reduce costs and when those risk reward characteristics are not in your favor. So if there are no questions generally about how we're going to work with you and work internally to create that best-in-class pension fund, I'll ask Christy to step in and talk a little more about our manager research capabilities.
Let me just
Thank
take a
you,
quick look
Keith.
for questions here. I just want to see if there's any questions. Are there any questions from the team or trustees?
I still got just over a minute. I was timing them.
Oh, sorry. Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. If we can look at page 20, please. This page illustrates the organization of our research efforts with dedicated research professionals across all public and private market classes, and the output of those teams being verified and vetted through our Marketable Securities Committee, our Private Markets Policy Committee, and ultimately our Investment Policy Committee. Our goal is to bring you best ideas and groups that can generate superior returns over time. We are passionate about enhancing the utilization of diverse-owned asset managers within the industry, and we are proud of our track record implementing high-conviction MWDVE managers across client portfolios. Some of our highest conviction asset managers are MWDVE. We work hard to expand our database and currently have over 600 emerging and diverse-owned asset managers. One of the ways we would work to assist Chicago Teachers Board of Trustees, the investment committee and staff in meeting their fiduciary responsibilities would be to share our research and analysis with you. Our goal is to be fully transparent and to help you prioritize your objectives, navigate complexity, frame your decisions, and hopefully make your job easier. On the next slide, 21, this slide speaks to our long experience providing specialized alternative investment consulting services to institutional investors. By virtue of the clients we serve, many of whom, like CalPERS, CalSTRS, State of Oregon, and Washington State, and New York Common, who are early movers in alternative investments, our service to them over time has run the gamut from the structuring of customized investment programs, including formal emerging manager programs, to co-investment underwriting, asset transfers and debt restructuring post-GFC, to secondary acquisitions, secondary sales, and many others. We would welcome the opportunity to bring this experience to bear in the service of CTPF. Ali?
That was time filled. Did you want to give them the 5 minutes, or were there any questions?
I do see a question from Trustee Nelson. Did you want to just wrap it up real quick? Could we please do that? And then we'll open up to questions.
Happy to, thank you. So I just wanted to note that on page 33, we included our fee proposal as requested by staff. I'd like to note that everything you outline in your scope of services is included in our annual retainer fee. We do not believe in a la carte pricing because it leads to a perception of conflicts of interest. So we want you to always know that the searches we recommend, for instance, are not making us more money, they're truly in your best interest. So you'll see a full retainer fee at the bottom of page 33. And then just in closing, thank you very much for this opportunity. As you evaluate your choices today, please remember that by hiring Nikita, you'll be choosing a commitment to performance excellence, a high level of client service, increased utilization of diverse-owned asset managers, and a passion to promote diversity within the industry, and a conflict-free consultant that is not deriving any revenue from asset managers. We're prepared to bring customized investment solutions and proactive thought leadership to help you navigate the difficult environment ahead. We'd be honored to work with you and the participants of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Trustee Nelson, did you have a question?
Yes, this is Lois Nelson, and I commend you for page 14 for your clients of Museum of Science and Industry, the Regional Transportation Authority, the State University's retirement system, and the Teachers Retirement System. I see that you work with quite a few of our folks in Illinois, but my concern is the concern that I will have for each of you. When you went to the Senate hearings under Chairperson Napoleon Harris, question, did the chair and others mention challenges that you have with EEOC? So I went back to your page 7 and 8 and saw what you have here as EEOC within your company, but also what about those you work with, your brokerage firms, etc. So if you could just briefly tell me what your response was, going forward because of the Senate hearings.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. And I would be happy to share with you the follow-up information that we sent to the senators following the Illinois Senate hearing. Just in terms of kind of data that we shared with them, approximately 10% of the assets in which we advise manager selection are invested in MWDBE asset managers. And we don't directly trade any securities, therefore we don't have direct relationships with any brokerage houses. However, we do strive to have our asset managers utilize MWDBE brokerage. And as part of influencing that within the industry, we've recently issued a diversity and inclusion questionnaire that went out to all asset managers that our clients work with, advising them to report on an annual basis all of their internal diversity efforts, as well as their utilization of diverse-owned brokers. So it's something that we're passionate about promoting in the industry. We recognize the significant value and importance of it, and we hope to be a partner with you to collaborate and institute that across more clients and more asset managers.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
This is Trustee Weiss. I was just wondering, are your fees, which actually, I mean, honestly come in higher than other consultants, are they negotiable?
They are, yes. We would hate to lose this on fees. It's a really important prospect for us and would love to have the opportunity to partner with you. So we don't want fees to be preventative in that.
My other question, do you ever work in collaboration with other consultants if we were to hire more than one consultant?
We do. Yes, oftentimes we work as the general consultant and there are specialty consultants within private markets or real estate. And then on the flip side, oftentimes we're the specialty consultant. So we might advise clients on private markets or real estate or just specifically asset allocation design, and they have another general consultant.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great, Jeff. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're good.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
thank you all.
Thank you very much for your time and interest. We really appreciate it. And as I mentioned before, you would be a really important and valued client to our firm, and we are committed to dedicating as many resources as needed to fully service the relationship to your satisfaction. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Serena, when you clear the room, you can bring in Wilshire.
I see Trustee Riley has her hand up. Trustee Riley, did you have a question or?
Well, kind of a comment. Because when Governor Rauner took over ISB, he just wiped out anything they were doing and they hired Makita. They have an all appointed board. And Makita was part of it. I'm not saying that's a negative, but it is a negative. I mean, to just not have trustees have any say about who they're using. And I think that's when they came to Chicago. It's 5 years ago. Just a comment. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Did you want us to bring in
Wilshire? Yes.
Please. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Trustee Weiss. Angela, do you want to take the lead here and
Sure.
facilitate? Thank
Rob,
you.
if you could do a roll call and make sure all your speakers are in the room. I think there's about 6 of you.
Yep, that's correct. There's going to be 6 of us today. So I'll start with Luann.
Hi there, I'm here.
Chad, Wabina.
Hi, good afternoon.
Brice Chimbray,
Hi, everybody.
Sean Quinn,
Everyone.
and Waleed. Oh, we were doing so well. We were 5 out of 6. Waleed, are you there? Maybe you're on mute.
I am here. Can you guys hear?
Perfect. Yep, wonderful.
You will, Trustee Riley, when you get a chance, can you lower your hand? Rob, you'll have about 15 minutes with 5 to 10 minutes of questions, and you can begin.
All right. Well, with that, let's just get right to it because at 15 minutes, I know you've got a full agenda. What we want to do first is say thank you. We're absolutely thrilled for the opportunity to be presenting to you all today. To save a bit of time, I'm going to introduce the team and give you their roles. My name is Rob Appling. I'm a senior consultant, managing director, and principal with Wilshire. I've been with Wilshire for about six years, but I've been doing investment consulting work for over 18 years. I work with a lot of large public plans like yourselves. And more importantly, I was raised by a teacher. My mom taught elementary school for 35 years and now has her own retirement from that work. And so on behalf of my mom, I want to say how much we appreciate the opportunity to work for you all and for the potential to serve your pensioners. I'm also joined by Luann Eisenhunt. She is another consultant. She's got decades of experience, both on the investment management side as well as the investment consulting side. She's going to be talking to you today about our diverse owned investment manager initiative, whereby we always include a diverse owned firm, which we define as 51% or more ownership by women or minorities. Also on the line is Chad Wabina. Chad as a consultant and also an investment manager researcher. He's based in beautiful Chicago. So if there's ever a foot of snow in Denver or Pittsburgh, Chad's gonna hop on the L and we'll never miss a meeting. He's got specific focus on investment manager research. He loves investment manager research so much that he married an investment manager researcher. So imagine the dinner conversations at Chad's house. And he's done a lot of work. I rely on him a lot with our diverse owned investment manager sourcing, and he can give you some specific examples of some really unique things. Brice Chimbray is on here. He's our asset allocation specialist. He'll talk to you about assets and liabilities and managing all the risks associated with the pension plan. He works with me very closely on our relationship with New York City, as you might imagine, similar to you all. Some of these asset allocation studies can get pretty complex when you have multi-billion-dollar plans, and Brice partners with me on those. And so we may go through rounds 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with New York City on asset allocation, optimizing it by volatility or duration or liquidity, and looking at all these different risk metrics. And Brice is very, very involved with that. Sean Quinn is your real estate consultant. He's got specific expertise there. You've asked us to also provide real estate services, and Sean essentially has his finger on that entire space, knows every manager there, both traditional and diverse. I get pinged a lot from real estate managers. I always forward them to Sean, and he's either met with them, recently, a few weeks ago, so he can talk with you about that. And then Waleed, Waleed from our sales team. He just does a fantastic job. He used to call on me when he was on the investment management side. I can't tell you how glad we already have Waleed on the team. That rounds out the team. The first few slides of our presentation are some data that you requested, so we provided full transparency there. I'm going to go straight to slide 12 if Waleed is, or whoever is driving, because I really, given the shortened time period, I really want to hammer home, why we think we're the right firm for Chicago teachers, and really try my best to differentiate us versus your two other options, because they're, all three of these are very good consultancies, but I think Wilshire's a little bit different, and I want to explain to you why. If you meet with any consultancy or if you meet with any investment managers, as you know, I'm sure you've had dozens come through on Zooms this year or in person during non-COVID times. I think every manager says that they're committed to diversity. I think what separates Wilshire in this regard is that we actually have specific goals and provide specific metrics around that. Luann's going to cover that with you all today. But from a firm level, we're 57% employees are women and minorities. So it's very, very important at our firm to continue to increase diversity. Then on the investment manager side, we've increased exposure to diverse-owned investment managers on our focus list by over 30% this past year, even with COVID-19 going on and all these Zoom calls. We're very, very proud of that. And on our client base, about 25% of our clients have exposure to diverse-owned investment managers. So I'm not trying to rattle stats to you. My point is we really monitor and track this. A significant portion of my personal compensation is also determined on the progress that I'm making sourcing diverse-owned investment managers. My own clients, we've made a lot of progress there too, so I'm very, very proud of that. We really were the first firm. We made national news for implementing the Rooney Rule when it comes to investment manager sourcing, where we're always going to include a diverse-owned firm in all our searches. And so we really feel like Wilshire is a trailblazer in this space, and we know how important diversity initiatives are at Chicago Teachers, and we really think we're the industry leader in that capacity. If you're going to work with a plan like yourselves, a large complex plan, obviously deep staff, significant investment acumen, both with staff and trustees, you really have to have experience there and know how the dynamics of working with these large sophisticated plans. It's more than just asset allocation studies and investment manager sourcing. It's understanding the dollars that you have at work. You know, I work with New York City, I work with several other large plans, Houston, some other areas. And I can give you specific examples of how things are different in terms of sizing investment managers, in terms of thinking about transaction costs and all the costs related with making changes to the portfolio. We understand this plan is a battleship and just doesn't exactly turn on a dime. You have to be smart and strategic, and we have that experience, and we really can customize and collaborate with both your staff and trustees. We really think it's a unique service model. I mean, you came to us and said, hey, can you do general consulting and real estate consulting? And oh, by the way, can you also do reporting on our private equity portfolio? The answer is of course, because we're a world-class investment consultancy with deep resources, deep teams, deep capabilities, and we can, the simple answer is yes, obviously we can customize that, and as your needs change over time, we stand willing and able to help you. You're going to hear from Brice about our software tools and our approach to risk management. Again, you're going to hear this from me several times. I think I even said it 4 or 5 times when we met just with CIO Miller May and the staff. You know, if you can't measure a risk, you can't manage it. And so we're not going to be talking to you about anecdotal things on liquidity or volatility or active versus passive. We're going to give you actual data behind every recommendation that we make. It's all based on empirical data, which is what you need to make good decisions. If I were a trustee and I was in your seat and I was wanting to know what kind of firm Wilshire is in terms of diversity, in terms of experience with large plans, in terms of the service model, please remember that everything that we provide to you will be based on data, will be based on objective information that will help you make informed decisions. And of course, we're a global firm, but we're based in Chicago. It's a growing office. It's a very important office for us. Chad is on your team, is based out of that office. So we really feel like we can bring the best of Wilshire globally in terms of sourcing investment ideas and deliver them in Chicago. And one thing that you're going to see 6 people on the call today, but it's more than just that at Wilshire. So to the extent that the staff or the trustees wants to get on a Zoom or meet with our team across asset classes, across investments, we can more than able to do that. Okay, I'm going to go into diversity for 1 more minute, just because it's so important. I'm going to go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to cover how we think about diversity from a firm level. Luann's going to follow up with more information on our diverse-owned investment manager initiative. But there's 2 things that we're trying to do. I remember I said before, everything that we do is goal-oriented and objective-oriented. We're trying to maximize the talent pool, and we're trying to challenge groupthink. And we really think that for us, it's diversity is not a warm and fuzzy thing. We're trying to improve outcomes for our clients. We're trying to get better performance. And I think by casting a wider net, by having more diverse thought, we can have better results for our clients. I already gave you some of the numbers behind our firm on the left-hand side, in addition to the majority of our firm being diverse, almost 40% of our senior team is women and minorities as well. On the right-hand side, you can see how we take this on a three-pronged approach. So it's the firm, it's our clients. Luann's going to go into more detail there, but it's also outreach into the community. We're very involved with NASP. I'm personally involved with NASP and go to the meetings. We give our clients a white paper of the progress that we've made with diversity every single year. I believe we included a copy of that with our RFP materials, and Luann's going to share some of those numbers as well. In addition to outreach, that's not listed on this page, which I think is very unique for Wilshire relative to other consultancies, we actually do open house meetings. Well, I guess before COVID, right? Now we do them virtually, but we have done them in person. We've done them in Chicago. We've done them here in Denver. We've done them in Pittsburgh, our headquarters in LA, where we invite, a few dozen diverse-owned investment managers to come in and spend all day with us, have lunch, talk about the process, because, all three consultancies that you're talking to are all very, very good, but they all have complex processes for evaluating investment managers. And this is essentially just a Q&A session where diverse-owned investment managers can get to know Wilshire better, get to know the process. Okay, how do I go from being in your database to being evaluated? How do I go from being evaluated to included in searches? It's all about that outreach in terms of diversity. All right, I'm going to move relatively quickly for the sake of time on the next couple of slides, but you did have some questions you wanted us to cover. And so I'll just kind of highlight some key points on 14. We've had 40 years of experience. We've been doing this for a very, very long time on the firm level. I'm going to go to the next slide. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can see on top right there, 40 years experience, over $1 trillion assets that we advise. I really like that we have a specific focus on large public plans, but you can see we're pretty balanced by client type, a third, essentially, between public, corporate, and endowments and foundations. Our clients stay with us for 12 years. Public plans a little bit longer, about 14 years. So really strategic relationships here. I'm going to go to the next slide. I think this is important. We have, over 35 public plans that we work with. A good third of those are large, above $5 billion, like yourselves. I mentioned some names. I work with New York City. I work with Houston. I work with Memphis, Florida. Also we're fortunate enough to partner with IMRF there in Illinois. I'm not on that one specifically, but it's a very important client for our firm. I'm going to keep going. Yeah, I think this just highlights the global nature and really the depth of experience that we have. A little over 250 associates. More than a third of those are investment professionals. Obviously, it's nice from an ethical and from an investment acumen perspective to have over 34 CFA charter holders. And you can just see our offices globally, trying to bring the best ideas for you. This could really apply on your real estate portfolio too, when Sean kind of talks about his experience sourcing both North American as well as Western Europe and Asian real estate too. And of course, we have to highlight our Chicago office. Again, we'll be able to serve this relationship locally. You asked us about research and education. We just wanted to give you, I'll put it in air quotes here, a sampling of the white papers that we have. It's obviously significant here. It's really two-pronged. It's market and economic and topical, new ideas, new things going on, but as well as strategic papers about where some strategic asset classes might make sense for our clients. You also might know us from some white papers that we have annually where we do funding studies and asset allocation surveys on public pension plans. And those you may already be using some of that information, but obviously the point here is there is no shortage of educational opportunities for staff or trustees. In addition to these white papers, we also have our annual client conference that is client only. So you won't be pitched with too many business cards, in a conference. And the last slide here in this section before I turn over to Brice is that just we had some questions, and essentially the summary here is it's full transparency. We don't have any concerns about our ownership structure. We're employee owned as well as private equity owned, and happy to provide any kind of data points there. And we're not a broker dealer, so there's no soft dollars or these kinds of things. All right, let's talk a little bit less about Wilshire and a little bit more about how we're going to work together.
Okay, thank you, Rob. If we could just move on to slide 20 and 21. Okay, so we will be talking about the investment philosophy and the asset allocation process, which I do believe that risk should be compensated. But as we know, risk and return usually go together, but not all risks are rewarded equally. So we do need to look at all risk lenses accordingly, including ESG, liquidity, drawdown, or maybe like in today's environment, inflationary. And I'm gonna be mindful of the time. So if we could just move on to slide 21, that way we're gonna be talking about our asset allocation process. We do believe the role of asset allocation is to manage the risk to fulfill each plan core mission. This includes maximizing the safety of promised benefits, as well as minimizing cost of funding these benefits. Our approach provides a tested methodology to select and finding potential portfolio that can balance both interests. And in this regard, we have three key inputs for every asset liability study we do for each client. We have our market, capital market expectation, for which we publish a formal paper annually outlining every assumption development for each asset class. And we have more than 60 asset class. And we do make updates on the returns every quarter to take into account market variation.
Excuse me for a minute, bro. Excuse me for a minute. Phil and Angela, that was time. So did you want to give them the 5 minutes to finish, or did you want to stop and go for questions?
Why don't we let them just wrap up, if that's okay, and we're kind of getting behind on time here, so
yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to be mindful of the time and kind of move a little bit fast. So we also take into account Chicago teachers' promised benefits and specific liability information, as well as the investment policy, constraint and tolerance. And our model give us the probability of success. These optimized portfolio maximize the safety of promised benefit at the last possible cost. And as Rob was mentioning, we do this iteration, but and then we are able to generate like funded ratio volatility over short time or long term. We look at economic cost, contribution, and of course, this is a back and forth ongoing with you to make sure we provide the best solution. And then we can move to the next slide for the manager research process.
Sure, and just to be brief here on manager research, I think the key takeaways, just our process is heavily qualitative. We're really wanting to survey the manager research landscape here, over 1,600 manager meetings a year on average our team conducts. And really the goal there is to make sure that the qualitative, what we're hearing from the manager is actually lining up with what their track record and what their holdings and returns-based analysis would indicate as well to find managers that can be successful for our clients. The one thing I would highlight here is just transparency. We share all of our evaluations with managers as they request them, really to help them to be able to have full transparency of how we view them, what we think are weaknesses, strengths, and to have an open dialogue and an open conversation. And I think that's especially useful and important for startup managers, firms that are just trying to navigate the Wilshire process. So maybe if you go on from there, and we can touch on our diverse manager initiative as well. And I think transparency is a really important part for that initiative as well.
Thanks, Chad.
I'm sorry, we're at time. What did you want to do, Phil?
Yeah, you know, I'll give you 2 more minutes. How's that? Let's just wrap it up because we're kind of behind here. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So if you just go to slide 25, this shows the results of our diverse owned manager initiative. And this initiative Rob highlighted at the beginning of his statements. It's an initiative that we're very, very proud of. We try to make it transparent, accountable, measurable. Here's our numbers from last year. So the number of products on our manager focused list for diverse owned managers has increased 31% over the last 3 years. And the number of firms has increased by 23%. And this is the result of just awareness, our consultants getting out there and finding these managers, conducting the Welcome to Wilshire events where we invite the managers to our offices and let them know how to get in touch with us, how we evaluate them. And yeah, so it's working. We're proud of it. We have a long way to go. But here's our numbers, and the white paper, so the annual paper with the results should be out any day now. It will be on our website and it will be public. So we encourage you to go out there and check out the results for last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me open it up for questions here because I know Trustee Nelson had her hand up for a while. Trustee Nelson.
Thank you. Lois Nelson, and I'm asking you the same question that I've asked the other consultants. And it's in regards to the Senate hearings concerning diversity. And I checked page 9 and 10 of your diversity within your firm. Now on page 23, or is that 25? 23, I'm sorry, that you just mentioned that you're dealing more with diverse managers. But going back to the Senate hearings, what is your plan right now within your firm itself, going back to pages 9 and 10? And if you can give a brief response to that.
Sure, of course. I mean, we're obviously familiar with those hearings from our firm's work with IMRF and others. Let's go to that slide 9 and 10 to make sure that we're answering Trustee Nelson's question there. I believe it's the one that says committed to diversity. Yeah, let's go to, that's more of a spreadsheet. Let's go to the one that says committed to diversity. It's
okay, that's EEOC Wilshire, page
13.
10, page 9.
I'm going to go to 13 because I feel like the heart of your question is what are you doing to increase diversity? Is that, do I have that correct?
You're going to page 13. Wait a minute.
Yep.
You know what? I don't want the written report. I want you to go back to 9 and 10. Okay. Because this is your breakdown. Right. Now the breakdown says what I'm talking about, plain and simple. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's fine. We can go to 9 and 10. That's our demographics of our organization, the way that you wanted to provide it by in Excel. And I'd say, internally at Wilshire, this is a very, very important part of our organization, is that we're continuing to source new talent. I mentioned earlier that, without having to do the quick math at the bottom here, the percentage of total, that our overall firm is 57% women and minorities. So something that we're very proud of. Also 38% of our senior team.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah, of
and
course.
The trustees can look at these pages themselves and see where we are. And I'll let you go on to the next question. Thank you.
Could I jump in real quick? Because I think it relates a little bit to me. One thing, so Rob so kindly pointed out, I have 20 years of experience and I've worked at a lot of different firms. And my experience at Wilshire has been different with respect to how I've been treated. And one of the things that I've enjoyed is the Gender Diversity Awareness Committee. So it's a mentoring committee where they establish relationships, and I've participated in that. Rob's participated in that. Other people have participated in it. And the purpose is try to get women connected with senior leadership, senior people in the firm to promote them and help their career development. And that's been a wonderful program for me.
Thank you.
I'm just looking to see if there's any other questions. I'm going to ask one quick question here. Would you be open to the idea of having kind of a hybrid model of if we chose to have, a main consultant and then possibly utilize a secondary consultant? Is that something that you're open to?
Yep, I know exactly the type of relationship that you're talking about. I work with one pension that, we're the primary consultant, but they also have a small relationship with another, I believe they call it a fiduciary consultant, just to make sure that they get a second set of eyes on what, Wilshire is recommending and these kinds of things, and they kind of weigh in here and there. So it's that type of relationship our firm has worked with in the past, and I'm familiar with as well. That's no problem.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you very much. Okay, I see Trustee Price Ward. Did you have a question?
Yes, briefly, but if you can briefly, because I know we are a little behind schedule. You mentioned on page 20 about you're active with ESG. I was just wanting to know, how did you measure that against returns?
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the emerging risks. Just so everyone's on the same page, it's environmental, social, and governance risk. We evaluate this through all our investment managers and have them understand that the risk that they're taking. And so, the performance of these managers that are implementing this ESG policy is very, very important, and we measure that risk in terms of your performance. I think more importantly, at a strategic level, we have a dedicated researcher named Daniel Ingram, who works with clients to produce a strategic plan for ESG. And what are your goals? Because there's more to ESG than just divestment. There's shareholder activism, engagement, trying to work on green funds and things like that. This is obviously something that I want to bring in Sean Quinn for this question too, because he's evaluating real estate managers and looking at ESG risk there as well. Sean, do you have any comments you want to add to that particular question?
Yeah, thanks, Rob. And I can say that this has been an important factor for our firm for a number of years. On our private markets research reports, we've had a dedicated ESG section for more than 7 years. I think we were one of the first in the industry to think about this holistically across all private asset classes. And as Rob mentioned, we brought in a gentleman named Daniel Ingram to oversee this across the entire firm. So to integrate this approach across all of our manager research platforms. Each investment can have different impacts and different KPIs in terms of measurement. So each individual strategy, whether it's real estate, infrastructure, even within the private equity market or listed equity markets, can have different factors to measure that. We use the different relevant ones. We're signatories across industry standards to the PRI organization as well. So this is something that's very much at the forefront of our mind that we think about from both a investment standpoint and a impact standpoint across our investments.
Good question.
All right, thank you. I just always wonder about that. How do you measure? That's always been a concern of mine, because it could be anything. But thank you for that answer.
I think we're good here. Thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it. And I think we have some things to reflect and think about here. So we're going to talk privately. So thank you so much.
Yeah, it's our absolute pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Angela, is there anything you wanted to say, or?
Yeah, waiting on them to clear out the room.
Yeah, of course.
I first wanted to thank Trustee Nelson for her questions on diversity. I think we as staff try to meet people or organizations where they are. And it was apparent to us that Wilshire was just now kind of turning over the rock of diversity. And they may be just starting off, but there's a lot of things that they needed to really discover and learn about how we really do things here in Illinois. So I just want to thank you for your questions and thank you for allowing them to kind of fully explain what they think about diversity. The other thing
Thank you for your comment. Okay.
Thank you. We want to retain Callan. We want to do work with the other consultants really to kind of, test out the waters. We do a little bit of this on the legal side with the pool of lawyers that we have. And so I think, by having more partners and having the flexibility to use a Wilshire or a Makita when we need to for different projects, it gives us the ability to really understand how they will work with us in a real life setting, as opposed to just reading an RFP and trying to get a sense of it from an interview or a referral. So our recommendation is to retain Callan and to work with the other finalists on a project basis as needed.
Mary Sharon had her hand up. She took it down.
I took it down.
Okay. I'd like to entertain the motion of what Angela said.
So moved.
With Trustee Weiss.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I'm
Trustee
sorry.
Weiss. No, it's okay.
Motion made by-
I made, so did we, I can't remember now.
was
Did we
made
pass
already.
it? It was,
Yeah.
the motion was to recommend to
Oh,
retain
yeah.
Callan. That was the motion. That was,
That's right.
it was passed, right?
Yeah.
It was-
I'm sorry.
It was read
Before
and
we-
seconded.
It was read and seconded. Okay.
Now
I
we're
guess
ready to vote.
We're ready to vote. Okay.
So do you
Very
need
good.
to amend it or no? It's what, and the last part of what Angelo said as far as or is that, that's not a change, it's just retaining
No,
Callan?
it's
What
in there.
what Trustee Weiss read was specifically to approve staff's recommendation to retain Callan as CTPF's investment consultant with the option to review the contract year-end 2024. So we want to review the contract in 3 years as opposed to 5. And the option to also retain the other finalists on a project basis as needed is what
Okay.
Trustee Weiss read.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the motion was made and seconded, so we call the question?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
Trustee Cavallero, Trustee Clay, Trustee DeValier,
Yes.
Trustee Nelson,
Yes.
Trustee Padilla,
No.
Trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Travalos,
Yes.
Trustee Truss, Trustee Weiss,
Yes.
okay, Trustee Truss, right in here. huh?
Sharina, this is Trustee Cavallero. Sorry, I couldn't get off mute quick enough.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm a yes.
Okay. And then Trustee Truss, is he still present?
I think he's listening only. He told me that he had to go into work. So he's listening. I don't know if he could send his vote in.
Okay, thank you.
Gail.
I'll let them know. I can even put you on speaker.
Gail?
Yes. This is Trustee Rodriguez on the line now. She wants to vote. She's having some tech issues. So if you want to vote on this motion, go ahead, Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes, my vote is no. Thank you.
Did you hear that, Sharina?
Yes,
Yep.
her vote is no.
I'm gonna try one more thing and then I'll call Dan.
Okay, thank you.
So
Okay,
Jeff, I have 8 aye votes, 2 nay votes, and 2 trustees that were not voting.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
say that one more time, Joe, I'm sorry. I just want to confirm.
I have 8 ayes,
Mhm.
2 nays, and 2 trustees not voting.
Correct, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. And we need to quickly move on.
Yes, we do. Thanks. So that's all for aye?
Yes.
I think we're good to move on.
Okay, thanks. That takes us to J, acceptance of external auditor opinion and approval of the FY 2020 CAFR. Like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the.
So moved.
Thank you, Jackie. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Jackie, seconded by Phil.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Is anyone speaking to it, or Joe?
Jeff, it might be appropriate on this particular type of a motion to defer until after the presentation by the auditors.
Okay.
It's slightly more appropriate because of the nature of the professional report.
Okay. So who's up, Elise?
So we have Joe Kowalski and Sean Hickey here from Plant Moran to provide the results of the audit.
Okay, thanks, Elise.
Thank you, President Blackwell and Elise. I'm Joe Kowalski, audit partner for the audit of the fund, and very pleased to be here today to report on our audit of the fund's financial statements for the year that ended June 30, 2020. By any measure, it was definitely a challenging year, a strange year for all of us. And in that regard, it was no different for the audit. Due to a number of the restrictions in place, we were asked to perform the audit completely remotely. And I just want to offer a huge thank you to the staff of the fund, to the investments team, the HR team, the benefits team, and last but mostly Elise and her team, because it was a big lift for them to respond to our request remotely and to be able to provide everything to us through a secure portal. And I want to assure the trustees that in spite of the fact that our audit was remote, we were able to do all the normal procedures that we would conduct under any audit and the audits that we've done in the past of the fund, and obtain all the correct evidence in order to reach our opinion. And the audit timing was affected by some of the challenges within the staff in the finance team, and I'm sure you're aware of some of those challenges, and that delayed, I think, the final preparation of the CAFR. But recently that some of those staffing issues were overcome, and so a final CAFR was presented to us, and we have now finalized the audit of that document. So we're here to report on the results today. Sean is going to walk you through our letter to you as the Board of Trustees, but I will tell you that I'm very proud of your staff, because the audit was a scrutinous one, and it was a clean opinion, which is the highest level of opinion you can get.
Yes.
And there were no internal control deficiencies. And part of what we did this year was look at any of the changing processes or controls that might have been in place due to the remote working environment, and your staff handled that most expertly. So if I could, I'd turn it over to Sean, and he would walk you through our letter to the board that further summarizes our audit results.
Thanks, Joe. I'm Sean Hickey, a senior manager with Plant Moran. As Joe mentioned, I worked with Elise and the rest of the CTPF team and investments to conduct our audit. Just as one quick story I wanted to tell about the environment we were in and what the staff did is, one of the things that we are required to test through our testing of technology is to make sure that the technology is secured and has proper cooling ventilation and it's protected. And your IT staff actually worked with our staff to come up with a solution. And that solution is your IT staff actually performed a FaceTime video and did a tour of the IT room in order for us to complete that procedure. So that's one example where many times we had to think outside the box to make sure that we were able to get all the evidence and documentation that we needed to complete our audit, but also maintain the safety and security and the health of both our team as well as CTPF's team. So we really do appreciate all the efforts of your team. As Joe mentioned, the letter that I'm going to go through is required by auditing standards for information that we're required to communicate to the board. So I'm just going to go through this at a high level and just kind of touch on each of the titles that are bolded in black. And the first the second paragraph where it's our responsibility under U.S. generally accepted auditing standards. As Joe mentioned, our responsibility is to obtain the documentation to express an opinion on the fairness of the financial statements of the teacher's pension fund. And as Joe mentioned, the fund received an unmodified opinion for their 6/30/2020 financial statements. If you could scroll down to this second to the second bold, the plan and timing of the audit. We did communicate to you about our plan, timing, and scope of the audit at the board meeting on September 17th. I'll talk a little bit more about the timing and some of the difficulties that we had just due to the staffing turnover. That's something else we'll kind of talk about as we go through the letter. Significant auditing findings. Just to know that management is responsible for selecting the appropriate accounting policies and also to implement any new government accounting standards. The second paragraph here, there was one new standard, Government Accounting Standard 95. And really what that did is that because of a lot of the restrictions and the pandemic, the GASB deferred many of the implementation of pending GASB. So for the fund, what that meant is that they were going to implement a new standard that has to do with fiduciary funds, but then that was delayed until future fiscal year 2021. We're going to continue to work with Elise and her staff to make sure that she has all the proper information and be a resource to help implement that standard in 2021. We had no transactions that we lacked authoritative guidance, and there was no significant transactions that were not reflected in the financial statements. We go to the next page. On this page, we are required to inform the board of significant estimates where management has to use their judgment or in some cases use outside sources to develop significant estimates that go into the financial statements. The first one is the alternative investments. Alternative investments are investments that the fund enters into where those investments aren't easily valued. And what that really means is they're not really traded on the stock market. And so we have to do a lot more work determining that the CTPF management has proper policies and procedures in place, has the skills, knowledge, and experience to evaluate those investments and then value those investments. As it's disclosed here in this letter, as well as the footnotes of the financial statements, it's well over 1.7 billion, 15.5% of the net position of the fund. So you can see it's a significant portion of the fund's investments. And so we tested those thoroughly, and we concluded that management's assessment of this significant investment is appropriate for the financial statements. The second is pension assumptions. Obviously, the pension assumptions for the fund itself it's not a significant item for the financial statements, but the Chicago Public Schools and other participants of the fund rely on the information for their financial statements. And so the fund hires an actuary that develops assumptions and creates a long-term expectation of the potential liability for CPS and the employers that participate in the fund. If you could scroll down to the next page. Some additional information. The difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We did not have any difficulties dealing with management or performing and completing the audit. But as I mentioned earlier, there was significant staff turnover, as the board probably knows, not only at the executive management level, but also the staff that Elise works with. And so that created some delays in finalizing the financial statements. We worked closely and communicated regularly with Elise to continue to update our plan. And we're happy now that we're able to get to a point where we can finalize the financial statements. We didn't have any disagreements with management. The next paragraph, corrected and uncorrected misstatements. We didn't have any adjustments to the financial statements or adjustments that we even proposed that were not corrected by Elise and her team. If we scroll down towards the end, significant findings and issues. As Joe mentioned, there was no findings from the results of our audit. And then I think the last paragraph there, management representation. We do obtain a letter of representation from management indicating that they provided us with open access to all the books, as well as taking responsibility for the assumptions and the estimates, the significant estimates that are presented in the financial statements. And we will receive that letter from Elise and her team. And management consultants with other independent accountants. We were not aware that Elise or her team had to consult with other accountants to determine significant accounting policies for the fund. If we go to the last page. And this is just a final page of that our responsibility for the information and the documents containing the entity financial statements do not go beyond the financial statements that we've audited. And that's the conclusion of this letter.
Okay.
And Joe, did you have any final?
Just to reiterate our appreciation for everything that the staff had done during the audit to help us get through the process. Elise was amazing. We had frequent communication with Adrian throughout to keep her apprised of the status. And, it's a big lift to get through an audit like this. And I wasn't always an auditor. I was once on the other side of the fence, and it's not always enjoyable going through an audit, but we do absolutely appreciate the cooperation and professionalism.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Adrian, Elise, Bandana, and everyone else who worked on it.
You're welcome.
Okay, if that's it, then we wrap up and go back to the original motion. Or Elise, did you have anything?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Joe and his team. We worked really well together, and I appreciate them being able to accommodate us.
Okay, thank you.
So I think you're ready to call the question, President Blackwell. We've had the motion.
Yeah, I didn't know if we had to, if we kept them in or voted after they left.
Okay.
Joe or Dan, do we, okay, he's gone. I was saying, do we vote while they're still here, or do we have to wait till they leave?
They can be present.
Okay, all right, I was just checking before we did it. Okay, we can call the question.
One second.
A second, Phil Weiss.
All right, the motion was made by Trustee Price, seconded by.
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
Trustee Cavallero,
Yes.
Trustee Clay, Trustee DeValier,
Yes.
Trustee Nelson,
Yes.
Trustee Padilla, abstain. Trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes. Do you hear me?
yes, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. No, I think I'm back on with the audio. Thank you.
Trustee Travalos,
Yes.
Trustee Trust,
He's just listening only.
okay. Trustee Weiss,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
So there were 9 aye votes, no nays, 1 abstention, and 2 trustees not voting.
Who are the trustees not voting, Joe?
Gervais and Dwayne,
Oh,
as
thank you.
best I could hear.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks, Elise.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. That takes us to K, approval to issue staffing agencies RFP. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval to issue a staffing agencies RFP. Someone?
So move.
Thank you, Jackie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion was made by Jackie, seconded by Phil. Is there anyone speaking to this, or you all just want to vote? I don't see any hands for questions. No speaking? Okay, we call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
trustee Clay, trustee DeValier,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Abstain.
okay, trustee Padilla,
Abstain.
okay, trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No,
thank you, trustee Trevor,
Yes.
trustee Trust, and trustee White.
Yes.
Thank you.
There are 7 ayes, 1 nay, 2 abstentions, and 2 trustees not voting.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Serena. Joe. That takes us to L, approval of trustee conferences. We have a list, but I know it'll take people, I don't know if people looked at it, so can we come back to that, or if people come back to approval for that after people look at it?
I did want to attend the Callan conference. That's in July.
And it's
This
not
is
on
trustee
Okay,
there.
you already
Price
have it.
Ward.
Okay. Is it on there?
No.
Let me see.
No, it is not. I don't
Okay.
believe it is.
Because I sent a note to Gail yesterday mentioning it.
Okay, if it's not on here, but I got an email
Yeah, I did
about,
too.
yeah, and I did the initial registration, so.
I didn't do that. I was waiting to see who our consultant was going to be.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I don't see, I mean, hands are raised and people are not being called on.
Thank you.
Because there was an
Again-
open call for
It
who
was,
wants
I
to
was
come.
asking, yeah.
That was an
Oh,
open
I'm
call.
sorry.
Oh, okay, then I can talk to, okay, great.
No,
Let me
I
go to
raised
Gail.
my hand.
Well, no, Jackie was just, I asked anyone had they seen in the conference, so that was my fault. I did that. Gail, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just for Callan, as what Trustee Riley did, if you receive conferences, sometimes we don't see them, and you may get them sooner than we see them, and so therefore they're not on the list. But if you can just present them either to us or by way of this meeting and review the conference, the date, the time, then the trustees can still vote to approve that or not.
Okay.
May I speak?
Okay.
I'm gonna go in order. I get Lois, Mary Sharon, Maria, and then I'll come back to you, Jackie. Lois, Mary
Okay.
Sharon, and Maria.
Thank you. And I'm ready. And the NCPERS Public Pension Fund Forum, August 22nd through the 24th. And then there's the International Foundation, the 67th Annual Employee Benefits Conference. It starts on the 16th and ends on the 20th of October. And then there's the the Fall Conference, which is September 26th through the 28th.
Is that both International Foundation?
The Fall Conference, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's just under the heading of the Fall Conference. But all of these are educational, very good educational conferences.
Okay, you got Lois.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Mary Sharon, then Maria. Thanks, Lois.
All right, thank you. Mhm.
Mary Sharon.
Question about, some of us are up for reelection, and I always felt it wasn't, or was told that it wasn't a good idea to go to a conference within, a month of the election, because we don't know whether we're still going to be
No,
trustees.
you're wrong, Mary. I'm sorry.
I'm
It's,
asking a
the
question,
election-
Lois.
No, she was
I'm
asking a question, Lois.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
she's asking.
sorry. Mhm.
Because I mean, I wouldn't feel right or honest to go to a conference and then be voted off the board.
Oh, you wanted Dan or Joe to tackle that?
No, I mean, it's just kind of a moral issue.
Oh.
Point of information, just if it's before your election, would it matter? Are you talking about after your election or before?
No, before, but the
Why would it be an
assumption
issue
is,
before?
I mean, it's legal. I'm not saying that. I just said, say from a moral point of view, it's not a good idea.
But you're a duly elected trustee right now, so.
Until what, November?
Right, so if you're going to something even if you went to something in October.
Right.
I don't see where the conflict is.
Mm-hmm. We've talked about this in the past, that's all.
Okay, so it's kind of a moral
I would like approval to go to
issue.
the Callan conference.
It's
So
the
you have to
Callan
make-
conference. It's
It's not
it's
on
July
here.
19th, July 19th to the 21st in
in
Salt
Salt
Lake
Lake.
City.
Okay.
Not to interrupt, but I also would like to go to the same conference, Trustee Weiss. Thank you.
Okay. I have Trustee Price Ward, Trustee Riley, and Trustee Weiss.
I think I want to attend that too, Sharina.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll be great.
Can you include
Um,
Trustee Travelos tentatively also?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee.
You can include me as well. Thank you.
Okay. So I have Trustee Price Ward, Trustee Riley, Blackwell, Travelos, Padilla, and Weiss, right?
Mhm.
Okay. For
Thank you.
Callan.
Thank you. Maria?
About, Trustee Nelson, can you ask her? Because I know she mentioned before that she was interested.
Oh, yeah.
At NC PERS and 2 International Foundation conferences.
Oh.
Right. Say what now?
I just wanted to make sure that because you expressed interest in the Callan conference, that you were counted as well.
Yeah, I wanted to, but my sorority has a convention the same time.
Okay.
So I would have loved to have gone. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that, Angela.
You're
Maria?
Yes, actually, there was a policy, and I know when I left in 2011, that if it was, you could not attend any conferences within, I don't know if it was a 6 months or 3-month period before you left, because in that year, there was a trustee at one time who went on a conference to Hawaii and lost the election. And at that time, the current executive, the board of, the trustees and the executive director was mentioned, it was discussion stating, then the individual would get all this information or have all this training and it wouldn't be utilized. So there was a policy, unless later on after 2011, it was removed, but there was even a deeper, there was further explanation on that. And my position still remains the same. As long as this funding liability is at 44%, I will not attend conferences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes,
Jack-
I agree, Maria. Thank you
Excuse
very
me.
much for that.
Jackie, excuse me, Tina. Jackie's next.
Right now.
Tina, Jackie's next.
Yes, I was also interested in the NCPERS Public Pension Fund, August 22nd through the 24th.
Okay.
And then I had Gail.
I'm not looking at the policy currently, but from my recollection is that there is a clause in the policy that if a trustee does not win their election, they will have, and they apply for a conference, and it's in December or November after the election, then the fund then has to cancel that conference, and any money that the trustee has the fund has expended on behalf of that trustee shall be reimbursed by the trustee if they don't win their election. So they will not be able to attend. And if they do want to still attend, it would be then on their dime. But that, again, that's my recollection. I don't have the policy right in front of me, but I do believe that was the last action that was taken relative to that matter with trustees and during election time.
Personal privilege, Gail is correct. If it's after the election, then it has to be refunded. So she mentioned December, that's after the election. But anything before the election is approvable.
Mary Sharon and Phil, I don't know if your hands were up from before. You left them
Just a
up.
quick question. I know, like myself and Mary Sharon, we both attended Pension Bridge. How do we get credit for the hours for trustees? How does, I'm not familiar with the process.
Prior?
We attended it 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
But we were, I mean, I was at work, but I attended it online because it was an online conference.
Yeah, and there's more of those.
Okay.
I'm just,
I
was
speak
actually kind of asking Gail Davis, who just raised her hand.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't want, I wanted to be recognized, so.
Yeah, please.
Okay, we can reach out to Pension Bridge. If you just send us an email and let us know that you attended, and we can reach out and see if they can, will send us a certification, some kind of letter certifying your attendance.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
We both were there.
Yes, please do so as well, Trustee Riley.
How are we accumulating hours for this year, or has anything been said?
Dan might want to speak to that, but it's my understanding that there is no additional extension. So June 30th is the final date to have your 8 hours of ethics training. I did try to reach out to someone and I did not get a response back to anyone to find out if there's been any changes to that. So at this point, the last information we had was June 30th. And Dan, please correct me if I am mistaken on that. So you do have until June 30th, and we hope that everyone's mindful. We have been giving training during these meetings, and at this point, that's unless you've gotten some outside training that you want the board to consider, please bring that forward. Otherwise, it's the only training that we can record is what we have, what you've taken during some of our meetings.
Okay, thanks, Gail. Tina?
Gail, would you be able to tell us how many hours we have accumulated from the internal trainings?
Yes, I can do that next week.
Okay, I'll send you an email.
I think my team is working on that now anyway. So I recall asking if we can pull that together for next week. So you can expect that sometime next week.
Thank you.
So any training that's forthcoming through June 30th, we will count in any training that from the beginning of the calendar year, actually 20, we will be counting. So it probably is not as much as you normally receive, but if you received any, we will be counting that.
Okay, thanks, Gail. Mary Sharon?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how many of these courses we can get from, and what's the time period? Is it our fiscal or our calendar?
So it had been on a calendar year. And again, I've reached out to try to get additional information, and I have not been able to reach anyone. And I sent an email and no one has reached back out to me just to get a confirmation on the deadline and those questions that you're asking. Dan might be able to weigh in a little bit because I think he or Joe had gotten information from someone regarding the training hours and the requirement and any extensions.
Oh,
I guess
Dan?
it's Dan.
Is he there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just want to make sure I was recognized. Yes, the General Counsel of the Department of Insurance, which governs this matter, had indicated to us last year that the deadline for the calendar year 2020 was being extended to June 30th of 2021. I don't have any information that deadline has been extended, but that would be applicable to calendar year 2020. Whatever training that you take between now and June 30th would be applicable to calendar year 2020. I think what does need to be clarified then is what will happen with respect to calendar year 2021. I will reach out again to the Department of Insurance about that. The general counsel that I spoke to and actually know has left. I'm not sure who the new general counsel is, but I'll try to find out because that's the best way to get definitive information about this.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Maria? Then we
yeah,
gotta move on.
No, yeah, just real quick point of information. Since I've come back on as a retiree in November 2017, I've not attended conference. I obtained all my credits online every year. Last year was no different. So for those who may not feel comfortable traveling or do not want to spend the money to go to the conferences, you can obtain your credits required as a trustee by doing classes online. Ms. Davis has always provided me with online classes I could take to have the credits required. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Sharina, did you get all the conferences?
Yes, and I will read them all.
Okay.
Okay, so trustees Price Ward, Riley, Blackwell, Travelos, Weiss, and Padilla would like approval to attend the calendar.
Oh, Sharina, can you remove me, please?
I'll take
Thank
it. Okay, I will. Okay. Okay, so trustees Price Ward, Riley, Blackwell, Travelos, and Weiss would like approval to attend the Callan Conference in July 19th through the 21st. Was it Salt Lake City?
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Nelson would like approval to attend the NCPRS Public Pension Fund Forum August 22nd through the 24th in New York City, as well as the International Foundation Employee Benefits Conference October 7th through the 20th in Denver, Colorado, and the International Foundation September Fall Conference in Scottsdale, Arizona. Trustee.
That date for international is October 17th, not 7th.
Oh, okay, thank you. Then trustee Price Ward would like.
I'm sorry, the international is the 16th through the 20th.
Okay, 16th through the 20th. In
yes,
Denver,
that's it.
In Denver, okay.
Yes.
And then the fall conference in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, trustee Price Ward would like approval to attend the NCPRS Public Pension Fund Forum August 22nd to the 24th in New York City. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Like to entertain a motion? Yep, entertain a motion for approval of trustee conferences.
So moved.
A motion made by Jackie. Is there a second?
Second, Nelson.
Okay, motion was made by Jackie, seconded by Lois. So roll call.
Trustee Blackwell.
Yes.
Trustee Caballero.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Trustee Clay.
Abstention.
Okay. Trustee DeValier.
Abstain.
Trustee Nelson.
Yes.
Trustee Padilla.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, did she? Trustee Padilla? Okay.
Abstain.
Oh, abstain. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Price Ward.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Travelos.
Yes.
Trustee Truss. Trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I
have-
thought I was unmuted. No, my answer was no. Did you have my vote recorded? I'm sorry, Sharina.
We
I
don't.
didn't get it, okay.
We have
Okay, I
6
apologize.
ayes, 1 nay, 4 abstentions, and 1 not voting.
Yes,
Oh, I'm
correct.
sorry. Wait a second. Maria, did you
She
vote?
voted no.
She voted no.
She voted no. Yeah, okay. So that's 2 noes, 6 ayes, and 4 abstentions. That's still not right. Hold on a second.
No.
Oh, I beg your pardon. 1 not voting. Dwayne didn't vote.
Correct.
Right.
Who was the other no?
Tina and Maria voted no.
Oh, thank you.
No, I did
Tia
not vote
abstained.
no.
She abstained.
He abstained.
Thank you.
So 1 no for Ms. Rodriguez,
Got it.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, that takes us to, thank you, Sharina, Joe. Item M, approval of workplace conduct training. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of workplace conduct training.
So move.
Motion made by Jackie. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Jackie. I think it was seconded by Mary Sharon.
Yes,
No
it was.
hands. So
Who
call the
seconded?
question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
Trustee Cavallaro,
Yes.
Trustee Clay,
No.
okay, thank you. Trustee DeValier,
Yes.
Trustee Nelson,
Yes.
Trustee Padilla,
Abstain.
thank you. Trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
thank you. Trustee Travos, Trustee Trust. I'm sorry, Trustee Travos. Is he still present? Okay, Trustee Trust, and then Trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have 8 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention, and 2 not voting.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. N, approval of disability applicants. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the disability applicants.
So moved.
Motion was made by Mary Sharon. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jackie, made by Mary Sharon, seconded by Jackie. Maria has a question.
Sorry. Is there a presentation? We mentioned that before. I mean, who is presenting the disability applicants? I know it used to be Miss Rosemary. And who's the chairperson?
Do we have a presentation for the applicants?
I think Jen has her hand up.
You have Jen, you have Trustee Riley, you have, and Trustee Rodriguez. Okay,
Okay, so-
Trustee Rodriguez is down.
Okay, Jen and Mary
Yeah.
Sharon.
No, I took mine down.
Okay, Jen.
So the presentation is that the applicants have met the statutory requirements to be approved for disability. So it's pretty quick.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Jen. Okay, barring any more hands, we can call the question.
How many, yeah, I'm sorry. How many applicants are there, Jen?
There are 3.
Thank you.
Okay, call the question.
I have my hand raised.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Somebody asked who was, did somebody ask who was the chair of that committee?
Yes. Yes.
And that would be me.
Right.
I didn't get an opportunity to say that would be me, and I'm not aware. I just want to be reflected that I'm not aware of the approval. No one has spoken to me or reached out to me to say anything. So I would like to say that this is my second time stating that no one has asked me anything or said that I needed to come to a meeting or ask me for my opinion or even shared with me what this process looks like. I'm talking about or said this is how many people we have prior to this meeting. And so I know that I was appointed to be the chair, but at this time I'm gonna ask that my name be removed because I do not feel that it's appropriate to be a part of a committee or at least to chair a committee in which you have no voice or you have no one communicating with you to ask you or to say anything to you about what's taking place with your committee, with the committee in which I sit on. Will that be reflected to have my name removed immediately and to have you to appoint someone else as that committee chair?
What's the process for that, Dan or Jeff?
That is a privilege that Gervais has, and the board can appoint somebody else to be the chair of the disability committee.
Yeah, and so
The
before,
president does.
thank you for saying, giving us that information. But before I appoint, but I still would like for someone to for someone to answer, why is it that I have not been notified as that chair of these approval of applicants? And this is not the first time that applicants have been approved and I have not been notified or contacted or a phone call or anything to say anything. Am I missing something or am I not following? Is this the procedure that takes place? I guess that would be my question. Is this the normal procedure that the chair of the disability committee is not notified of any disability applicants prior to coming to a board meeting?
Who wants to speak to that? Maybe someone that's been the chair of the disability committee might be able to give you some insight.
This is Jen. I could tell you that no, we have not in the past, since I've been processing or been managing the processing of the disability applicants, have we ever brought them to the disability chair prior to the board meeting? The disability chair would assist with any type of administrative appeals, but we haven't had one for a while now. So, but I did, Trustee Clay, I thought I sent you an email to try to talk to you about this so that I could explain it to you. So if you'd like, we could have a conversation about it.
Thank you, Jen, for that information and sharing that information. But this is not directed at you, Ms. Jen. It's directed just in the general conversation as to this. This is the second conversation that I've had to say about the disability applicants that were discussed or chosen or approved, and I not knowing that they were approved prior to coming to this meeting. And so it's just a simple phone call. I mean, like, I don't know, it's just something simple. So it hasn't happened. And I would imagine that no one has said anything. So I would ask as a trustee, the second question would be, what's the point in having this committee or having this chair, someone sit in the chair position if they don't have knowledge of anything that's happening in that committee?
Jackie, did you want to speak to that?
Actually, I'm in agreement with Gervais because this is the second time that I recall that she says that she she doesn't know that we have candidates for disability. So I would like to know the process. So how does it go? If I remember when we were in person, there was a piece of paper that was brought around nobody's name was on it. But if there were people that were, if I'm remembering correctly now, correct me if I'm wrong, the person's names were, they were not on there, but it said who they were and what the doctor's approval or denial was. Remember that?
Mhm.
So as far as the process, I guess I'm not clear on the process, and I would like to be clear on the process. And what happens before that if you actually have a chair for that committee? So what is the role of the chair of the committee? That's just a point of information. I would love to have that information. And absolutely, I totally agree. This is the second time that Gervais has asked about that, and it has just been brought to the table and voted on. Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Jen to answer that, Jerry, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, thanks for recognizing me. I just wanted to share that when I was leading the committee last year, that or it may have been 2 years ago, really the cases in which the doctors were unanimous around the approvals were never shared with me in advance. It was only cases that dealt with appeals or hearings and other things like that. Typically, that information was shared with me at the meeting, much like we just kind of described. We'd get the handout, we'd talk about it, and that was it. So I just wanted, Trustee Clay to just hopefully feel a little better that it's not being done intentionally. That's just kind of historically the process, and it went very smoothly. So thank you.
Point of.
Let me come to Jen to answer your concern and Jackie's concern, Gervais, about the process of the.
Sure, I can explain the process. When the applicant applies, as long as they meet the eligibility requirements, we have a vendor that obtains their medical records. And once those medical records are obtained, appointments are set up with two fund physicians. And those fund physicians.
Jen, we can't hear you.
You like far away from, yeah, we can't hear you, Jen. No, it's still, yeah, still sound like you're far away.
Just try to switch to my headset and see if that helps. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So the process is that when the applicant applies, if they meet the eligibility requirements, we submit their information to a vendor who then obtains medical records. And once the medical records are obtained, appointments are set up with fund physicians to evaluate those records, and they meet with the individuals who have applied as well. And they make a determination if the applicant is wholly and permanently disabled from teaching. And when we get those evaluations back from the fund physicians, if they are unanimous, then those members are submitted to the committee for approval. And like I said, we have submitted all except for one. A couple of months ago, there was somebody who didn't meet the eligibility requirements. But we've submitted them all for approval. And I think it's, we don't, because there's sensitive information, we try to limit the conversation around these applicants, if that helps.
Thanks, Jen. Gervais and Jerry.
First and foremost, Trustee Travelos, I don't feel slighted, or I don't feel like I've been singled out or information has been withheld. That is not my intent in having this raising these questions or the concerns. My raising of this question is that this is the second time that I've raised this particular question. I heard that Miss Pentiangelo, and I'm gonna get it right, so Miss Jen say that it is submitted to a committee. So I don't know which committee it's submitted to, because I've never had the pleasure of hosting or holding a committee a committee meeting. Like I would think that if I'm the chair of, or if any one of us is the chair of a committee, that they would know what's going on with that committee, or with that at all given times. Like I hear trustees having conversations about their different committees and what's taking place and sharing that, but I can't share anything about the committee in which I sit on, because nothing is being shared with me. It's not a meeting, even if it's just a quarterly meeting or a monthly meeting. Nothing has transpired with this committee, and it seems like that I don't know. I mean, it's a committee, but is it really necessary to have a committee, or is it just something that's just used to put people in for whatever reason that they've been put into that committee? Because this is to me, it just seems like it's non-functional. I've not done had one conversation with anybody from the benefits, or I think this comes out of benefits. I've not had one single conversation about any issue or any concern that anybody would have when it comes to the disability applicants. I couldn't have told you until today, right now, that there was even a list of people who had applied for approval. And I think that as the committee chair, that I should have known that. I should have known that prior to coming to this meeting. And then it would have prevented me from having this particular conversation on this particular platform. I would have really, really, really have appreciated that.
As a chair, you could call a meeting at any time.
But I asked for the process. I asked for the process, and not knowing that when you appointed me to that position, I've never sat as a chair. I've never sat as, definitely not the disability applicant, as a disability. And I've also said this in my previous meeting again. So if that had been raised to say that this is what you can do with this committee, then yeah, I would have known that. But nothing was shared, and I raised this same conversation a month or so ago.
You said as a chair before, but
where?
We don't have to go back and look at. We had this conversation before.
But I mean,
chair.
You accused me.
I'm not accusing you. You have had. You said as a chair before, but I'm just saying the chair in our meetings all the time. The chairs of the committees, we throw out dates for meetings.
When I receive any meetings when I receive any invites for meetings, I receive them just like everybody else did. I'm on a committee with Trustee Price Ward, the Finance and Audit Committee. I not once sat and said and come up with those dates. I received those dates, or nobody asked to confirm if those dates work for me or sit down with me as being a part of that committee. I received the dates for our meetings after, I'm assuming, that the chair met with whomever she needed to meet with to come up with the dates, and that's fine. And I just put it on my calendar to say that these are meetings, but I've never been a part of the process. So if I'm not a part of the process, how would I know what the process looks like and works like? And that's my point. I'm not having this conversation to lay any blame or any fault or anything on anybody. Just like I don't want anybody to say what I could have done, because we'll spend a whole lot of time talking about what each other could have done. But I'm just simply saying that I did not know the process. I've asked for it twice. I've asked for understanding. I get bits and pieces of it. I got, and so you can remove my name from that committee. And so Joe was just saying that I have a right to ask for my name to be removed from that, and that's what I'm asking for.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so back to the motion that was on the floor was to approve the disability applications.
Yeah, was it?
I thought it was made and seconded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was.
Okay, so
Trustee
call the
Riley-
question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Trustee Riley made the motion, seconded by Ms. Price Ward. Trustee-
Okay. Okay.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Caballero,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
Yes.
trustee DeValier,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Padilla,
Abstain.
okay. Trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez, trustee Travalos,
Yes.
trustee Trust, trustee White,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez. Okay, thank you.
Okay. That takes us to, where's the agenda?
Can we get the total? The vote total?
I did not hear a couple of voices, so I do not have a total. I had 7 ayes, 1 abstention, and I believe 2 not voting.
Correct.
I'll let them know now.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Gail.
Trustee Rodriguez could not unmute. I think she was having some tech issues, but I want to make sure I get her vote correctly. So, hello? Yes, we want to get your vote.
Yes, I have a yes vote for the disabilities applicant. Thank you.
A yes vote, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Noted.
That's 11.
Right, I think we're still missing one. I have 8 ayes, 1 abstention, and 2 not, no, I'm sorry, 1 not voting.
No,
I have 2
Dwayne.
not voting, 1 not voting.
That's Dwayne.
1, 2,
Not voting.
that's 10.
Jackie?
Jackie is,
Yes. No, I'm not. Are we done with the vote? Because I had something else to say.
Okay. No, I think we're still trying to figure the vote out.
Jackie, did you cast a vote, Jackie?
Yes, I did. I said yes.
Okay,
10. I have.
then I have 10 ayes, 1
10.
abstention, and 1 not voting.
That's 12.
I
Is
didn't
that
get, I didn't get 10. I didn't hear 10.
Jeff, Jim, Gervais, Senator DeValier, we have Lois, Jacqueline, Phil, Jerry, Mary Sharon, and Maria.
Is that what you have, Sharina?
Yes, 1 second. Let me just do a count. Hold on. 11. I have 11 ayes. No, I'm sorry, 10 ayes, 10 ayes, 10 ayes, 1 extension, and 1 absent.
Okay, that's the same.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so you all have the same.
There's your 12.
10, 1, and 1. Yeah, that's 12. Okay, thank you. Jackie?
Okay, this is not germane to that vote. I just wanted to appeal to Gervais to, give it a little time and maybe we can get this process together so that you can continue to have an experience chairing this committee. You haven't even had that experience based on the 2 statements that you have made, and I do remember those. So I would appeal to you to give it a chance, give it one more chance, and to whoever can correct this process and do what we need to do in order to have a full committee process and go through the scheduling of meetings. If that is, I know I looked at a master schedule sheet, many dates were taken. And therefore I had to try to get in where I fit in on that schedule for finance and audit. So I appeal to you, Trustee Clay, to reconsider, and I promise I will come to your meeting if you have a meeting, and is it at all possible for me to make it there? That's it.
Thank you, Jackie. Gervais?
Thank you, Trustee Price Ward, for asking for that. I guess I'm hearing a couple of things. Like, you had the opportunity to look at a master schedule, to even pick a date, to go in there and to get in where you fit in. I didn't even have the option to get in where I fit in as a trustee.
Mm-hmm.
So when we sit and we do what we do, we got to do it for all 12 of us. And when we don't do that, and we discover down the road that it's not being done, but yet we have fought so many fights and pushed back and argued and whatever it is that we've done on this particular platform. So to miss that one thing was for somebody to say, this is the process. You got to meet with somebody on staff. So even if you guys don't do it on this board, the trustees, there's a whole staff, there's a whole department in which somebody should have stepped to each and every last one of the chairs to say, come pick your dates to have your meetings. Not one person from the board, not one person from the fund reached out after me being assigned this committee and said anything to me. And if I don't say anything today, Jackie, they won't say anything to me. We'll just keep moving on along like it's okay. It's not okay. It hasn't been okay. It hasn't been okay for a long time. And so for anybody to walk away to think that I'm supposed to be feeling like, oh, like I feel like I am so wanted, like they really respect me. This would be a form of disrespect for me. You know, like the fact that you said that you had the opportunity to look at a master schedule, which means all of the committees were listed. You pick your dates for when you want to have your meetings, and you were given that right. I appreciate you saying that you would attend my meetings. I would have liked 7 months ago to have had a meeting or two. And that was all taken away from me. And so at this point in time, Jackie, I dearly appreciate it with the deepest, but I am going to still walk away and be okay with that and allow somebody else to maybe pick up the process, and then they maybe be given a master schedule from the
okay. A point of information, Gervais, I gave a date, and I went and asked the chief investment officer if this date would fit my calendar, if the second Tuesday in the month would fit into the calendar. She said she had to check to see. And I asked her, could I see if that was not going to work? I said the second or the third. We ended up with the third, but the third is too close to the board meeting. But I did ask, and according to my calendar, when I was assigned this new committee. And then I asked her, could I see it? And then I think I had to get it from administrative staff. I told him I need to see it, because if this doesn't work, because I have several other committee meetings that are not related to the pension fund. So I do want to make sure I clarify. Nobody came to me either and brought it to me. When I got my committee assignment, I went to the chief financial officer, and that's how I facilitated and told her what dates I had available. So I just want to make sure that's clear. That's why I'm saying I know what I did, and that's why I was asking you to reconsider, because that's what I did.
I went to I went to two people. I went to two people to ask them to explain to me what this committee was about and how to handle it. I was never directed to go see anybody. And so had I been directed to go see somebody, I would have gone to see somebody, but I wasn't directed to go see anybody. Nobody came to see me. And I would imagine that the fund staff who they all attend these meetings with us. And so, you know, like any one of them could have reached out, even if I don't come to them, you know, like, hey, she chairs this committee and I'm the chief officer of that group, right? And so let me reach out to invite her so we can make sure that we're on the same page. And so I just feel like none of that was done. And while Mr. Blackwell is saying that I chaired a committee, if you go back and check, he gave me the disability again. I think when I first got here, you're absolutely right on that. But if you go back and look again, nobody told me what to do. Nobody explained to me the process. And so if nobody's explaining to you the process, then I just feel like I asked. Like the bottom line is, trustee, I asked last month, how does this process working? Could somebody tell me? And so nobody has told me even at that point of me asking. So if somebody would have taken on that responsibility, if we just get rid of what took place 5 months ago, if somebody had to come to me after I'm asking on this same platform and said something to me, then yeah, now we would be okay. But still, no one went to me to ask, to say, come to me and this is what you need to do. Nobody still didn't do that. So I appreciate it, Jackie. So I don't want to take the time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, but I still would like to remove my name as that chair of that committee. So thank you guys so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're about an hour behind, so we have to break for lunch. We're still doing a 45-minute lunch. It's
Yes.
I'm gonna suggest a 30-minute lunch just because we got to get this moving. But
We're actually almost an hour. We're actually almost 2 hours behind.
yeah, almost 2 hours behind.
Yeah.
At 1:15.
Yeah.
But you know, you have to think about your health. People sit too long and get blood clots. And we're sitting a long time on these Zooms. Zooms are normally 2 hours and pushing it 4 hours. So that's why I'm saying I'm worried about everybody's health. And that's first.
Okay, so if we do a 45-minute lunch, it's 3 o'clock. We're coming back at 3:45. Then we have Project 125. Then we have trustee training, which is an hour and 15 minutes. And then we have executive session for an hour and 30 minutes.
Perhaps we can do things faster. If a lot of folks were at that Project 125 update, because Trustee Cavalier had a very good meeting and it was well attended.
I agree.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so perhaps we can do that fast.
Okay, we'll try that. So let's break for
Well,
lunch. It's 3 o'clock and come back at 3:45 and we'll talk to Richard and Van Daan and see if they can maximize the presentation. So breaking for lunch at 3 o'clock and come back at 3:45.
You have a
Thank you,
hand
ma'am.
up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Tina?
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? I heard a very good idea and I have a question for Gail Davis. Gail?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I heard a good idea about trustees ordering their lunch and putting it on the credit card. Is that something that you research? Is that something that we are allowed to do?
I will defer that question to our counsel or Jeff Blackwell.
Per the fund policy, no, that's not something that we could do.
Thank you.
Can we see, can we
Dan,
have,
excuse me, Director Dan?
Well, I was just going to say that we're taking more time to discuss the duration of the lunch, et cetera. than just,
Going to lunch.
than the 15 minutes. So why don't we just go ahead and take the 45?
So let's take the 45 and then address these questions. We come back before we go into the training for Project 125.
Well, I think these questions can just be deferred. I mean, we need to get, we need to get the training. That's pretty essential that we get the training in. We've got an attorney in Boston
Yeah.
waiting to do it. And, you know, she's already way behind.
I agree. Okay,
yeah.
let's break for lunch and get back at 3:45 and defer these questions and come back. So let's break and come back at 3:45.
Okay. Trustee Blackwell,
Present.
trustee Caballero,
Present.
trustee Clay,
Here.
trustee DeValier,
Here.
trustee Nelson,
Here, and wait a minute, Bucola is in Springfield in a session, so we can take out her time, 5:45 to 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Ooh, good job.
Thank you.
trustee Padilla,
Good news.
I'm here.
trustee Price Ward,
Present.
trustee Riley,
Here.
trustee Rodriguez, trustee Travlo.
Present, I'm sorry, present.
Okay, thank you. Trustee
Thank you.
Travlo,
Present.
trustee Truss, trustee Weiss.
Present, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sharina.
Mhm.
Okay, that takes us to 5, report on the Technology Committee chaired by Jim. And 5A, Project 125 update. I guess, Jim, you take it away, and Richard Bandana.
Yeah, I think if it's okay with Bandana and Richard, if I would ask respectfully, if maybe if we can get a shorter version of this.
Yes, trustee. We can do a condensed version. That's no problem.
Right, because I think there was pretty good attendance at the meeting the other day, so I think people are pretty well aware.
Right.
But I don't want to minimize your work, because I think you all are doing a great job, but I would really appreciate if we could do that to help out. So thank you,
Yes,
Richard.
of course. Yep.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Project 125 status update. As we said, this will be a condensed version. If we can open up. And again, if we can advance right down to slide number 6. So the main status slide, we are trending green in all categories. From a timeline milestone perspective, we are posting the final bidders' questions and answers today, and are still tracking to have the bidders' responses back by June 25th. From a key update perspective, we conducted a bidders conference back in April 29th, and the data assessment and migration project kicked off on May the 3rd. We can advance to the next slide, please. And as we said, we kicked off the data assessment and migration project. The team is in place, working with our partners from ICON. And the team right now is doing the initial assessment, which involves looking at databases, database tables, and the data sources. And we can advance to the next slide, please. No, I'm sorry, go back to the previous slide, Sharina. Yeah, slide number 8, and hand it off to Chris, please.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Just a quick update. We've been talking several months now about employer outreach and its importance to the success of the project. Just a quick status, we've officially started that project this month, and the first phase of this will run from now until the end of the year, at the time that the vendor is selected. Some initial steps that we've begun work on. We've begun work on the development of an employer outreach charter, a high-level schedule, and initial communications with employers. We will also be presenting at the charter school training the first week in June, providing more information to those folks on Project 125, their role in the project, and just more information about outreach and what it means to them. And then we will also be presenting that same information to CPS the following week, and we'll be beginning discussions with them on infrastructure and process to better support the changes ahead. And as has been communicated, we understand that we need to work very closely with CPS throughout the entire project at the various levels, including management, decision makers, to help with the changes that will be needed. At this time, I'll now hand it off to Vandana to discuss the next steps on the RFP. And if you could go to the next slide.
Thank you. Yeah, so talking about the RFP, everybody here knows that the RFP has been posted. We have already established score sheets, hosted a bidders conference, attended 9 vendors attended the bidders conference. The bidders conference was mandatory. We have one vendor that kind of informed us that they will not be submitting. So we have 8 good quality potential bidders that could submit to the RFP. We've also actually established a good reference check process now, and that is coming to a close. We will be doing reference checks once we start getting information from in the proposals regarding the references. They're supposed to be giving us 3 reference, so that'll start soon. We have also posted the answers for the questions we have received. So that part is also wrapping up. Our second set of answers are being posted today. We had a very good discussion in the Technology Committee yesterday. We'll do a lot of budget discussions for this project through the Technology Committee and the Finance Committee. So please stay updated with those committees. And with that, I will have Tom explain a little bit about the budget components over here just briefly. So could you please move to slide 13, please?
Okay, so we did go over this yesterday, the different components with the Technology Committee. So if there's any additional detail, we'll have to refer you to the Technology Committee on this right now at this point. The budget is going to consist of several different things. The number that we're submitting or presenting will consist of about 8 different components. The first component is the past replacement costs. So that's going to be those costs associated with the vendor product itself. What is it going to cost for the software and for the implementation of that software, and specifically just that software. The second component would be the oversight and project management. That would be the ProValiant time, the project managers that are going to come in and do that independent verification and validation and things to that nature. Number 3 is the data conditioning. The board has already approved this. We just had a little bit of a status update on that. That is rolling along just fine. So that is a component of the overall budget. The employer outreach is another component that will be, that Chris just talked about a little bit. That's included in there as well. We've got an organizational change management component included as well. This is making sure that the consistent message is received throughout the entire organization. So everybody knows what we're doing and they know why we're doing it. I think if that's not done correctly, then we could, it can lead to a more difficult transition to a new system. The imaging system piece is still up in the air yet. We're going to wait for the proposals to come back from the vendors on the 25th of June. Some of those vendors already have an imaging system built into their solution already. So that is a budget item that we're not sure what the complete cost is going to be on that. Support cost is going to be another component. That's number 7. That's going to include a lot of the labor costs associated with just keeping the lights on at CTPF while we're going through this implementation project. How many people are we going to need to backfill? How many people are we going to need to just kind of make sure that the departments are fully staffed to be able to deliver services? Website and CRM, that's another one that we may or may not have a whole lot of budget associated there. On the website, we would have to change the ctpf.org website to maintain that consistency with the existing PASS solution vendor or the pension system vendor's website. The CRM is a customer relationship manager that gives you a total 360 view of that member or employer, if you will. So everybody is able to get some dashboarding, get the same data, and that data is correct, and they're able to get that in a much quicker fashion with the CRM. Again, a lot of those capabilities are built into some of these pension administration systems, so we don't know if we're going to use that or if we're going to go with a third-party external system. Something you may have heard of is Salesforce. That's a CRM. So Salesforce is a type of, or is an example of something that we might try to hook into. I'm not saying we're going to, that's an example. So those are the components. There's 8 of them. It's a rather large number that we did go over with the committee yesterday. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jen to kind of talk about our vision a little bit and why exactly we're doing this in the first place. So Jen?
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees, and thank you for your time. I'm going to be discussing the, if you could move to the next slide, please. Thank you. I'm going to be discussing the Project 125 vision. 4 vision statements have been presented at previous board meetings. They focused on different areas for improvement: technology, data, service, and process, with the intent of giving context to the impact of this project on our members. Everything we do at the fund revolves around service to our members, and this project is no exception. In the interest of time today, I will not revisit each of the vision statements in detail, so for now I will summarize. These statements individually and collectively support the mission of Project 125, as well as CTPF's organizational mission, and they remind us of why we're committing time and resources to the project. The vision of Project 125 helps us to identify how the project will relate to the everyday experiences of our members, our employees, and our stakeholders, and it provides context for everyone working to achieve this vision for CTPF. If you could please advance past our individuals, you'll see our individual members, and I encourage you to take a look at this when you have time. But if you could please go to the summary, a few more down. There, thank you so much. So in summary, Project 125 and the vision for it is a once in a lifetime, a once in a generation, our lifetime investment that will enable CTPF to have consistent, accurate, and up-to-date member data available in real time from a single source to better enable everything that we do. And members' convenience with this project will be paramount, with the ability to provide service 24/7, 365 days a year through self-service options. The project is going to promote process improvement and empower users and stakeholders so that the work we do will be more efficient and everyone across the organization will be more confident and engaged in their roles. And finally, the investment and care shown by the trustees to this project fully demonstrates the organization's commitment to the members and to the stakeholders, and it's critical to the success. We thank you for that care and support. And that concludes the vision. And the presentation.
That's the end. If you wanted to move up to the questions, if there were any questions.
Not seeing any hands at this time. Okay, I don't see any hands at this time, so I think we're good.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Jeff, are we gonna begin the training or are we prepping for that?
Sharina or Cecilia, is Julie Moore, has she joined the meeting?
Checking now.
She has not joined.
I have a text from her saying she'll sign on in 5 minutes. I'm not sure when that text came. I did indicate to her she should sign on no later than 4 o'clock. We actually got ahead of ourselves a little because we thought there would be a half an hour after the lunch break. And the Project 125 team quite graciously and efficiently got it done in 15 minutes.
Jeff?
It looks like Joe has a comment or a question.
I don't know if Jeff is on or if Mary Sharon is covering, but we could, in the interim, if there's going to be more than any minute or two of delay, we could start moving items to the omnibus and then pick them up later and have it approved.
Okay.
Trustee Blackwell, you're muted.
Keeps going back to mute after. Yeah, we can do that in the interest of time until the training starts. Y'all want to move items to the omnibus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we're at 8. So 8A, April 20th, 21 Finance and Committee Audit Meeting Report. Can we move that to the omnibus?
You move to the omnibus.
Thank you. 8B, April 22nd, 2021 Investment Committee Meeting Report. Can we move that to the omnibus?
We can move it to the omnibus, but will I give an update as far as?
Yeah, down here.
Investment
down,
reports?
Down below.
Okay, as long as I can give
It's
like.
down below, it's number 9.
Yeah, I see a 10A and B here. Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Okay,
There we
Cecilia
go.
said Julie's just joined. You want to do one more? April 27th, 2021 Personnel Committee Meeting Report.
Move to the omnibus.
Okay.
Let's quickly go, Jeff, so we can have.
You want to
this
just do
done.
all of them? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, D, April 28th, 2021 Executive Committee Meeting Report. Can move that to the omnibus.
So moved.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
E, April 29th, 2021 Claims and Service Credit Committee Meeting Report.
Move to the omnibus.
Okay, thank you. F, Report of the Committee on Investments. Ms. Phil?
Come on.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute there. Yeah, we can move it to the omnibus.
Okay, thank you. G, Report on the Committee of Claims and Service Credits.
Move to the omnibus.
Okay. H, Report on the Committee on Finance and Audit.
Move to the omnibus.
Okay, thank you. I, Report on the Report of the Financial Secretary.
Move to the omnibus.
Okay, thank you all so much. Okay, now we can go back. Julie Moore, she's joined us. Thanks, Cecilia.
So Ms. Moore is with us?
Yeah, Cecilia just said that she joined.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you there, Julie?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi,
Oh.
everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Julie Moore. I'm an attorney and an HR consultant, and I'm in Boston. And just so you know my background, I'm a reformed litigator. I've been practicing law for 29 years. So I was in the courtroom representing boards and individuals and corporations and other organizations in discrimination, harassment, retaliation matters. And I started a consulting firm 23 years ago to really focus on prevention. And so I'm excited to be here today to talk about workplace conduct. And so we're not talking about sexual harassment, that'll be another time, but we're going to talk about harassment and bullying and appropriate parameters for engaging with others in the workforce. And this couldn't be a more timely topic. We've seen so much of what's going on in the news, in the legislature, around town, in the media, about people behaving badly. And so I think it's really important to reinforce what I trust you already know about being respectful, treating each other with dignity. So next slide, please. So some of the objectives we're going to talk about are harassment, and that's harassment under the law. So there's certain protected categories that state, federal, local law have delineated for when you talk about race, or you talk about age, or you talk about sexual orientation or gender identity. That's a trigger point. And that's more than just bad behavior, being rude and disrespectful. It can be illegal behavior. And I'm sure you've heard the word microaggressions. Essentially death by 1,000 cuts is how that's often described. So the more subtle type of behavior, we're going to talk about that. And behavior that doesn't involve a legally protected category, we can call it rank and file harassment, we can call it bullying, we can call it rudeness, whatever else. But I'm going to talk about that too. And so one of the goals of today is to talk about how to increase your awareness and increase sensitivity about these types of behaviors so that we can all kind of take a look at ourselves and keep our behavior in check. Because no one wants to offend anybody. No one wants to be accused of misconduct. You know, we all need to bring each other up and not bring each other down. So next slide on a couple more objectives that we've got. Civility and respect. The EEOC is the federal discrimination agency that talks about and prevents and responds to claims of harassment, discrimination, and bullying. And there was a task force survey done in 2016, and it said, you know, civility and respect are the foundations, are the pillars of how we need to treat each other, because if we fall short and treat each other with incivility, that's essentially, you'll see a slide later, the gateway of potentially illegal harassment. And then finally, really talking about the impact that this behavior has on others. You know, how does it make us feel? And so I know that you've got a lot of policies that deal with harassment, bullying. We don't have the time or forum today to go over those, but I'm trusting those will be circulated to you after as a reminder, because I've read all of them. I know they're in various places, and they're really important to emphasize what your policies say about this, because when I respond to complaints of inappropriate behavior, I have federal law, I've got state law, and I've got internal policies that I look at. So those are really guidance. Those are your house rules that are important. Okay, the next slide. So we all know the times that we're in, right? I'm doing this remotely. I'd love to be in Chicago meeting you live, but here we are. We're in a COVID world, and I was doing an investigative interview today of a claim against a board where the corporate secretary and assistant clerk has filed claims against the president of the organization, who retired in 2008, the current president, who she claims has discriminated against her and retaliated against her because she's a woman and because she's taken FFCRA, which is COVID leave to take care of her children. She's also claiming sex harassment against a board member. She's saying she told other managers and board members and they failed to take action, on and on. So that was how I spent my morning. And one of the conversations I had with the attorney who represents the board member who's accused of sending very salacious sexual text messages and making inappropriate comments at board meetings, I said, so how's your practice? How's everything? How's your wife? And she said, you know, this COVID thing has changed all of our worlds, right? And some for the better, some for the worse. And she said, it really makes me appreciate work-life balance and how much I really love my wife, right? I think this has been a challenging time for all relationships, right? In the workplace and our personal lives. But I think it's makes us stop. Dogs are happy, right? They're happy that we're all home, cats are not, makes us reevaluate what matters in life, right? And it comes down, I think, to some basics: kindness, respect, communication, all of that. And so we can take it in our personal lives, we can transform it into our work lives, into our colleagues on the board, and into the employees and all of that who we interact with. Next slide. One of the downsides that we've seen among many, many things with the COVID world that we've been in is the real increase in harassment and discrimination. And next slide, I want to hone in on one particular group of Asians and Asian Americans. We've seen so many hate crimes. This is just from last month. Here's just one of the many, many images that we have seen. Here it is: an elderly Thai immigrant dies after being shoved to the ground. Okay, slashed in the face with a box cutter. Chinese woman is slapped and then set on fire. Pretty horrific, right? And you know, what we've seen is there have been well over 2,000 hate crime incidents that have been reported across the country in just the first few months of COVID alone. The New York City Commission on Human Rights said they received more than 300 complaints from Asian Americans, which was a 40% increase that they've had. And this has gone on in virtually every city and every state across the country. Next slide. So it's gotten so bad that the EEOC, again, that federal agency, has had to put out an advisory saying, we don't allow discrimination or harassment based on national origin or race. And the EEOC, again, that federal agency that's charged with enforcing Title VII, ADA, all of that. But Title VII of the Civil Rights Act says there can be no discrimination, no harassment in employment based on race, color, religion, gender, national origin. The categories are much more expansive, but that's what Title VII says. And it's pretty sad, but necessary that the EEOC had to put up a reminder for that. So next slide. So they put up a Q&A with regard to discrimination, okay? And they said, okay, what steps should an employer take in a pandemic-related harassment issues due to national origin, race, and others? What do we do? So here's what the agency says. Here's what the experts say. Employers can reduce the risk of harassment by explicitly communicating to the workforce fear of pandemic, calling it the Asian flu or the Kung flu or anything like that. It should not take place. It's misdirected. Employers should remind everybody about the federal laws about equal employment opportunity. That's EEO. And talk about race and national origin, color, sex, religion, age, disability. Cover all the protected categories, okay? And make sure that supervisors and managers in their roles, you know, you are the organization for stopping, reporting, and otherwise preventing and responding to any sort of complaints, and make it clear that you'll take appropriate action. So one of the issues in this investigation I have going on right now is that a board member named Don, again, has been inappropriately sexually harassing the corporate secretary. And so the issue is, what's the liability of this board member? And Lucy interacts with the executive committee and the board on a weekly basis for executive committee, monthly basis for board, and audit committee quarterly. She submits their minutes. They're responsible for her compensation review, all of that. So you board members have such a key role. You know, you're looked at with high esteem from managers, from employees, because you run the organization. And so really important to set the right tone and understand the culture from the top is what's going to resonate downward. So next slide. Another example that was recent, and I trust you saw this, this was March 29th. It was a really shocking video of an Asian American woman who was walking to church outside of this hotel. You don't belong here. And remember, if you saw this, there were a couple of security guards there. that saw it, locked the door. They didn't run out there. They didn't do anything. And so you've got the perpetrator, obviously, that criminal who's engaging in that hateful behavior. And then you've got bystanders who are just watching and doing nothing. And so then there was a lot of scrutiny placed on bystanders. When you see something happening, speak up. And if you don't do anything, are you complicit, right? When other people are rude and disrespectful and using epithets and all of that, what's your duty, right? I mean, we teach our kids in kindergarten the bystander rule and stick up for your friend and the buddy system and all of that. Things are so bad that Congress is taking action. And hot off the press, we've got on Tuesday, the House of Representatives passed a bill to address the increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans during the pandemic. The Senate had passed it almost unanimously last night. There was one dissenter, which was Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri. But what this bill says is that the Department of Justice, so the federal government, designates a point person to expedite review of hate crimes, makes things more accessible. So the House passed it 364 to 62, and all 62 people were Republicans who voted no. But it was really almost unanimous in the Senate, saying this is a problem we need to deal with. And you can substitute Asian American for any other protected category because it's about disdain and hate and bigotry that just totally needs to be eradicated. Okay, next slide. And by the way, I've been asked to, kind of focus on the presentation, go over the talking points, and then leave about 15 minutes at the end for questions, comments, all of that. And I know it's difficult when we're doing these Zoom meetings when people pipe in and then schedule gets out of whack, and I know the schedule's changed quite a bit today. So I'm gonna, just kind of cover the main points that I want to make sure we go over and then give you an opportunity for commenting. Okay, so now we've got Amy Cooper. You remember this from, about 11 months ago, who was in Central Park in New York and made this threat about a Black man. And I'm going to say a Black man is harassing me. And there was an argument that ensued about an unleashed dog, which was hers. And Christian Cooper, ironically the same last name as Amy, was walking in a wooded area. And he asked her nicely, and she said, I'm taking a picture and I'm going to call the cops. And he says, please do. And she said, I'm going to say an African-American man is threatening my life. And he says, please send the cops. That would be great for me. So then he pulled out his camera, right? I mean, we've got these days. I mean, it's a totally different world where we can videotape, we can capture all of that where it didn't happen before. And so here we go. We've got a video that went viral of the false claims and threats that she made against this person. And so I think it's really important to think about the consequences of what happened, because the last couple of years, particularly since the Me Too movement and Harvey Weinstein in 2017, we've changed. And this investigation I'm doing against a board that includes a president dating back to 2008, that never would have happened before. But now employers are taking seriously that. I've got another case in my office where Marcy, another lawyer who works with me, there's complaints against an executive director of a nonprofit. And they're saying he's misogynistic and he's racist. And they're also saying that allegations happened way back in 2014 against the same guy, and the board knew about it and they didn't respond properly. So the scope of our investigation in that case is present day misbehavior alleged, back to 2014 alleged misbehavior, and did the board respond properly or did they drop the ball? So we're in a different world. And so what happened with Amy Cooper, as you may remember, is she was placed on administrative leave from her financial job at a big investment company called Franklin Templeton, very prestigious firm. The next day she was fired for her off-duty conduct. What she did, they said not acceptable. And then the dog that she had with her that was unleashed got sent back to the shelter. They said she's not a fit mother of the dog. And then she was charged with filing a false report to the police. So pretty serious consequences, which is good. And so that's an example of something that you see internally, the employer taking action. And then externally is the conduct that she's engaged in, also criminal in nature, which has its own separate set of penalties. Okay, next slide. So ironically, the same day as the Amy Cooper Central Park incident, we've got this incident, right, with George Floyd. Okay, next slide. Obviously, Black Lives Matter, that became something that we have lived with. There are signs all over my town about Black Lives Matter. And so we have a heightened awareness and increased sensitivity to all of these issues. And it permeates our workforce, how we act, how we speak, how we treat people, as it should. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so here's the stuff we're seeing, right? All Muslims are not all terrorists. I remember one of the first investigations. So I started my firm in 1998 and it was 2001. So think what happened in 2001, right? 9/11. And one of the first investigations I ever did was a person who was Muslim sent an email to HR saying, I got asked about my gun and bombs and am I going to blow up the place and who do I believe and where's my allegiance, on and on. And here we are, you know, we've got different things that happen in the world and we've got different stereotypes, different biases, different hatred, different types of discrimination happening. Okay, we're not all Mexican. I'll marry who I want, right? Sexual orientation, national origin. Do you see who I am? You really want to touch my hair? You want to touch me and see if I'm pregnant? Not okay. So the next slide identifies all the legally protected characteristics, okay? So we've got, as I said, federal law, state law, local law. So whenever we say something, we do something that might reasonably offend somebody in the workplace or in work-connected settings that involves marital status, disability, ancestry, gender, religion, credit history, any of this laundry list of protected categories. We can't discriminate in the workplace because someone's a veteran or because someone has a bad credit history. We can't harass someone because of their marital status, you're divorced, because of their sexual orientation or their gender identity. We can't harass or give someone a hard time, be offensive in the workplace because of that. Why? Because the law says so, okay? In Chicago, where you work, these are the legally protected characteristics, and they vary by state, okay? I have a client who's got an office in Michigan, and height and weight are protected categories. So no one gets protected status, no one gets elevated status, no one's untouchable because of their race, but we can't discriminate or harass because of their membership in a protected category, because that's who we are, right? Thankfully, we're all diverse, we're all different, and we're all in multiple protected categories. So again, no special treatment, but there can't be employment decisions. We can't give people a hard time because of who they are. Okay, next slide. And the law says so, okay? So how do we get the law, right? We get it from our federal government, our elected officials. That's why our elections are so darn important, as you know. So US Congress, US Senate and President sign the federal laws, and at the state level, of course, we got our state rep, senators, and governors. And so Title VII, the ADA, the ADEA, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act, federal laws that apply to organizations with a certain number of employees. And then in your state, you've got the Illinois Human Rights Act. So the law says all this stuff, and that sets the floor. Your policies can give more protection to employees if you choose. And then you got to set the culture, right? The stuff that's intangible. My son just graduated from college a year ago. He's now entering the workforce. And he's going to start in New York City and he's working for a company with 1,500 employees. And he says, you know, really great culture. I said, great, that's so important. And he talked to somebody who's worked there for 4 years. And they said, basically, it's a 9 to 6 job. When you do well, there could be happy hour, they'll give you Fridays off, whatever. But I think we've learned so much from COVID of what's important, and culture matters, right? Relationships matter. And why work in a place where you're unhappy? You want to work in a place that's fun, you know, teaching, education, the classroom experience, got to make that all fun, right? And you've done that. But you're serving on this board as volunteers, and you want to make a difference in what's going on. And so we've got the law, we've got your internal policies, and then it's how that all happens, right? Bringing it to life and creating the right culture is what you do day in and day out. Okay, so the next slide. So we've got the legally protected categories, but then we also have the intangibles, right? What about somebody's, as I said, height and weight is protected in Michigan, but not in Chicago, right? Hair texture, we're seeing a lot about that in the news these days. Political affiliation, need we say more, right? So many people couldn't even have those conversations at all because of diametrically opposite views in the last administration. It's still permeating today. Okay, next slide. So when we're not involving legally protected categories, but we're still engaging in bad behavior, what do we call it? You know, I guess a good label for that is bullying, right? And that's hard to define. It's not illegal in any state. It's illegal in most schools, but making threats and insulting people and ridiculing, making fun of people, right? It's basically disrespectful behavior. And that can have the same adverse effects that harassment based on race or based on gender, whatever. You don't feel good, you've got emotional symptoms, you don't want to eat, you've got sleepless nights, it triggers a PTSD, whatever. Bad behavior, whether we label it as bullying or unlawful harassment, and granted, some bad behavior is worse than others, no question about it, there's a spectrum. But being treated with disrespect is really harmful, right? Emotionally and physically, it's harmful. Okay, so next slide. I want to go through a few examples of things because I don't want to just lecture, but here's something that's based on a real life scenario. So Laurel's talking to Dennis. She went to the Chicago History Museum and she's saying, geez, I wonder if anyone's going to say to me, no food, no drink, no watermelon. Dennis laughs. And she said, well, I did read a sign that said no food, no drink, no water bottles. Then Dennis breaks into his Jimmy Buffett song, no shirts, no shoes, no problem. So this hit national news. It was the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. Not proud of that, my city. But this hit Time Magazine, this hit the Washington Post, and it started with no less than a Facebook posting, right? So, you know, here we go, Facebook post from a teacher who was the chaperone on that trip. And what happened was she claimed that the staff told the group, which was comprised of 100% Black and brown students, young teenagers, 12 and 13 years old, exactly that, no food, no drink, no watermelon. And then obviously that's a racial stereotype that's derogatory. And the museum says, oh, no, we said no food, no drink, no water bottles. So you've got a disputed issue of fact, which is not a surprise. But the teacher said, you know, it was more than just that. They told us not to touch anything, yet there were white students and they were allowed to touch things. And very different treatments. The security guards would yell at them if they didn't stand in their line, as the white students were allowed to. And it goes on and on about the different treatment that took place, allegedly, based on the teacher that made that report. And the museum apparently didn't apologize, but said, you know, come back next time, we'll give you free admission. So this teacher put it out there publicly, appropriately so, get some attention, increase awareness. This is not acceptable behavior. Okay, next slide. So here's another example of something. And I'm part of a group and a former board member called the Association of Workplace Investigators, AWI. So we have 1,000 people around the country, and we've got also membership in Canada and Australia. And a lot of what I do is investigate claims of misconduct. So I've seen it all. I last week did a vice president against a CEO who claims he sexually assaulted her in the hotel room during a conference. And this was something that came across our listserv. So this person said, what do you think about this? 2 colleagues in the same department of the same first name, John Mongrello and John Bose. So in order to differentiate the 2 Johns, a coworker sent out an email, why don't we call him Mongrel? And so John Mongrello was very insulted because I'm not of mixed race. I don't have any dogs. How does this apply to me? I'm really insulted. So it struck me as really interesting, the different responses that we got. So the membership of AWI, the people that are part of this listserv, one person said, John, people do dumb stuff. They may try to be funny, but it is your last name, so I wouldn't be so upset about it. Has been a problem with this person in the past. Have you spoken to him about how you feel? If it were me, I'd give him a hall pass. Let him know in a kind manner you felt disrespected. If this is not your first rodeo, then maybe talk to HR. Put the spook in him, a wake-up call, if you will. Okay? Second person piped in, well, based on my understanding of mongrel, this would be of greater offense, meaning it might be a racial term, if you were of mixed origin, so you weren't. Okay, so go to your policies, look at your internal policies. Even if there's not a non-discrimination policy, maybe there's a code of conduct. And it, the fact that it was done publicly, that makes it more inappropriate. Third person, I'm in a different camp. Okay, I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a student. I'm getting my master's degree in organizational change and leadership. My dissertation is focused on implicit bias in workplace investigations. And I think this hits the nail on the head. This person wrote, sometimes bullying, it can be bullying without being discriminatory. Bullying is insidious. Most people who aren't experienced it don't recognize it and they normalize it. That's how I view the previous comments of pick your battles and people do dumb stuff. No disrespect intended. Some people unwittingly or deliberately engage in this bullying behavior. People are kings and queens of justification for what they do or don't do. I spent a lot of time researching this. You were bothered enough to reach out. I applaud you. On and on, okay? So you know what? Regardless of whether it falls under a legally protected category, like that long list that I gave you, when people say things that are disrespectful and rude and offensive, it's not acceptable and it has to stop, right? And we all have to be monitors of that, of monitors of our own behavior and monitors of the people sitting next to us and not allowing that culture to be okay. Okay, next slide. Alex texted Katie. Geez, did you see all those trustees taking notes in their journals? Oh my God, it's crazy. Okay, so I can't believe that trustee Jack, he called me a kid in front of the entire team. I'm so embarrassed. And I keep getting a look when I take notes on my laptop. I did training last summer at a financial company and they told me that one of the big issues they had was ageism. How the real difference between the older generation, and I'm there, I'm 55, and I still, when I take notes, I do handwritten notes. Yeah, here's what I've got. I've got handwritten notes that I take of witness interviews, and then I type them up into a summary afterwards, right? So I take notes, and my 23-year-old Alex and his girlfriend is Katie make fun of me for taking my notes. And they can make fun of me, we're not in the workplace. You're so old, Mom. Get up with technology, right? That's okay in the home. It's not okay in the workplace, right? If Alex was not my child and he was someone who worked with me and he's making fun of me for taking notes because I'm old, not okay, right? Because age is a protected category. And same thing happens, the trustee called me a kid in front of the team. Well, under your law, it's 40 and over. So he's not protected, but he's embarrassed He's getting a look. He's feeling like he's not part of the team. Okay, so not acceptable behavior at all, whether it's going from the old to the young person, the young to the old person, so to speak. Okay, old and under the law is 40 and over. We know that's not old. But either way, not acceptable that we're not embracing diversity and embracing differences, because that's what makes us good. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so Lisa's telling you she's been struggling with Kara's remote workload. She's unclear how she's filling her 40-hour day. I don't understand what she's doing. And so Liza said, Kara, email me at the end of the day. Tell me everything you've done, all your daily tasks. Well, Kara's saying, you're creating a hostile environment for me. Okay, let's just stop there. We know COVID has taken a real toll on everybody, right? And you know, one of the places where I'm doing an investigation, the CEO wants everybody in the workforce there. We're an essential business. We want you there. And it's a struggle for people who are compromised medically, who've got children, whatever the issue is, that's real. But regardless, you've got management issues, right? And you can performance manage people that you're working with, right? So you're responsible for how the organization works, and you want it to be efficient, you want it to be productive, all of that. So there's a difference between harassing and creating a toxic work environment versus holding people accountable. Okay, so that's a distinction we can't forget. Well, okay, Lisa's not happy. So Lisa says the name to Kara using profanity, which may or may not be harassment based on a protected category, depends on what it is and how it's used. Either way, it's unacceptable language, and calls her white trash. Not okay, right? Not acceptable. So a lot of times I've seen these scenarios where we've got a trigger. So somebody says something not acceptable, but then it gets elevated, right? So you go from, I forget the name of the person, I was listening on the news on my way back today, but they just released a video of a Black man who was speeding for an alleged traffic ticket. And the cops pull him over, I think it was Louisiana, beat the crap out of him. And then the official police report, he died in the car accident, apparently. Again, I just heard this on CNN today. I'll follow up tonight and hear more details. But now the video is being released, and from what I heard on television, it was really outrageous. And so the commentator said he went from suspect of a crime to victim. And that can happen really easily. And so we can't forget that, right? And bad behavior doesn't allow more bad behavior to happen. So a couple of things to illustrate here. Okay, next slide. When we're talking about behavior that violates your policy, whether it's bullying or harassment, what we talk about is the reasonable person standard. In my investigation today, one of the issues was, did a board member and a senior vice president making comments about the corporate secretary, saying, you look great, you look hot. And one of the guys said, can I ask you a question? Can I compliment somebody anymore? Can I say you look great? I said, it depends on how it's received subjectively. And it's dependent on how a reasonable person would perceive it. If you tell me you look great, I'm in the workplace, I'd probably say thank you, right? If you tell me you look great and you're undressing me with your eyes and you're getting really close, that crosses the line. How do we know, right? It's not just what we say, it's how we say it. It's our tone, it's our body language, often more than our words. Okay, Martha sneezes and Peter says, God bless you. Well, you remember a few slides ago, we said religion. Okay, but you know what? Even if Martha was offended or someone who overheard it was offended, it's not reasonable. God bless you is acceptable. So that's not going to cross the line under the reasonable person standard. So Marcus overhears it. He's offended. He's got a right to be offended. We can feel how we want to feel. We can believe how we want to believe. Doesn't mean it violates policy. Then he yells, shut up, and he storms out of the room. Well, that's not good behavior, right? Obviously, he shouldn't be responding to that. We shouldn't be yelling at other people in the workplace. We shouldn't say shut up, right? I don't think I've said that since I was a child. And we don't storm out of a conference room, right? We're professionals. And we need to act professionally. We need to treat each other with respect. Okay, next slide. Want to highlight medical issues because I know that's front and center so much with COVID and with things. I can't get vaccinated because of medical issue. I don't want to come to work because if I got a medical issue. Well, here's an example I had in one of my cases. Maribel has difficulty concentrating and she's got an ADD diagnosis or ADHD. Well, Tommy also has that diagnosis. So he nicknamed her Squirrel because she can go in different directions. She's distracted. Okay. She said, that embarrasses me. Please don't say it. So everyone stopped, but Tommy says, well, I'm still going to use it. And he thinks it's okay because he also is in the same category, same protected category of having a disability, namely ADD, that Maribel. So, no, that's not okay. It doesn't give him license to say that, right? Not at all. Just because we share the same trait. She said, it's not okay. I'm offended. Well, Kathy overheard it and she was offended too. Yep. And Kathy has a right to raise her hand and speak up and say she was offended. How do we know someone's offended? I interviewed Marion this morning. She's on the board of this organization. And I asked her if she's ever heard fellow board member Don make inappropriate comments to the board secretary, Lucy. And she says, I've heard him say, you look beautiful, you look hot. Look at those high heels. That's what she remembers. I said, okay. And how did Lucy respond? She said she rolled her eyes and kept putting the papers on the conference table. I said, okay. Did you believe that she was offended? She said, yes. Yes, that's one way for someone to say, I'm offended. Roll the eyes, say nothing, and keep going. Sometimes somebody will speak up like Maribel. I'm embarrassed. Please don't say that anymore. Okay, so we communicate that things are offensive or unwelcome in lots of different ways. You know, the best way is to speak up and tell somebody, but other ways by silence, changing the subject, turning our head, sighing in disgust, eye rolling, whatever. But the key is, are we saying or doing something that could reasonably offend somebody? And if we are, we should be avoiding that. Okay, so the last scenario on the next slide, there's a meeting and Joseph is talking about finance and Nancy speaks up with some sarcasm. Okay, Joey, we understand that. We read the materials you sent. What's the bottom line? You just go on and on and on, and it's so annoying. Other meeting attendees were shocked but said nothing. Does this involve race, color, religion, gender, national origin, age, disability, pregnancy, veteran status, marital status, blah, blah, blah? No. Is this demeaning and offensive? Yeah, it is. Not okay. His name is Joseph. She's calling him Joey with emphasis, with sarcasm. Okay, and I get it. I did an investigation recently which spawned this example of a female who's the general counsel of the organization, and she's in a meeting a lot with the vice president of operations, and apparently she goes on and on and on and on. And he's trying to hold an efficient meeting, and he's trying to stick to an agenda and politely but firmly say, okay, got it, let's move on. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm hearing, Mary, is blah, blah, blah. Kind of cut to the chase, get to the bottom line. And she's offended and said, you know, this is gender, he wouldn't cut off a guy, on and on. And so we are all trying to run efficient meetings, right? Whenever we've got things going on and we've got a timetable and I've got interviews scheduled every hour and someone wants to talk about, you know, the Chicago Cubs or the Red Sox or whatever, I'm trying to keep things on time as reasonably possible, as possible as I can, right? And so it's what we say and how we say it. And in this case, really disrespectful to Joey. Another meeting attendee said nothing. So what do you do in that circumstance when things happen publicly? We have to think about protecting our fellow board members and not allowing disrespect to happen, because if we say nothing, sometimes it's as if we're condoning it, right? And yet not trying to embarrass people. So, you know, you got to work on strategies to turn that into a positive, to let Nancy know that's not acceptable. to let Joseph know we heard that and that's not okay. We're not condoning it. So that's always a balancing act of something in the meeting and then conversation afterwards. But I wanted to put that out there to emphasize, the bullying and the disrespect. So next slide, I want to just talk a little bit about microaggressions. Basically 1,000 paper cuts, right? So not the overt using the N-word, having the noose in the workplace, calling someone white trash, sexual words that are so explicit. How old are you anyway? You really should be retiring. You're too old to be working, right? That stuff's easy when I investigate that. Was it said, was it not said? It clearly falls in a protected category. But microaggressions, the Oxford Dictionary says it's a statement, it's an action or an incident. It can be something that's indirect, subtle, it can be unintentional discrimination against members of a marginalized group. Okay, calling women honey or sweetie, telling an African-American person, you're so articulate, right? Complimenting someone of Asian descent, you really speak good English. Over-explaining technology to an older employee, okay, something like that. So next you can see some real examples here. And I pulled another one out that I had on my desk from April 28th that I just printed of an Asian American woman. And the headline is, the CEO asked me if I wanted to date a board member. And I think this example is interesting. She said, going by Angela Chan, C-H-A-N, versus my married name, Angela O'Donnell, just the tone that people use with me over the phone or on email when I changed my name to O'Donnell was completely different. When I was Chan, I had people explain American culture to me, even though I was born and raised in the city. When I started using O'Donnell, people were more polite to me. The grammar in their email was better. I definitely got taken more seriously when I used the last name O'Donnell. Okay, so you can see on the slides, it can be subtle, it can be politically charged, on and on. The next slide. I've got 2 more slides of examples of, these types of microaggressions. And I'm seeing these a lot more in the investigations I'm doing, where someone says I'm being marginalized because I'm a woman or because of my race. Well, okay, and I say, what are the examples? I'm not introduced to certain meetings. They don't give me the space I need, but yet when someone else wants to reserve the conference room, it's okay. Well, I feel marginalized as a gay woman because, there's always talks about, bringing your husband or bringing your wife. They're not talking about partners or significant others or anything else. Next slide. Again, more subtle stuff here. Again, over-explaining things, not responding to someone's ideas, feeling invisible. I've gotten that a lot lately. And that's really hard for me to investigate, but I know the feeling of the employees who complain about it, those feelings are real. And then as a person investigating and responding to these, I've got to dig deep and try to get the examples so I can make some findings. Okay, next slide. So we've talked about unlawful harassment. It's got to be unwelcome from a subjective and a reasonable person objective standpoint based on a protected category. And the law says it's got to create a hostile environment because of its severity or because of how pervasive it is. So you've got a policy, there's state and federal law on that. So when you hear about things involving race, color, religion, gender, all those categories, red flag issue, okay? Next slide. We talked about the forms that harassment can take, whether it's verbal, comments, jokes, epithets. It can be physical, touching, grabbing. It can be emails, it can be screenshots, it can be social media. Same thing with bullying, all this type of things. Next slide. Intent is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if someone is uninformed. It doesn't mean to hurt someone's feelings. It matters how it's perceived, again, subjectively and objectively. Next. We've got to distinguish between petty slights and annoyances and things like that, right? We're all not perfect. We strive to do our best, right? I don't think anyone wants to offend anybody. And so that's why the law says things have to be sufficiently severe or pervasive to create a hostile environment. But when I investigate, when you hear about things, when you're dealing with interactions with each other, we want to stop things early on so they don't become pervasive, right? We want to stop things early on. That's why reporting is so important. Okay, next slide. As I exemplified with the sneezing incident, it's the reasonable person standard. Well, who's reasonable? Who are those people? It's all of you, right? It's 12 people in a jury box. It's how do people respond when I do training live in a conference room, and I'll say, is anyone offended by this scenario? If I get 4 hands, you don't want to go there, right? So what's the standard? Would you say it in front of your partner, your parent, the CEO, the whoever? Would you say it? Would you want it on the front page of the paper? That's how we kind of figure objectively, should we say and do these things? Okay, next slide. It's not about it being directed at someone. The bystander, someone else who's in the room, can be offended and has a right to speak up. Next slide. Not only is the corporation, the organization responsible, but more and more, I am seeing people named individually. I'm an expert witness in a case in West Virginia involving mines, coal mines. And sure enough, it's, plaintiff versus the mine and 5 individuals, okay? The alleged perpetrators who are doing the bad acting, the managers who supposedly don't stop it, HR who supposedly aren't handling the situations properly. And the lawyer in West Virginia says we always name the bad actors individually. So that's the law where you are, that's the law in many states. Next slide. Retaliation. So this is alive and well, sadly, in the workplace. And this is one of the reasons why employees often don't speak up and say, I've been harassed. And when I asked the corporate secretary, Lucy, she's been screenshotting this board member's text since 2019. She's been building a case for 2 years. She's complaining that the former president, her boss, has been grabbed her buttocks and did bad things to her in 2008. And I said, why didn't you speak up? Her answer is, I was afraid I would be retaliated against. I'm a single mom. I'm the supporter of my household. I was afraid I was going to lose my job. And the statistics at the EEOC and the task force study that the EEOC did on sex harassment bears that out, okay? That people are afraid to complain because they're afraid there's going to be a target on their back. They're going to be punished for complaining or for participating in an investigation, for supporting the complainant. And the law says retaliation is not allowed, and your policies say no retaliation, but that doesn't often satisfy people. They're often still afraid to speak up. Okay, so the next slide, what is retaliation, right? It can be really direct, it can be more subtle. Someone's terminated for speaking up. Oh, well, they didn't get the promotion because they spoke up. Okay, there's lots of different ways. One of the issues that Lucy is saying is now all of a sudden I'm removed from the compensation committee. I used to handle compensation committee minutes. I did it for 14 years. Now all of a sudden, after I've taken COVID leave, after I've complained, now the HR vice president is taking over the comp committee minutes. She's saying that's retaliatory because she engaged in protected activity of speaking up and complaining. And she says, harm came to me. You diminished my job duties. And so it's cause and effect, okay? Is she removed from the comp committee because it's really more properly an HR function? Or is it because the president is mad because she's raised issues? That's up to me to figure out right now as the fact finder. But we have to be really aware of retaliatory behavior. And all the witnesses that I'm speaking to in this investigation, I'm warning them, please do not do anything, do not breathe anything that in any way could be reasonably construed as retaliatory. And that's hard, it is hard, but everyone's still working together. She's lodged this complaint, she's got a right to lodge a complaint if she feels she's been mistreated, and she's getting a prompt, thorough, and impartial investigation. I'm the investigator. You can tell I spent a lot of hours on this, right? I can create a lot of stories based on real fact patterns, but I think that real cases resonate. I put hypotheticals and I talk about the law, but I'm in the trenches day in and day out with these cases, and they are real. So next slide. again, I know people learn differently, and I've talked about this through examples, but I also want to have a few visuals. And these last couple of slides will go quickly because I want to conclude in the next few minutes and then open it up for any comments, questions, discussion that you have. So I talked about civility and respect. How do we prevent harassment in the workplace, at board meetings and in the organization? So it's being nice to each other. Next slide. I talked about the EEOC saying it's the gateway drug, right? And so we have to make sure that things don't spiral out of control and things start spinning because we denigrate each other, whether it's our personal relationships, our professional relationships. It's about being respectful so it doesn't turn into any type of harassment. Okay, so next slide. What does this really look like in practice? Okay. Being civil is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength, really, right? So it's communication with people and cooperate and finding a win-win and appreciate differences in people, finding common ground. Thankfully, there's a lot of diversity in your board. You come from different backgrounds, different experiences, and you're all there to make the place better, right? And so hearing those things is a value, and we don't want to deride people because we may have a difference of opinion. Okay, so next slide, really the last real slide, okay? How to disagree, right? Using I words versus you words, right? I disagree with you. Literally back to my board investigation, one of the issues with Rhonda, who's a senior vice president female, one of the few senior females, is I'm told she finger points all the time and it's really bothersome to people. That's offensive, whether she means it or not, or whether it's nervousness, but pointing like that, which is interesting because I put these slides together before this investigation. Thank you for explaining your point. I understand where you're coming from. I respect your opinion, even though I don't agree with it. Right? So instead of saying, you know, you hurt my feelings, you're a jerk, it hurts my feelings when I hear that, you know? So it's about what we say and how we say it, right? To be as respectful as we possibly can in the workplace so that we aren't now a target of an investigation, the target of a complaint, right? So that everyone agrees on common ground, common standpoints on what we want, which is the best for the organization. Okay, so last slide. You know, I pledge, I commit, I promise, right? So hopefully some of this has resonated and keep doing all the good things you're doing. And if you think, you know, you look at yourself in the mirror with the microscope, well, maybe I could do things a little differently, or maybe my colleague isn't, or maybe other people that work at the fund, right? Just keep your eyes open for those things on how you can make the place better and act consistently with the policies and the law and just try to create a culture of excellence. Okay, so I'm done with my talking. And if anyone has questions, comments, feedback, a dialogue about any of these issues, I don't have to talk anymore.
I'm looking, I don't see any hands for questions. Look twice, look 3 times. No hands for questions. But I want to thank you, Julie. It's a lot of stuff that some stuff has been in practice and some stuff we kind of just got to refresh on, but it was really helpful.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Have a good rest of the afternoon and evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the agenda.
You go to executive session? Okay.
Yep, so we're at 7. Going to executive session for hour and 30 minutes, looks like. So I'd like to entertain a motion to go in executive session for, I guess, the purposes of executive session minutes, I believe personnel matters, litigation, and IED report.
So moved.
Oh, was that Jim or Jerry? Was that Jim or Jerry?
That was Jerry.
Okay, Jerry, thanks. Seconded, was that, I don't know who was first, Lois or
It was
Jackie?
about, I
Therese?
don't know. Jackie, do you know?
No,
But you go.
there was
you
so
go.
many people at one time.
Right, so go on. Uh-huh.
Okay,
So
so the
I'll
motion,
move it. No. Jerry said.
Jerry
so
made the motion
moved.
and it was seconded by Jackie.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, roll call.
Mhm.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Cavallero,
Yes.
trustee Clay,
Yes.
trustee DeValier.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Padilla.
Hmm.
Trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
trustee Travalos,
Yes.
trustee Truss.
Yes. Yes, trustee Weiss, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you give us a second to make the switch?
Jim, do you mind taking over?
Yeah, sure, good.
Thanks.